All right. Hello. Our opponent is waiting for us. And this is where we end up. First off, we're just going to take a quick look at our replays in the previous match. And then we will be going. Alright, so everything's planned. We're just taking a quick look. So Nerexa beat Plague Penguin. Very exciting. Interesting, they're playing Dark Elves, alright. I assume that Wood Elves is banned. Alright, and yeah, this goes pretty straightforward. Empire is quite bad into the Dark Elves. Alright. Honestly, I just need to quickly skim this. Nothing too crazy. Well, we got High Elves versus Wood Elves. We got Slaanesh versus Wood Elves. What? They won this? I know Norex has been playing Slaanesh. I don't know if they'll ban my Slaanesh, though. Interesting. The Slongor maxing? Alright. Alright, here we go. Alright, what do we got here? Whoa. Alright, let's take a look. For those of you that don't know, by the way, this is the grand finals. What's going on? Glade Riders? Go. Yo, I'm stressing. I'm gonna take off my my wizard robe. Interesting. Is this just like a build up and push? Fun stuff. You nervous? Slightly. Mild amount of nervousness. Dang, this is seriously just a build-up. Are there no, oh dang, this War Dancers? How'd they lose this? Alright, well, first things first, let's get our faction bans in. Oh boy. Interesting, yeah, he just kind of face dives. I think the Wood Elves are playing way too wide here. Interesting. He bans my Warriors of Chaos. Dang, alright, the guy wants Slaanesh action. Very fun. Interesting. So I banned his Wood Elves, obviously. Nerex likes to play Wood Elves. Interesting that he bans Chaos. But yeah, this looks like just Slaaneshi dominance. Pretty usual stuff. Nothing too crazy. Alright. Interesting. So I thought they were gonna ban my Slaanesh, but now I can play them. And then what was this? They played yeah, they played Wood Elves and beat High Elves using the kite. Alright, we know how that pans out. Yeah, it's an infantry max. Yeah, okay, we don't need to watch this. Alright. Sure. Let's get her going. Alright. Alrighty. Yeesh. Alright. So I gotta figure this out. How do I want to play against my opponents? They have Slaanesh. It's not the end of the world. Alright. Let's take a look-see. Let's start off with this. So I'm starting off with Vampire Coast. A very strong pick. I'm not going to start with Slaanesh because Coast already counters them. But I will need to get some strong Slaanesh counter picks in a second here. So he's picked his first faction, picked his second. Slaanesh Norska. Wow, okay. So very melee heavy. Starting off against Vampire Coast, that's generally okay for me. But already not exactly the most comfortable situation in the world. Interesting. There's no chaos. Alright, very risky pick of the day, but I'm going Vampire Counts. Interesting. Very interesting. Slaanesh and Norska. How do I want to handle them? It's a very close quarters map, by the way. Vampire Counts versus Norska is not the best, but it is still pretty good versus a lot of what they might bring. If you want to kill Slaanesh, though... Okay, let's see here. How do I want to kill Slaanesh? There's a few ways to go about it. This map is good for them, though. Let's see, no Wood Elves. Dang, if this map wasn't so good for Slaanesh, it could go Bretonnia. Okay. Got some crazy ideas here. Alright. Slaanesh Norska High Elves versus Coast Counts and Cathay. What a strange lineup we have today. But this is all very map dependent because we're on a Ragnarok lair. It's a very fighty map. It's a very close point map. So it's generally better for these slower factions. Coast Mantide is good though. I think Coast Mantide, you saying it's unwinnable for Norska? Oh, that's a good sign. Alright. Grand Cathay is also very good versus Slaanesh. Their Mantide is exquisite there. So, like, I think what? I have a few ones that I want to work on. I think there's like a bunch of good matchups. There's a few rough ones because he picked High Elves. High Elves is obviously good into Coast and Counts. Grand Cathay though, I don't even know how that goes. So that'll be interesting. I think they have a lot of matchups that are very uncomfortable though. Undead are very strong in today's meta. But will they carry? And can I actually defeat their Slaanesh? The great thing at least is I get dibs on Slaanesh for the next match. And that might save us. Yeah, Cathay's a really bold choice, but they're actually insane versus Slaanesh. The goal is to just give Slaanesh a super hard time. Just give them an ultra difficult time. And then life will be chill. This map also isn't that great for High Elves, which is really good for us. Green Knight needs to be buffed. Yeah. Honestly, Bretonnia could use a little bit of loving. Though they're actually not a terrible counter pick. You bench Slaanesh Counts and Slaanesh Grand Cathay. Makes a lot of sense. Now, Slaanesh used to be way worse versus Coast, but with the addition of Slaangors, things certainly changed a lot. Slaangors are super duper strong. I don't think I want to play Grand Cathay into Norska. That just seems like a misplay and a half. Even though the map is okay, I think there's much better situations for us. And then Vampire Coast versus High Elves. How does that work out? It's very close quarters, but it means you can kind of post up and just shoot at me on all the points at the same time. It's harder to flank with the doggos. Yeah, I can ban that. And then what's left? Slaanesh Coast, Norska Coast, Norska Counts, and High Elves Grand Cathay. I think that's okay. So if we end up playing High Elves Grand Cathay, that would be quite exciting. Totally unbiased, yes, above Green Knight. Alright, what's he gonna do? What are you planning, good sir? Do you want to play Slaanesh versus Coast? That would be wild. Bans it. Bans Slaanesh Coast and counts in Norska. Interesting. Dang, alright. I'll play Vampire Coast versus Norska then. Dang, alright. Interesting matchup we have already at the very beginning. Very interesting. Well, hopefully this one goes out pretty well. Considering they got to pick Slaanesh first, I think this actually ends up being pretty decent for us, matchup-wise. We get Coast vs. Norska on, like, the smallest map. One of the smallest maps on the entire map roster, so that's good. Yeah, we're not taking Coast into High Elves. Generally, the Elves, they just butcher, except for the Dark Elves, but High Elves and Wood Elves, they butcher Undead. Kraken King Unleashed. Oh my gosh, we're going old school Coast. It should be interesting. Buff the Green Knight's melee defense a little. Yeah, I think that'd be cool. Honestly, I think they should have more mass. Make it easier for them to escape basic surrounds. They'd be terrifying. Alright, interesting though. How do we want to do this? Norska has your typical Mantide styles, and they also have the Dreadmaw. Good old Dreadmawge. That can be a little bit annoying. I would not say terrifying, though. It just makes my artillery, you know, I can't really take artillery, but it's not like we really want that versus Norska anyways. Generally speaking, their mobility isn't super good. They got a bunch of Kurgan horsemen. But if they do ever dive my back line well enough, they're just going to run me over. Gotta be a wee bit careful about that. Interesting. How to do this? How to do this? Man, this is a wild build. This build is going wild. Alright. I can fit a bloated corpse in here. Whoa. Wowza. Alright, obviously we're not gonna throw the game now, are we? Mantide with Silostra, Lampreys and Bombers, Pistol in Reserve. Yeah, this is like the... You know, it all builds itself, really. There's nothing too crazy going on here. Yeah, just playing Vampire Ghost. It's just, I gotta make sure I execute well and make sure I don't run out of units. Yeah, Dreadmaw doesn't do that much against Undead either, but if he's really worried about artillery, I can accidentally myself into getting wrecked by a Dreadmaw. It won't tear out the artillery crew, but it's still very disruptive. But yeah, I think generally speaking though, Coast just kind of innately is pretty good here. Versus the Dreadmaw. Nothing too crazy to be worried about. What else do I want though? I have some money left over. It's Coast, not Count. Now you're shocked and flabbergasted. Vampire Coast is pretty good here as far as I can tell. Maybe I'm just terribly wrong. Norska has a lot of good infantry clear options, but I think any advantage they do have, the map just secures it for me. Oh my gosh, 30 stream streak? Dang, what's up, Sheep of the Night? Bloaty spam? I wish one day. I don't think CA is ever going to make bloats meta, but I do wish that one day we see it. Let's see here. What else could he bring? Alright, let me just, The rough part about Vampire Coast is you always... Or... No. Like, not the rough part. But the important thing when you're playing tournaments is to always just check their roster, see what they can possibly bring. Norska has a little bit of diversity, but not that much, right? Like, it's basically all infantry. Skin wolves and the like, very route prone in this situation. I don't really see anything crazy. Yo, a feral, a chimera, my bad. Chimera could snipe Silastra super easily. That part's pretty scary. Generally speaking, though, I'm feeling all right. I remember to bring magic, very important. Yeah, I'll take a couple more of these, and then very weird thing about Vampire Coast, you actually just forego a lot of your summons. Because, straight up, you just rather summon more zombies a lot of the time. Very strange thing about Coast, but that's kind of how they work. Alright, this should be pretty decent, right? I think we have a lot of good options here. Yeah. Yeah, this should be pretty good. We'll just have to see what he goes for. Nerexia's a strong player. I gotta make sure I don't throw here. If I underestimate my opponent for even a second, we can be screwed. Interesting to see them getting Norsk out of the way right now, by the by. Next map is pretty open, which is generally not super good for Norska. The map after that is a little bit more close quarters, which would be better. So I wonder how it's going to go. If I win this one, though, then I get to pick Slaanesh first for the next round. And it's a super big map. So fingers crossed. Good luck. Thank you. Grand finals begin. Stress. We played this matchup extensively in Rad. With the right build, it is unwinnable for Norska. Dang, that's some high confidence. The thing is, though, I'm no specialist for any faction. I'm mostly here just to counterpick fools. So, I don't, you know, I might not have the perfect build. That's all I'm saying. What I do have, though, I believe is quite strong, though. Actually, wait, I should do some of this. You know what? Minor optimizations of the build. Don't mind me. Very, very minor. Nothing to see here. Unfortunately, it makes my money spending not perfect. How can I live with myself if it's not perfect money spend? Okay, actually though, I do kind of want it to be a perfect spend. Oh hell yeah! Okay, I figured it out. We're set. Okay, does this feel better? This feels a good deal better, I'd say. Sure. All right, still a perfect spend. Adjusted a little bit. Good. When in doubt, more gun. I will say, Norskins, they don't like taking damage, that's for sure. The Barrowmen really helped that a good amount, but if he just goes like 10 Barrowmen, it doesn't really work versus zombie spam, at least from what I've seen. Got the sneaky crab in. Rotting Leviathan maxing. The dream, memeing your way into the grand finals, winning it. And now we're ultra tryharding today. No suggestions. Just pistols. Pistols are quite good. Yeah, I know. The Silastra, letting her die for the extra summon. Very jokes. Ugh. You know what? Is there another adjustment I can do? How does this pan out? Ooh, alright. I really like how this is working. Yo, this build, it gets more and more optimized by the second. Nerexia better lock in. Or I'm just slowly digging my own grave. It's best not to overthink these situations. That can really screw you over if you're not careful. Does anyone think ghost maxing is a thing here? Max Sirens. How much magic damage do they have? What? 6 Fimir? Lose instantly? Fimir are weird here, by the way. Because they don't die super fast. Let me tell you. But they also don't kill super fast. I think that kind of just screws them over. Alright, yeah, this feels pretty good. I got a lot of diversity in the reinforcements. I got a strong main army. Kraken King time, yep. Vampire Coast, do I still got it? This is gonna be a best of 3. Good luck, have fun. I think Fimir are so weird. Fimir are... I don't know, they're really unique, I'll give them that. Super high armor, missile resist, slow monstrous unit. One of the tankiest monstrous units in the entire game. I can't think of a tankier one off the top of my head. Maybe Treekin, but they're so garbage I don't count them. But alright, here we go. So here's the play. It's a pretty normal coast build, who would have guessed? I'm not going super wide with the guns. Reasoning for that is, well... this map just doesn't like guns very much. I got the mass of zombies. So they're just gonna be doing the walk forwards shuffle. Got a couple bombers over here. I don't want them to get flanked too hard though, so I'm just gonna post them center line. And what we're gonna do is we're just going to try and get a capture point victory. They only have 13 units, so I have vastly more capture weight than my opponent. Very nice to see. I gotta stagger my line slightly so that we automatically dodge a little bit of burning head action. And then we're just gonna spam more zombies. That's essentially the Vampire Coast playbook. Spam them up. Get all the cheap zombies. Stall them. 13 units is not very much. We got Silostra over here. She's ready to spam Tide Call. Oh, Turin, what's up? Yo, we got the host. We got the host in here. Oh my goodness. Yo, I've been grinding, man. I got some practice matches earlier today. Courtesy of Pope Patty, by the way. If we win, Pope Patty is the one that made it happen. I want everyone to know. They actually take full credit. Alright, here we go. Oh, it's just a normal Norscan build. Are these Bearmen? Oh, they are. Okay, that's not bad then. And then it's just Hunter Javelins. Well, that's pretty good for us. So we do have Sail. He got the Chain Lightning. Alright. Is he going to Schlock Plains Teeth me? No. He does have Backstabbing Sorcery, though. Interesting. I should be able to capture the points at the beginning, though. We're just going to post up over here. Get ready for the big fight. He has Wind Blast and Chain Lightning, so no Sirens for me today. Question is, do I need more guns? Probably not. In fact, Depth Guard are weirdly good here because he just doesn't have a good Depth Guard counter. So I might just summon them first, and then we go for the mass zombies. They can secure the right flank. I look forward to that greatly. Let's see here, what is this? A Spirit Leecher, the double caster? Holy moly, alright. Guy's going insane. So double caster, the reason it's kind of crazy is because it costs so much money. So you're kind of setting yourself up for disaster here. Alright, yeah, he's going to defend these guys with some ice doggos, that's fine. We're going to push in over here. Silostra is going to help out. Then we're just going to stall that capture a little bit. And then hopefully kill a couple javelins. You can see the Mourngulls. Very nice versus them Berserkers. But we got to make sure that they don't take too much damage. We want to make use of the healing. Then what we're going to do is hopefully catch these guys out. Nope, he summoned some doggos. Very good play for my opponent. I'm also going to have to remember to summon these. Whoop, pull back. Alright, so I have the capture points. That part's good. They ain't securing it. Very important. We're playing in the stratosphere right now. But it's kind of needed to manage such a wide army. Alright, and we'll just run back with the doggos. And then what we're going to do is we're just going to summon more zombies. To stall into infinity. Now these doggos over here, I don't think they'll be able to win this fight. If I just kind of turn around. That should be free pickings. The Depth Guard will be able to crush it over there on the far side. And so far, so good, I'd say. I just got a 600 gold pick over yonder. Very nice. We're gonna get some more doggos on him. And we're gonna give up 1 point. That's totally fine by me, because look at this, right? Right side is actually kind of collapsing for him. Very nice. And this side over here, well, I can use my dogs, perhaps, to shut it down. Whoa. Come on, get over there. Yeah, we're gonna try that out. In the meantime, we got our spooky ghost cav. Oh crap, lost 1 dog unit over there. A little unfortunate. And he's gonna catch me over here too. Kind of spice. We're gonna have to evac. But I still think we're in an okay position with this kind of routing, right? Because now it's gonna take a really long time to actually clear up the rest of the army. I still have my pistols over here, they're chilling. And the dogs I actually want to resummon. We're not gonna spend our money just yet, because I really want to just resummon everything. Little chain lightning drops on my halberds. A little painful, but the Depth Guard will live. That's what's important. And so far the Deathcaster isn't really doing that much. Like maybe they're getting ready to eventually kill Silostra, but nothing too crazy. You can see, yeah, the zombies will just grind into the Bearmen over there. The Ghost Cav is just absolutely annihilating. You love to see it. Another big rout. Very good. Yeah, there goes another very expensive unit. So you know he's not feeling too happy about that. And now the Vampire Coast playbook comes into action, where essentially all I gotta do is just keep spamming zombies his way and dogs, and it'll actually just take too long to kill everything. At least that's the rough idea that I'm aiming for here. You can see Silostra's just crushing it. Value trading's only slightly down for us, which is perfect. What are these guys doing? I don't know why it's aiming the wrong direction. Okay, so far pretty good. And we have more dogs at the ready. You can see these guys are idle, so he's not actually trading out. That's a good sign for us. And yeah, this is starting to look very bad for the poor old Norskins now. A lot of my units I can heal have been just grinding them into oblivion. Some berserkers get in here, but they're just gonna get dogged. Very nice. And then I got my halberds over here. And then look at this, just infinite zombies, right? That's where all my money's gonna go to, because they are by far the most cost-efficient unit for Vampire Coast. You literally would rather miss macro than to summon other units. It's crazy. And a little bit of outmaneuvering here is actually gonna allow me to jump this. I'm trading out my bombers for his backline, because the bombers will hold much longer. And I'm actually very happy to make that trade. Got more zombies over here. Let's just turn them guns. And the Norskins, no leadership over here. Looking pretty rough. He gets a little bit of a wind blast, but it ain't gonna work. And I think game one goes to us. Fairly strong start, I'd say. I gotta make sure I don't throw. We got deep breaths. I learned the other day that apparently people in Valorant shooting games, they like, usually when you're about to make a play, you'll let out a little bit of breath. And Eden, what a mad lad. You let out a bit of breath. But that actually makes your reaction time worse. So like, I need to like breathe in, like just like take a deep breath, get that reaction time up so that I don't accidentally throw. I don't know if it's a myth, but I know placebo's a thing, so maybe that works out. You can see now though, oh my goodness. Yeah, diving to my backline was a terrible idea for him. I'm honestly still really surprised about the Deathcaster. They really didn't do anything to Silostra. And a good start. Eden, I will just kill with the shooty boys. But there you go, there's the triple cap re-secured. Very nice. And now I just have to make sure we hold on to the points for a decent amount of time. But this match is very over. Every time I feel like I'm ahead, I just have to take a deep breath. Let's see here, and yeah, here we go. Miss macroing for the better units. More pistols, more zombos. For days, right? Just literally only that. I will say on a bigger map, this would have been slightly better for my opponent, by the way. It's just on such tight quarters. You can see how easy it is for me to cap all the points. Like, my army is literally as wide as the map. It's crazy. I'll just slow these guys down. Got the Moringulls with the slowing effect on them. Oh, it's so over. Look at this poor Eden. Yeah, classic big ego before the collapse. It's coming. Okay, GG, well played. All right. Great success, great success. Woo. Game number 1 is done, and now I can counterpick with Slaanesh on like the biggest map on the entire roster. The doggo play worked great for me. Dude, the dogs killing off the Beast of Tashnar, getting 600 at the start, so much value. No Lord Throw, I know. How am I supposed to lock it? I honestly kind of misused the Silostra summon. I used it a bit too early. But overall, really good. I think you're right. Just Vampire Coast is really good into Norska on these smaller maps, because they don't have the high enough DPS infantry or capture weight to secure points. They don't have the range firepower. And our counter picking succeeds. Very good stuff. Now, I just have to do that again. And not get overconfident. I just want a clean 2-0. And then after this, it's Maximillionaire. It shall be Maximillionaire. Alright, so where's the picks and bans? Should have brought Wulfric for the pirate duel. Oh, hell yeah. Yo, thematic battles where you have to take specific lords. That would be hype. Where are we at? So next map is indeed Edge of the Darkwood, and we are using this system. Alrighty. And this time... Oh, I don't get to pick first. Crap. Okay, so they can technically pick Slaanesh again. Oh, wait, crap. Oh, man, I accidentally got that backwards. Well, I'll have Slaanesh on the last map, at least, which is still really good. So, honestly, it's fine. But it does mean I might have to fight Slaanesh on, like, an ultra big map. How do I want to do this? I have a few ideas for Slaanesh counters. Let's see here. Alright, so there's no Warriors of Chaos or Slaanesh for both of us. I played Vampire Coast, which I'm not going to play again, and they played Norska. So I can whip out Norska here. That's a good sign. I have a general idea of what they like to play. Okay, I think I'll be okay. I have a very strong selection of factions to go for here. I can also take Norska anytime I want. I can save them for last for the hard counterpick. Alright, let them know. Ask them if they're ready. Alright, they're ready. So what's the first pick? I assume it's going to be Slaanesh. I think that's basically guaranteed. I'd be very surprised if we saw anything else. Oh my gosh, Turn coming in with the rules. Look at this guy. Redeem to hydrate, thank you. Yeah, YouTube doesn't let you do new lines, Turn. It's brutal. Okay, obviously he goes for Slaanesh. That much makes a lot of sense. The question is, how do I counter them? Right? I have a few good options. Let's see here. But only a few. Only a few. And the map is so darn big, man. It's huge. Okay, let's try this to start. Slaanesh counters Bretonnia now with the mask. Even post-nerf, they're very strong. I think it'd be crazy not to go for these guys. Okay, alright. I went High Elves and Norska versus Slaanesh. Not the best situation in the world, but like, you know, we're getting places. Indeed, I did pick High Elves, by the way. Will I go the Cav Max build? Do I want to whip it out now? I will say, against a lot of the factions that they might bring, the Cav Max High Elves is actually not bad. Like, Narex is gonna need to whip out some crazy strats. Dark Elves. Dark Elves? Oh boy, alright. I did see them play Dark Elves earlier. Slaanesh Dark Elves, wow. Honestly, not terrible for me though. I feel pretty okay here. Slaanesh Dark Elves. What's a good finisher faction? I took High Elves from them, which is pretty funny. And if they end up playing Slaanesh here, I can also take Slaanesh from them next round. Okay. High Elves, Norska, Beastmen on my end versus Slaanesh, Dark Elves, and Empire. So I had a feeling that they wanted to play Empire. This map's a little big for them though. So I'm very interested to see how they want to play this one out. Doesn't the tourney start in an hour? Yeah, we're playing the top 8 right now. And then Turn will be streaming top 4 in about an hour. Closer to 45 minutes. Why do you speak in plural? I just use they as a generic gendering strat, because oftentimes I get people's gender wrong. You can obviously assume that, like, you know, they're a guy most of the time, but like, better safe than sorry, right? It doesn't bother me. Bans Dark Elves Norska first. Hell yeah. Good start, good start. If this was Danican, I think he would be itching to play it. Though Danican was not in this grand finals today. Interesting. All right. So what am I doing next? High Elves versus Dark Elves, a little tricksy. Used to be quite Dark Elf favored. Don't really know how it is nowadays. High Elves versus Slaanesh. So I could just full ban their Slaanesh, and then what would I have? Dark Elves versus High Elves. Empire versus High Elves. Norska versus Empire. Beastmen versus Empire. Beastmen versus Dark Elves. Dude, that's kind of hype. Do I just full ban the Slaanesh? That's kind of funny. Okay, I banned Slaanesh versus Norska Beastmen. So it's High Elves versus Slaanesh, Dark Elves, Empire are the remaining ones. Dark Elves versus Beastmen, Empire versus Norska or Beastmen. Interesting. I would show a display, but it's so risky. And kind of a pain. Like, if I just screen share, I don't want to dox myself. So we're settling for this. They're thinking of their bans. Silver Helms, yeah, Silver Helms with Metalcast is good. I had some test games. It doesn't really work if you like full armor max them with cavalry. Like, it's not gonna beat Petonia, but it's probably really strong versus any faction without good. Yeah, without good clearing. Dark Elves, Beastmen, Empire, and Norska. Interesting. But yeah, like any super heavy cav situation, it's bad, but like versus light cav, I'm pretty sure it just annihilates. So I could prevent Serika from playing Slaanesh entirely. And then what would I be playing? Empire versus High Elves? Or Beastmen versus High Elves? Or High Elves? I mean, Beastmen versus Empire. High Elves versus Empire. Or Dark Elves versus High Elves. How do I feel about the Dark Elf matchup here? Oh, that's a weird one. It's a big map, so they can't get as much use out of their passive. They're gonna have the Scourge runners, of course. Let me just quickly check. What in the world do the Dark Elves have here? Yeah, they have skirmishers. They're gonna have some cavalry. They can take a lot of armored cavalry. Alright, I think I know what I want to do. Okay. The last matchup is High Elves versus Empire or Beastmen versus Empire. So they are guaranteed to play Empire now. Generally regarded as a pretty bad faction. A little low tier. They're still pretty good, but on an ultra large map, I think they get rickaronied. Tournament starts whenever I'm done here. Oh boy, don't put the stress on me, turn. Oh boy, dude, the mega stress. The mega stress. He wants to play Empire versus High Elves. Oh boy. Playing on Edge of the Darkwood. Alright. So, High Elves did recently get an update. Very nice for them. I just have to figure out what is the best way to defeat Empire. Have you practiced Dark Elves off stream? No. I think all my Warhammer's on stream nowadays. I got other stuff I want to do instead. Interesting though. So how do they want to play this? I already have some pretty fun shenanigans lined up. There we go, Edge of the Darkwood. This is such a huge map. It's crazy. So I do feel like mobility is still very important here. Interesting. Okay, yeah. I think mobility is really good. Use the Cav Max meta. You guys want to see some Cav Maxing? I will say, the map is enormous. I do have to be careful though, like, if he goes full Empire Cav Max versus my Cav Max, is that winnable? Is it? Honestly, kind of hard to tell. I don't know. Let's see here. Yeah, okay, got my blocker up. Everything's good. Man, I do wish I could have some... Well, I guess, okay, I have lots of Vanguard. I'm playing High Elves. Of course I have lots of Vanguard. On maps like this, securing the points is generally a very nice advantage to have. Oh man, dude. I want to get Vanguard in this build, but it's too expensive. How do I get the zero spend? He's more of a Mantide player than a Cav Maxer. Yeah, but like he knows I like to kite. So there's a chance that Nerexa just all-ins on the Cav Max. The tournament life is on the line. That will make people a little more prone to some crazy all-in shenanigans. So it's important to be a little wary about that. Okay, alright. I like where this is going. I have a build. The great thing about Empire is that their infantry is quite bad versus the elves. Elf cavalry. So in a late game, if they just have a bunch of infantry left, I'm honestly pretty happy. I just have to adjust my spending ever so mildly, and then we're basically good to go. Ooh, okay, I kind of like where this is going. Alright, I think I'm ready. I have many tools at my disposal to potentially win this. Just have to be a little careful. Lions of Talons of Tor Khalida archers are okay here, right? Flammable. Well, I don't think flammable really helps versus the Empire, but they are just really good hybrid cav. They got the sick charges. They got the ranged shooting power. All really nice. You High Elves, gotta take them every once in a while. Sometimes you have to go to the pits. Although I personally do enjoy High Elves a decent amount. Maximillionaire, though. Gonna be spicy. I can't really think about that just yet, though, until we win this. But yes, I will be playing a best of 5 versus Maximillionaire if I win this. Thankfully, we get one faction ban. So goodbye vampire counts. I think if I had to play a best of 5 versus Maximilianaire, but they could only run vampire counts, I might lose. They're really good. If I get to full counterpick, sure, maybe I can win. But like, how many factions do I know that can beat his vampire counts? Like what? High elves, wood elves, maybe Slaanesh. Then the rest is getting sketchy, right? You figured out how to beat my empire using mass Karen rates. I can't believe it. Kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. I saw they were playing Lizardmen earlier too. That part is really interesting. The worst part about people playing Lizardmen is that no one plays Lizardmen, so I don't know how to play against them. I do know that their overall DPS can lack sometimes, so if you just take like a decent enough man-tide. Well, I don't know. The Skinksaurus spam is like kind of sick. Lizardmen kind of scary. Alright, here we go. So I bought a lot of cav, who would have guessed? We bought lots of cav. Also, by the way, the grand finals is very likely going to be... Let me see if I can find it. It's... Or in the top 4. Right? Charix versus the winner of Chosen and Berserk. That's going to be terrifying. Honestly, I got a really nice bracket set up. So I'm hoping it's like a let them fight type situation. Charix, Berserk, and Chosen. All just kind of grinding it out. They're all tired by the time they get to me. Easy dubs. But anyways, let's see how this goes. So I got some sick Vanguard. Always very nice. We're going to go for some early capture points because Empire is generally a fairly slow faction. I got my sick cavalry over here. Some Dragon Princes. We got Teclis. Teclis is great. We got, you know, some ability or, yeah, some extra magic from Teclis too. And I do have infantry, indeed. I do have some Shadow Warriors. In case he plays like a super tight box with artillery or something, I can do that. Or unfortunately getting the mist overlay version of this map. So as you can see, it's very hard to zoom out. This is how you counter people zooming out all the time. Just add a little bit of mistiness. Oh boy, the cataracts. There we go. I finally remembered it. Yeah, a little bit of cataract simulation. It's okay though, as long as I can partially see, I'm still happy. I also got the anti-lord throw mechanism here, Potion of Toroid. Didn't need to get it, but I'm terrified of accidentally throwing. And no infantry, like actually just no infantry. Indeed, Nerexa going for the Mantide. I'm gonna see some Jaeger Corps. All right, this is actually exactly what I want to face. The question is, who did it better? So there's a Netcaster with Foz Protection, you mad lad. I can't believe he's running that. All right. Lots of guns. Crazy amount of Null and Ironsides. Wow. So this is all fairly good for me, though. Like, because I have the Shadow Warriors, what I can essentially do here is just kite them out normally. So just going to move these guys to about a hotkey. These guys have 3,000... Okay, so I can kill them with a little bit of a spell casting. How long does this last? 23 seconds? What's the range on this? Okay. Gotta use that ability early so that it gets on cooldown. Ain't got no net. Teclis with the sick jukes. Actually dodging bullets, insane. Okay. Oh, crap. It's Marcus. He didn't net me, though. Dude, if he killed Teclis there, that would have been so bad. Alright, we're just gonna keep dodging with him. Overall, a good start. Teclis hurts. One Flock of Doom actually just deleted half the HP on the Jaeger Corps. What the crap? Bro, that's insane. If I just kill them with Flocks of Doom, that would be such a rough time for my opponent. So there's a triple cap. Oh, Teclis. Alright. You win this time. I'll use my healing potion. So far, so good, though. The Stalining is going very well. I just need to fake charges here and try and make them panic, right? Just like, oh no, I'm gonna charge in. Nah, just kidding. And that should slow down the overall advance, because you don't want to accidentally just get full charge here. There's the Marcus. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Come on. I just gotta make him panic a little. I can't afford to let my Dragon Princes die, though. So we're gonna park them in the trees. A little bit of cavalry getting beat up there, but there's no point diving this, even though I might technically be able to and actually still get a win. It just kind of screws me over if I misplay it, and we definitely don't want that. I'm just gonna stall the capture as long as possible here. Get yet another skirmisher. All right, nice. And then I just want to flank these shields up. Just gonna get a couple shots in here. The overall damage is still not actually super high. Teclis can, yeah, you can almost get another Flock of Doom. That's great. I just gotta make sure the net doesn't kill him. Whoop! Get the dodges. Overcast. Rip. If I use the potion now, though, it's not gonna be on. It's not gonna suffer the cooldown consequences. And so far, so good. Like I got a little bit of deeps in. He's gonna steal the point now, so we're just gonna hide in the trees. And then I just got to secure this situation, which is fairly manageable. Like I have all my skirms here. It's gonna be very difficult to get the cavalry into position. Ouch, gonna get shot up a bit. Their accuracy here is gonna be the most painful part. Not a whole lot we can do about that. Look at those Nolan dudes shooting me up. I'm gonna need another big Flock of Doom overcast on them if we want to get them killed. But at the very least, you know, he's not getting this point. And I just gotta stretch out his formation a bit. Now there's the net. That's fine though, because Teclis also has a net. So honestly, it's not a big deal at all. Then, I don't really want to get into this position just yet. What I will do though is I will try to kill these Null Ironsides. So they get the point. We get the Flock of Doom cast. Maybe I should have waited an extra couple seconds though. Okay, let's get this guy. Okay. And the poking continues. There you go. Alright. Jaeger Corps are dead. So no more long-range shooty boys. That's very good for us. Teclis will be able to use yet another net very soon. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take this lady out. This whole time I've been saving up for a little bit of an armor sundering effect on my opponent's dudes. Gonna fan out over there real quick, and then we're just gonna keep running away from the cavalry. But yeah, if I can just get this Plague of Rust down, he's pretty done for. So as we all know, Plague of Rust makes cavalry suck. So we're just gonna go for it. Come on, gotta get there a little sooner, please. There we go, right in time for the big cav charge. And then if I kill these guys, I think that just like really messes them up. I think he really needed them to be able to survive this situation. Teclis gonna get another sick Flock of Doom. Very nice. Then we can use that ability, the little potion thingy. Okay, not too bad, honestly. And we're getting, you can see how stretched their lines are right now. So if I can just get a little bit of cav in there, I think they're screwed. Let's get one big fadeaway shot before the Plague of Rust runs out. Very nice. Okay, and then we're gonna make a big play. If I can just jump all these guns here, life is good. Nah, there's more cavalry. Oh, crap. Oh, there's our Zintlers. I see. Well, that's gonna make life a little more difficult. I think I kind of just want to capture this far point then. Lots of very spooky elite cavalry to deal with. Oh, that's a net, jeez. Do I have a net? I do have a net. Do I have a Plague of Rust? I do have a Plague of Rust, okay. So I'm gonna use the Plague of Rust. Gonna hopefully blitz that cavalry to death. Oh, still netted. Come on. There we go. Nice. We're just gonna slowly wear them down. Value trading's not good for me though, actually, which is a little sus. Though I should be able to at least catch one of these guys. As the formation, of course, is extremely wide right now. Very nice. I'm also going to be able to make use of my magic better than my opponent. Oh, dang. He used the other Marcus net. Brutal. Alright, so we are going to take a little bit of damage. But now we shouldn't have a net for this charge. So that should go a little bit better. I gotta not breathe out. No breathing out today. Okay, so what I'm waiting for is my other net. If I can net these guys down and just shoot them, we're in a great position. Interesting that we see an engineer here. Okay. Come on, come on. Oh, it's so juiced. It's so juicy. There it is. Okay, if I can kill these Griffites, we're set. Big volley. Big volley. Lots of deeps. One more volley. Come on, come on. Oh boy, this is nerve-wracking. Teclis is getting shot up too. Got to be a little careful. Gonna get a nice flock of doom, but that's an extraordinarily expensive unit of cavalry. You don't want to be losing them. That's for sure. And then I might be able to steal a point. I'm basically turning I'm turning my ticket advantage into value here. He's gonna get a sick net though. So there goes a lot of my cavalry getting pinned down, but he doesn't have a lot of knights here, which is good. And the far side, I'll probably be able to get a few guys in. Glorious, glorious. Seen a little bit of a, yeah, a little bit of a route. Okay, so we're just gonna start cycle charging these boys. So that should kill off most of the ranged issues. Very nice. Okay, let's get in there, and then let's not throw. Let's just not throw. How does that sound? Just got to be a little careful. Got to bring in the knights for where they are good. There's another fat net, though. Yeesh, so many nets. Okay, I will have the knights in, at least. Teclis is taking a lot of damage, though. Engineer working them. This ain't going so well, either. Come on. I just gotta get in the cookie jar, man. I just gotta kill these guys. Okay, there we go. Alright. Finally. Alright, so most of the range units are now dead. Thank goodness. I still have lots of magic, too. We're getting volleys in with our ranged boys. All very good. In the meantime, we have some cavalry distracted on the far end. Okay, and these Nuln Ironsides are finally full dead. Thank goodness. It's gonna chuck out another net, not a big deal. Let's look at these guys. Look at these glorious, glorious archers. Cooking up all those spears. Love that. Those Demi Knights are actually going to get a pretty solid charge, but I don't think that solves the issue here. Okay, now what I gotta do is just desummon. Desummon so I can get my money spent. You can see, the slow wearing down of the Empire is finally coming into play. Those early tickets really allowed me to buy as much time as possible. And while things were getting a little sketchy for the majority of the game, now it's starting to come together. All I really got to do is make sure I don't lose Teclis. That would be the worst. I've done it before, though. So you got to be a little careful about that. Okay, there we go. And I just got to secure this point. Gonna get another net, that's okay. I just have too much cavalry now, right? Okay, let's bring them in. Come on, dude, where are my summons, bro? I ain't got no summons. Honestly, I feel like this engineer was a little too much for my opponent. Though, we gotta lock it in, right? Lock it in. Okay, there we go. Big volley on those guys. You can see the tickets have lined up, though. So, time's ticking. Teclis, just gonna play it safe. And then I'm gonna get a huge wave of resummons soon. That's what I really need here. Yeah, there we go. Okay, there we go. Reavers are in. Jeez Louise. Okay. And I get the capture point at a decent pace. Teclis just has to keep dodging. Like his life depends on it. For it does. It's going to be a massive Mercurial shot. But we are okay. Okay. And now I just have to hold the point. Against a few spears. It's not the end of the world. Okay. And then what we're going to do is we're going to pressure this point. With some Reaver Cav and Teclis. It's not like he can be useful anywhere else right now, right? I'm gonna turn on Fire at Will on these boys and just charge them in. Shadow Warriors are very decent at melee. And if I steal this point, we're good. Caster is going to be keeping holding down the fort here. But there are certainly a lot of Empire forces coming on in. They're gonna make life a little difficult, but I have lots of capture weight. So I think it's not too bad. I do have to be very careful though. Can I just net these guys? I actually have so much Winds of Magic. I think I can. Okay, there we go. Just Reiksguard. Can bully him. And the Engineer, he's probably not going to be able to actually stall the points. Okay, there's Teclis. So I'm just gonna charge him here. And we're gonna save our magic. I just have to make sure we don't lose the point. That would be the worst. And then hopefully steal the point. The Engineer is actually not going to capture that anytime soon either. Very good for me. And we got the steal. Okay. Alright. Stalling wise, we're doing alright. Oh, this is going to be a tight one though. This is going to be ultra tight. Let's see here. How's this going? How's this middle fight going? Yeah, the spears are finally going to get it. I do have our Dragon Prince though. Jeez. Okay. Well, they're going to be able to get there in time. That point goes down, but this one over here is not too bad. And Teclis does have yet another net. So he can essentially just stall forever. High Elf Cavalry have inflated melee defense too. So as long as I can get this point and defend it, I think we're good. Ouch, dude, that Engineer hurts. Yeah, we're going to steal it just in time though. By ignoring the Engineer, I bought myself a lot of time. Alright, I'm gonna net these guys. Teclis. Really good at the shenanigans. There you go. And I finally have the Dragon Princes, and the Engineer is shut down. I think we did it, guys. Deep breath, deep breath. Anytime you think you've done it. Teclis with the mega shenanigans, though, and barely surviving, working out nicely. We've secured this point, and Empire is simply too slow. We use the map to our advantage. Oh boy, though, what a spicy game. Yeesh. Oh, okay, there you go. So those guys are down now. Dude, look at Teclis just cheesing it up on that back point. Oh my goodness. Alright, gotta not throw though, so let's just secure this point, make sure nobody ever takes it. Teclis is basically out of Winds of Magic. He can stall the spear basically indefinitely though. Gonna get a nice little charge over there, and we're gonna use our lions to block these guys up. And we're just gonna fight off the point to make sure that they really don't manage to get it. Teclis will stall, and with only a few seconds left, this is essentially over for my opponent. One last Plague of Rust for the road to bully the cavalry. I think we've done it. High Elf victory, though man was it closer than I was hoping for. He played a very tight game. Honestly, if he just got the points a little sooner, right, the time pressure would have been so much worse for us. Come on, Tech, let's just stall it. Just stall the point as long as you can. Get the cavalry barely on that point so he can't get on. And we're just going to chill. This lady needs to just run in circles so she doesn't die. As long as she doesn't die, we're good. But, there you go. Great success! Oh. Oh, jeez. Alright, that's the last best of 3 I gotta do. Oh, jeez. It's terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Yeah, Razor game. Some very nice Nolan Ironside gameplay. The long rifles getting mulched by Teclis, though, was such a game changer for me. I was very lucky that I had that, because otherwise, the amount of space it could control would be immense. He made some they made some really strong plays with on the Dragon Princes. My Regiment of Renown kind of got obliterated. I'll message Maximillionaire. Whew. Dude, these guys are so painful to kill. If I started with the skirmishers, it would have been much easier to kite them. But I was a little worried. Plus their range is honestly kind of good too. So I don't really know if I really wanted to, yeah. I don't know if just the skirmishers alone would do it. Okay, Maximilian time. I think the Bane is pretty obvious here. But what faction of mine will they be banning? That's what I wonder. Alright, who banned the vampire counts? Who would have guessed? They banned my Slaanesh. Who would have guessed? Nice. Alright, he sends me a sad face. Alright, here we go. Let's get the spec slot. Let's send this over to Turin. Alright. How by? Get your lobby going, start on picks and bans. Okay. Alright. Jeez Louise though, this is terrifying. This right here is terrifying. Okay, alright. Okay, alright. So Maximillionaire. Counter-picking strategy. So I gotta remove my Blood Penguin Serika counter-picking strategy. So I know they like to play Lizardmen and Wood Elves. What's the map though? So the map is, we're on top side of the bracket, and it's starting with Edge of the Darkwood. Okay, it's the same map. Sure. Massive map. Then Skull and Deer's Cave, Pit of Treasures, Norskin Rise, Celestial Lake. These are all massive except for the very last one. Maximillionaire tends to be an infantry-centric player, so I would say this is good for me. But not a done deal. They're terrifying. Not exhaling won it. Oh. I will say, it does feel like I lock in more. With the deep breath. Suppose that's why you want a few factions you can main and be good at. Yeah, a lot of people win tournaments just by being really good at one faction. That will only get you so far. So the map is, we'll just last sanity check. Edge of the Darkwood. Okay. And they banned my Slaanesh. So I just need to quickly figure out what factions I want to play on a big map. We're just coming off the series, so I don't have a lot of prep time. Let's see here. So no Slaanesh, no vampire counts. High Elves again. High Elves into their Empire again. What else do we have? We got High Elves. Be interesting if they went Lizardmen. Slaanesh. Ogre Kingdoms? Hard maybe. Let's see. Yeah, alright. Alright, I think I have it good enough. Okay, ready. You two. Alright. Alright, so they're ready. Okay, so if it's Lizardmen and Wood Elves. Honestly, okay, yeah, this is a really good start. Wood Elves first. What's it gonna do about that? So Maximillionaire can't play Wood Elves since I am. It's a giant map. There's trees on the flanks. This is very nice for Wood Elves. And then whatever they pick next, I'm just counter-picking. If they go for Lizardmen, they're such a strange faction. I don't really know how you're supposed to deal with Lizardmen super well. I have a few ideas though. But we're not here to only try and hard counter Lizardmen. This will be a good way to see what factions they are playing though. Dark Elves and Lizardmen. Wow. That's kind of crazy. Dark Elves and Lizardmen? So interesting. That's very interesting. Okay, honestly, this is like a really good faction versus both of them then, right? Wood Elves versus Lizardmen is always a little weird. But I think I'm going to do this. Okay. The non-meta picks draws out my non-meta picks. I'm countering Lizardmen and Dark Elves with the Empire, which I think is not the worst. As long as they're not facing like the super sweaty factions. But the map saves me here. For sure. This map is massive. It's a great kite map. Okay, but last faction, what's it gonna be? What do I want my final thing to go to? Dark Elves have Doombolt, by the way. Doombolt, very, very strong nowadays. Part of why the kite is so good. Lizardmen and Dark Elves. Alright, let's try Beastmen. Kind of a weird one. The last one was Betonia, which I think is smart. Lizardmen, Dark Elves, and Betonia. Interesting. Wood Elves, Empire, Beastmen versus Lizardmen, Dark Elves, Betonia. How do I feel about that? Betonia is just a really strong faction in general. I don't like Betonia. I don't like him at all. The map is massive, though. The map's a big one. How do I feel about Beastmen versus Betonia? How do I feel about that? Betonia has some really good cavalry, but Beastmen can actually kind of tussle there. Let's see. Versus Lizardmen. It's honestly fine. I think I have a lot of good matchups, but let's not get overconfident. Wood Elves, Dark Elves, Lizardmen. Empire, Lizardmen. Dark Elves, Betonia. I'm gonna ban Empire and Betonia to start off with. I don't want to have what I just did happen to me, you know? That seems like a terrible situation. Any unit / spells that are banned at the moment? Mostly the stuff that is bugged. Yeah, except for Arrows of Keranos. That one's limited to 1. Locust of Conjuration is banned because it's bugged. Chalice of Blood and Darkness is banned because it's bugged. And both of them are bugged quite dramatically. Like, Locust can give twice as much magic as it should. Chalice of Blood and Darkness just triggers every time they cast a spell. Practically. You just need an enemy unit in range. And the War Shrine Mammoth stacks permanently its physical resist. Other than that, though, nothing else. With the Dreadmaw getting nerfed and the Mask getting nerfed, there's less to worry about. Lizardmen, Beastmen, and Dark Elves, Beastmen. Okay, Maximilianer doesn't like fighting Beastmen. How interesting. That's actually some really good data for me. Now on this map, do I want to play Empire versus Lizardmen and Dark Elves? It's not bad. Do I want to play Wood Elves versus Lizardmen here? That one's weird. Wood Elves versus Lizardmen has always been such a weird matchup, I swear. Wood Elves versus Dark Elves is just hella Wood Elf favored, so I think we just get rid of this. Then do I want Beastmen versus Betonia? That sounds too close for my liking. So the last matchups, I have Wood Elves and Empire, they have Lizardmen and Dark Elves. We've banned out Beastmen and Betonia. Terrifying, though. The analytical approach. Which approach is analytical? I'm just freaking out. Pestigores. Pestigores are pretty nice. Once that slow triggers, yeah. It's getting a unit to route that's the hardest part, but absolutely when it hits, it feels like you can't move. Bro cooked in the draft, not gonna lie. Me or him? Or them? I think Maximilianer is a him, but... What, we got Lizardmen, Dark Elves, Betonia, super off meta. Are they not playing Chaos Norska? Bans both Lizardmen matchups. Wow, okay. Alright. I'll play Wood Elves versus Dark Elves. This is wild. This is absolutely wild. So Maximilian has taken a super bad matchup. So I basically have to be wary of all-ins. Okay, I can do that. Okay. Alright, I can manage. I'm not stressed. I'll be back in a second. Ugh. I should refill on water too. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. No stress. Yeah, don't be too confident in the matchup. Exactly. Don't wanna throw my lord. We gotta really tick him to Pound Town with this. I have the strategies though. We have some good ones. It's versus Dark Elves. That's pretty chill. Ain't too bad, right? Trying to play all the Warhammer 2 campaigns a day. Yeah, if you really know what you're doing, though, you can kind of speedrun a lot of the campaigns. I think the Throt one you can get done in like 3 hours. You got 2 top tier factions versus some off meta stuff. Wood Elves and Beastmen, yeah. Let's see, Dark Elves. Dark Elves. So they do have Scourge Runners. They have some build-up strats. I don't think any of that is... None of that's really too bad, right? Don't really have to be too worried there. What else, though? Yeah, Weight Watchers are just amazing in general. But if he cav maxes me, it's a little sketchy. You definitely do not want to be cav maxed. We're gonna open up Turin's stream. So I think Turin is casting bottom bracket first? Yeah, Turin's casting bottom bracket, so we actually have a lot of time here. So I'll make my build and I can start theory crafting the next game, which is also going to be on a really big map. Maximilian is likely to take Wood Elves, but I have a lot of counters there. But yeah, Weight Watchers are amazing. He knows the Weight Watchers are amazing, yeah? What's the least likely Dark Elf unit to encounter here? Medusas? There's gotta be worse, right? Medusa War Shrine? We have, people have been running Cold One Chariots, and I don't know why. Scourge Runner Chariots is just cheaper. I guess they really want those extra stats, but I've never seen them cook. Realistically, though, I've seen a lot of random stuff. The thing that people don't run is like the Charybdis. I think the Charybdis is probably the least likely thing to see in this matchup. The only thing that might be less likely is, like, I don't know, a Sword and Shield Dreadlord. That's basically the only thing I can think of. Do Dark Elves have good cav? Velociraptor cav is too slow. Yeah. Yeah, they're quite slow. Oh boy, this is terrifying. Yo, Charax vs Chosen. Chosen's playing Bitonia? Crazy. What? Interesting. Why is he playing Bitonia? It's wild. Yeah, Dark Riders don't do super well. In general, Wood Elves will outclass the Dark Elf Cavalry here, so you're pretty comfortable. And if you take anything expensive, they just get overrun by the Wood Elves anyways. It's not a great time. How long till we play? When Chosen vs Charax is done, then the battle begins. Interesting. How do I want to do this? How do I want to do this? I could just do this. This isn't too bad. Map is big. Do I want Way Watchers though? Found that my Shadow Warriors in the last game, they couldn't really get to where they wanted to be. That was a little awkward. And it put me in an uncomfortable position. Yeah, Dread Knights are pretty rare. You don't want them to get cav maxed. It's all about the cav max, isn't it? Huh, so Charax is just main tiding versus Chosen's Bitonia. I really wonder how Charax v Chosen goes. Honestly, I kind of hope Charax wins. I know how they play a lot better. Chosen's kind of like a black box for me. I think they come from the land battle scene. What about Dreadlord? What about Dreadlord? Not much to say, really. Yo, a lot of Dark Elf players will take the Beastmaster for the Tormentor Sword net. That's always a very interesting strat. Let's see. Like, okay, if he just like cold one spams me, do I just die? I don't think so. Not with this build anyways. As long as I protect myself from all-ins, we're doing fine, really. Just need to make sure I am safe. What's your take on Vampire Coast at the moment? Wasn't that kind of your go-to faction? I think the meta has evolved where Vampire Coast is definitely fairly strong nowadays. The way they work is they're really good at stalling points with zombies. They're basically playing it like vampire counts, where they just have so much HP to grind through, you can't do it. But the problem is that Vampire Coast, they can really only do that on the smaller maps. Once the maps get a bit too big, your zombies are just walking for like 2 minutes, and it all kind of falls apart. So I would say extremely map dependent, even more than vampire counts. Miss the nickname of Kraken Lord. I think it was always Kraken King. I don't miss it too much though. I still hear it every once in a while. It's nice. Are Luminarch seeing any play after the buffs? No, the range fixes actually didn't do that much. Because far and away, the biggest issue is still line of sight, sadly. Line of sight is kind of garbage. Yo, if Charix can beat Chosen's Bretonia, that would be crazy. With Wood Elves. He could beat my Bretonia with Wood Elves, but on a much smaller map. It's a weird thing with Wood Elf players, though. They're like super eager to play basically any matchup, as long as they get to play Wood Elves. Because it's such a, you know, they can really rely on that high skill ceiling. So oftentimes the solution when you're losing is to just get better. Kind of wild. Oh, using Silver Helms today? I already did. Managed to beat the Empire with them, though it was very close. I only had just enough Plague of Rusts to deal with their 2 regiments of renown. Yo, I gotta see if Chosen is actually good at Bretonia. If Chosen can play Bretonia, that's awkward for me. I'm not gonna lie, my Bretonia is not the best. Or my verse Bretonia is not the best. Yeah, it'd be so funny though to win with the Luminarch. That'd be a crazy victory. It's not impossible too. It is totally within the realms of possibility. Let's see. So we're seeing a lot of... It could be Mantide. It could be lots of Cav. Kill Green Knight and win. Green Knight is pretty wild versus Wood Elves, I feel. Usually... Yeah, I don't know. I feel like they have way too many magic damage sources. Green Knight gets dumpstered by 1 Cav surround. Come on, Charix, win, dang it. Win. Chosen, last I played against them, their micro is really on point. I think Chosen has one of the best micro plays in the community right now. It is quite terrifying. Just discovered my channel recently? Hell yeah, happy to have you here. Big fan of turns now for years. Oh, dang. Yeah, I tried to give a slightly different perspective from Turin. Going through the nitty-gritty and the player POV. But honestly, Turin's amazing though. I know a lot of YouTubers feel weird about having like another channel kind of doing something similar to them. But I've never really had an issue when Turin is... You know, with Turin being around. Like, if we're both streaming at the same time, there's going to be, like, a slight split in viewership. But, like, if Turin did not exist, I would not have a YouTube channel. So, like, honestly, I think it is just benefits. And really hard to figure out how I want to round out this build. Very difficult. And what might the Dark Elves go for? That I will have to worry about. Honestly, I feel like this is a really good build. I kind of like where it's going. Maybe one of these, just in case. Yeah, this feels like a pretty good build, I would say. I'll say. In the meantime, Charix versus Chosen still going on. Dual monitors exist? Dang. Yo, I can't really pay attention to 2 streams at the same time. But yeah, I guess I did not consider that. Yo, the double viewing. Honestly, it's great because while I have downtime, you can switch to Turin. Although I guess if I'm playing, then you kind of want to see both. But, you know, whatever works. I think I've heard a few people now talk about dual monitor setups. What the? It's muted. Why can I hear Turin? Okay, there we go. We got it. Yeah, Turin is literally the entire multiplayer scene. The guy's insane. Alright, I gotta do some metagaming though. With tournaments like this, when you're really tryharding, every second counts. Next map is Skollendir's Cave. Then Pit of Treasures, Norscan Rise. Let's see here. Maximilianaire likes to play Lizardmen, Wood Elves, and Dark Elves. In this case, they also went for... What'd they go for? And Bretonnia. So I have to be wary of Bretonnia. Now, I have some ideas on how to beat Bretonnia. I think I should be able to work them pretty hard. But I kind of need the right map. I'll go into no further detail just in case there's an info leak and then Maximilianers are ready for it. Or what if it's a bluff? What if I'm like hard bluffing? And then just ultra hard bluffing. And Maximilianaire is gonna be like, I can't pick Bretonnia anymore. And then we win. Anyways, aside from that though, I don't really know what they play. Like, I know Maximilianaire is like Counts and Wood Elves and literally nothing else. Turin's appeal is more his charisma and personality. I agree with you, but dang, that wording. The implications. He's been at it way longer than me though. Like, he's just the better streamer. Like, but dang, the wording. Oh man, that's hilarious. Chosen has Charax on the ropes? No way. The value trading is so close. Though I would say Bretonnia probably has a slightly better late game. Although, I don't know. He has Drycha injured. I think Charax actually is going to win this one. I think Charax is going to beat Bretonnia with Wood Elves for the umpteenth time. Yeah, no. Yeah, Charax is going to win this. Let's go. Let's go. I know how to fight Charax. I know all their factions. I got the counter picks ready. Charax, take my energy, please. You specified? I know you did. I'm just joking. Also, yeah, I don't cast replays. If I had infinite time, I would. But unfortunately not. Dang, dude, this Charax versus Chosen game is so close. Tickets and value are both dead even. But I think the healing from Charax's Zotes is going to win it for him. Wild, though. I can't believe Charax is so good versus Bretonnia. How can you be so good versus Bretonnia, man? They're supposed to counter Wood Elves. It comes with the practice, though, right? I think the matchup, at the end of the day, even if it's like 1,000 gold favored, if you get good enough at a matchup, you can easily make up that difference. So let's see here. So no Slaanesh Vampire counts. There's no Wood Elves. There's no Dark Elves. What do I play on the next big map? Help me out, guys. I'm using my free phone call. What do I want versus Lizardmen, Bretonnia, and Wood Elves? I will say Maximilianaire did ban Beastmen earlier. So, like, I think Beastmen is really good against Lizardmen, Wood Elves, Bretonnia. Ogres are not bad, but I'm not the best at them. I can also steal the factions. Though I can't steal Wood Elves. And I'm not going to steal Lizardmen. I might steal Bretonnia. Empire. Like, honestly, Empire is, like, not bad. Like, I can just go Beastmen and Empire again. But I do feel like Warriors of Chaos has a lot of teeth. Weirdly enough, there's some matchups where Chaos feels better than Norska. What else is there? I'm gonna play Chaos Dwarves into Bretonnia. It's honestly kind of funny. Chaos Dwarves are so weird. I think they're kind of like Vampire Coast, where on small maps, or maps where you can get all the capture points, they're actually pretty sturdy. Chaos Dwarf Warriors and the like, just such a pain in the butt to deal with. They got a bunch of goblins that don't reduce the leadership of the dwarves. So their leadership is going to be a little higher than one might expect if they take the right composition. Who's the favorite to win the tournament? I did win the last tournament. Daniken the one before that, but Daniken's not here. So I would say, historically, based on his history, I'm in a pretty good spot. But Chosen has me a little worried. Charx just triple capped him though, so I think we're good. Hey, what's up, Hate? Thank you for the $1. Much appreciated. If you want to ad block on my channel, feel free to do it. That $1 is more than a lifetime worth of viewing. It's crazy. If you don't donate and want to use that, and want to use ad block too, by the way. Maybe I'm not allowed to recommend it, but I'll just say that I don't mind if it happens on my channel. But I would never recommend such a thing. Never, ever. Who would do that? Not me. I can't believe Charx won it again, by the way. Oh, man, what a beast. What if Charx is actually super beast mode and I want to face Chosen? Would I rather fight the monster that I know or the monster that I don't know? I guess we can hope that the day goes on really late. Tournaments always end up going a little longer for Europeans. So like nap time for Charx is hitting, right? we can get him with that. Realistically, you know, I should probably hope that we get a fair fight, but the stress is killing me, man. I just want to 3-0 him and then take a nap. That's what I really want. Assuming we beat Maximilian or even. Haven't even gone into the game yet. Oh my gosh, a Twitch without ad block is crazy. Not that I've used it before. I would never, but yeah. The thing is though, it is how creators need, like, you know, it is a big portion of how creators make money though, so like, I do kind of understand it. I think there's ways you can kind of reduce the ads by playing ads at the right time. It's really weird, but yeah. Anyways, what factions do I want to play? Should I play Skaven, guys? Is Skaven good versus Wood Elves? Absolutely not. I kind of want to play Betonia, but I don't know if Betonia works here. Maybe I play Kislev. Kislev is actually kind of nasty. Wait, hold up. Yo, Kislev is actually insane. They're quite nice versus Wood Elves because their cavalry is just so high damage. And they don't break, so you're guaranteed to trade. I think that could be real good. What else is there? Kislev's kind of a weird faction though. Like, you don't just bring them against anything because the risk of being counterpicked is quite high with them. You gotta be a little careful. But all right, we have Turin. We have Turin, oh boy, and we're against Dark Elves. I have an okay build. I just have to not die. Just play a clean game here. Just a nice, clean game. No throws, no nothing. How's it going? Pretty good. We won our first best of 3. We're now in a best of 5 against Maximilianaire. And they picked Dark Elves versus Wood Elves is what we arrived at. Which, in theory, is ultra mega favored for me. But only in theory. They did a Cav all-in against you in this matchup. That's good for me. I have an anti-Cav max build. Because I did not take Way Watchers here. I thought we were Wood Elves. We are Wood Elves. So look at this. Look at this Max Glade Rider. Shenanigans. So the idea here is simple. If we're getting Cav rushed, I'll be okay. A cav rush will not be the end of me. Now, I might need to run to the trees here. 15 units tells me it's probably not a cav max. Maximilian, maybe going for the Mantide. Good for me. But yeah, if he just spams Dark Riders through here, I can just run away with these guys. Straight to the Dryads and then we're good. Or the Spears. And then I can just summon in whatever I need. Ready, good luck, have fun. If it is a Mantide, then what we do instead is I can summon in some range units and then start bullying them with some Glade Guard action. So all very nice. On this map, Wood Elves is free. I'm not gonna get overconfident. Gotta take the breath. Deep breaths. So it's just a Glade Guard that I can't Vanguard. That's fine. Vanguard points are actually quite far. But yeah, the great thing about the Horse Skirmishers is that Scourge Runners can't actually do much against them. They actually don't kill enough horses. This lady's on a unicorn, so if she uses Power and Darkness on herself, it doesn't do anything. And yeah, 2 Scourge Runner Chariots, nice. So if I just kind of dodge these guys and burn their ammo, we are in a great position. We're going to see an assassin. There they are. Dryads have arrived though, and they're here to cause pain and suffering. Assassin is kind of expensive, but 700 gold. So if I can Doom Bolt his face, that'd be great. We're just gonna chuck it out. There is a Shadow Sorcerer, alright. Fine by me. And we're gonna get the Doom Bolt in. Boop. Lots of damage. Very nice. So that's like 400 gold for that spell. It's nothing too crazy, but it's also not bad. Getting rid of this guy is just solid for us. And then it's just a lot of infantry, which is also pretty nice. Scourge Runners can't really do anything here either. We're just gonna get a little bit more magic. We're just gonna start hokey poking now, because there's really nothing that can stop these skirmishers from doing their thing. And then here's the tricksy play. We stealth up and then we charge out of the trees. And maybe I get a free pick. There's no guarantee though. But if he doesn't react to it, it is really nice. Woo! Brutal. Yeah. Nasty quarter HP charge. Gonna get a little bit of damage in. But I think we're still okay. Yeah, just a little bit of spell casting, but realistically, we're doing great. I even managed to catch out some of these Scourge Runner Chariots. And then I'll get another big old fat Doom Bolt in about a second. I do still have all the capture points. I just gotta make sure we trade well. There's their Doom Bolt coming on in hot. Whoop, I need 14 winds of magic, I guess. Whoop. Alright, there we go. We're just gonna bully that assassin. Unfortunately, my skirmishers got caught a little bit. I don't like that. And okay, Pit of Shades. Wow. That's a good one, actually. That's a really good Pit of Shades. Kind of brutal, but still not the end of the world. I do have the Dryads catching the cavalry here. That's definitely good for us. Lord will have to evacuate and get into a slightly better position. But yeah, having this fight is really good for me. I think if we kind of stick with this, it's not bad, because you can see I have Wild Riders and I have infantry. That's a very comfortable position to be in. And then I can just cut off the escape, like so. There we go. And then a bit of a rear charge here, and then I believe we're going to get a mass route. Honestly, a mass route here would be perfect. We already got one Dark Rider running. We're gonna get a nice little charge over there. Doomfire Warlocks are severely out of position. You'll love to see that. Oh, it's close. Oh, hell yeah. There it is. Alright, so that's gonna be huge for us. These Wild Riders are really good. Charging into here. Gotta take the breath. Gotta lock in. Alright, and I have more Doom Bolts too, which is really nice. You see the Wild Riders are cooking. And then these guys, they can just start stealing this point again. Love to see that. Little Assassin is technically still alive. They're going to be a little annoying. Though I think they'll just get shot to death. Fine by me. And as you can see, lots of routes. Left, right, and center. Having that little bit of infantry support here is helping me out gloriously. There's going to be a little bit of a doom voltage. Not a big deal. Oh, it was on my cavalry. One on her, but she's on a unicorn, so she don't care. Alright, let's not lose these guys. I want to try and collapse in on these Doomfire Warlocks and get them killed. Preferably. Still gonna micro. Well, hey, we got the assassin routed. That's good. Okay. And if I can kill off these Doomfire Warlocks, we're set. It looks like they're taking a lot of damage. I just have to be wary of like a Pit of Shades or something. But at this point, my cavalry just uptrade all the Dark Elf stuff for the rest of the match. So I think we're in a fairly comfortable position. As long as I keep spamming Wild Riders, life is good. Infantry should be cleared up pretty well by these guys. I can't believe the assassin is still around though. Dang, look at that guy. Doomfire Warlock's actually holding out surprisingly well too. Maybe I'll try getting my caster in. But you can see a severe lack of Dark Elf mobility right now. Dang, these Doomfire Warlocks. I'm gonna have to disengage. Accidental dodge. That's good for me. Sacrificial Doomfire Warlocks with the Pit of Shades. Oh crap, what are these Wild Riders doing? They killed off the assassin. But they were just kind of standing there. A little unfortunate. But I still have more plays to be made. So take a look at this. Just gonna group up and we're gonna stealth them. So that'll be really annoying to deal with. Because now I can just have Wild Riders popping up out of nowhere. He is taking the center position fairly well though. That charge is gonna be devastating though. And okay, another Doombolt on my lord. That should just be a mini Doombolt though. If I keep bullying these guys, I think we'll be okay. Thank goodness for unicorn mounts, by the way. That's really saving the butt. A little bit of a Dark Rider charge though. Actually gonna be quite painful. Do I want to kill the caster? Honestly, this is not going super great. My value trading is actually down. Whoopsie daisies. Oh crap. What are these Dark Riders? Okay, I can just charge them. It's gonna be a bit of a D-summon. Come on. Let's get the deeps. Holy crap. Wait, yo, they're pulling it back. I got a route. Oh, trading's not good though. Trading's very bad. Oh crap, I'm losing everything. Holy moly. Maximilian there, you dirty dog. I thought I was getting some good cav trades. But now we find ourselves in a very awkward position. I'm gonna need to D some of these guys. There's a lot of Dark Elves. Now, I have a lot of time to pull it back, potentially. But obviously, right now, I have one unit that has not routed from the battlefield. Oh, that's not good. That's very not good. I still don't know where the caster is. They've been using them as a mana battery. Dude, I'm so tabled right now. This is very bad. This is very bad. I use my skirmishers in melee. I should have kept them out of melee. Crap. Bro, Maximilian there cooking it up. This guy. Alright. We're going to try and win it back with the kite. With the kite and the dryads. I certainly have a lot of money. Supreme Sorceress of Shadows. I probably should have just killed her at the start. Probably just should have killed her at the start, but it's okay. I'm gonna give up some tickets to work on my up trading game. I think if we just keep up trading, it ain't too bad. I'm just gonna kill her. I have the magic to do it. And we got a free pick over here. That's good. Okay. Getting the Doombolt on me. It doesn't do a lot though. Like I said earlier, my lord is very good for that. Okay, and now we're getting a lot of resummons coming in. So they're probably gonna have to bail on this point. And this caster is not looking too good, right? So I think it's still playable. I just have to be ultra wary. Ultra wary of the value trading. Use the dryads, get them in. Unfortunately, I will have to secure another point soon enough. But this hokey poke is going well. Alright, we're getting a little bit of damage. One of the Doomfire Warlocks is routed. I'm gonna get another skirmisher over here. Very nice. I imagine they're gonna try and blitz out of the trees very soon. Maybe I can catch these guys though. Actually, if I can catch them, that'd be perfect. I'm gonna try and hit up the dryads. Are these poison variants? No. Oh, we might get a Dark Rider pick. That's good. Gonna go for a bit of a bait and switch, fake charge. Because right now we're just trying to farm value off of these guys. Hopefully I can kill off that caster. Shadow magic is really good here. Because you can see it speeds them up, right? But I still have a lot of cavalry. Unfortunately, one Dark Rider's caught a bit of them. She dodged it. Oh, what a Chad. Okay, how the Dryads doing? Dryads are doing okay at least. And value trading is going okay, right? We did just route off a lot of Dark Riders, potentially. My Lord is still in pretty good health. This will be a decent charge, though these guys will be annoying for sure. I'll have to pull away almost immediately, but it ain't the end of the world. They're just gonna go for a little bit of an armor debuff is all. But yeah, you can see they can't really stick to the fight, is the thing. So now what I really need is like a unit of Wild Riders to clear off these Doomfire Warlocks that are causing me so many issues. If we can do that, I'll be okay. That's what I tell myself. Look at him going in for the fight, though. Do I have another Wild Rider at the ready? He's going for a Doombolt. I need to get this Doombolt to kill off that hero. Oh, crap. Not the Pit of Shades. I should have killed off this hero so much earlier. Oh, we got decent dodge, though. It's not going to save him. It's not going to save him. Oh, come on, run. Oh, crap. Dude, Maximilian there with the sick Dark Elf plays. Look at that. Yeah, he's got me. Ain't no coming back from this, right? That's the second time we've army wiped, but this time I have no more time. All right, GG, well played. Whew, dang. Maximilian there. Rough, very rough. I could have tried some Waywatcher shenanigans. At the end of the day, I kind of threw my Glade Riders. I should have just stuck with the kite and let him take the point. That would have been the best option. So you can see he was using a Sorceress of Dark mana battery in the trees, and he got mega value on this lady. My Doom Bolts should have been focus firing her, because with the magic, it's just too painful. Dang, yeah. I think the matchup is still favored, but I got out microed. Like, he just got the better trades. You can look at my Wild Riders. They took too much damage. Oh, boy. Spicy, though. Spicy. Thankfully, it's a best of 5. So as long as I can win the next matches, we're good. I'm down Wood Elves, though. Rough. I can still play... I can play Dark Elves into his Wood Elves. If he beats me there, he's just better. First time watching, what's happening? We're playing the tournament. Grand Finals of Total Tavern. You got this? Yeah, I think best of 5s is generally better for me. Although I'm sure Maximilian has been like ultra grinding these matchups. If I can catch him in a matchup that they're not used to, that would be great. Yeah, the Pit of Shades. Pit of Shades really messed me up there. All right, here we go. So the next map. The next map is Skollendir's Cave. Okay. Also very wide, very open. Whew. All right, and I get to counterpick him first. So no Slaanesh, no Vampire counts, no Dark Elves for them. They're starting off with Wood Elves, which makes a lot of sense. I have a standard very good pick against them. And then I have another pick that is also fairly good against Wood Elves. Okay. Even on large maps. So I think we're okay on that front. It's going to be a High Elf Beastmen counter pick. Both are good into Wood Elves. Both are fairly strong on a big map. Dwarves is Skaven. Definitely no Dwarves is Skaven, unfortunately. Charix and Chosen. It's High Elves v Khorne. Oh boy, Charix the mad lad, man. Sticking to his guns. Whew, Maximilianer though. Dang. Crazy plays. He saw the Doombolt play coming from miles away too. Goes to Wood Elves and Lizardmen. Interesting. Wood Elves and Lizardmen. I'm sticking to my guns. Alright, what's Maximilian gonna do though? Dang, dude. Losing Wood Elves though? That's rough. Dark Elves are really nice as a kite faction, by the way. Betonia! Alright. Betonia, Lizardmen, and Wood Elves. I have High Elves, Beastmen, and Chaos. It ain't too bad. So, let's see here. Betonia. Betonia is good versus High Elves. They're pretty good versus Beastmen, though it is kind of a tussle. Like, Beastmen have a lot of tools here. Map is kind of big, which I think is slightly favored by Beastmen. You got this. Thank you, thank you. We're only just starting. Many more games to play. Banes, Wood Elves, and Beastmen. Makes a lot of sense. So, what do we got? High Elves versus Wood Elves is a real interesting one. I do wonder how Maximilianer would want to play that. Seems like Maximilianer's really been working on their cavalry, by the way. That was some sick cav plays. Okay, obviously High Elves versus Betonia is a terrible matchup. And then, what do I want? What? Beastmen versus Betonia. We got the Lizardmen. Beastmen versus Lizardmen. Beastmen should be pretty good. It's just not a matchup I've played a lot, but Lizardmen are generally regarded to be fairly low tier. I wonder how Lizardmen go versus High Elves too. Man, a lot of open matchups I would describe it as. A lot of really open matchups here. I think this lineup is like a lot more even. I would be kind of happy playing most anything here. Now, if I get them to play Wood Elves and beat them, then I don't have to worry about them anymore. So that is something to consider. Wood Elves are very strong. So maybe I can try to force that. Either that or just get a good matchup. Either way, it's a win-win, right? Either way, it ain't too bad. Okay. We only got a few more matchups left. It's my Chaos versus anything. Or my High Elves versus anything but their Betonia. So that's Lizardmen or Wood Elves. Yeesh. Oh, spicy, spicy. This is best of 5, yeah. So that gives me a lot more leeway. Even if we lose this next one, we still have more games. Take armor and steamroll. Maximilianer is clearly ready for me though, right? They got the reads on my last build. Wait, did I ban 3? I think I banned 3 matchups. Accidentally banned too many matchups. It's fine. Will we be streaming 40k on launch? Absolutely. Are you kidding me? That's like hella anticipated. Did anyone pick Betonia? Yes. Maximilianer has the Betonia pick. I'm very interested to see him try him out. But yeah, we kind of knew they were going to run Betonia. It just makes sense. They're also really good versus Norska in general, too. There's a little bit of bullion that can go on there. Lightfoots, that is quite the statement. He bans Betonia Chaos and Lizardmen Chaos. Okay. Not bad, not bad. So I can force him into High Elves Lizardmen and High Elves Wood Elves, or Betonia Beastmen, or Chaos Wood Elves. Interesting. Chaos Wood Elves is a really weird matchup. There's a lot going on there. On this map, maybe not. Which means I'm playing High Elves. Now, will he play Lizardmen into High Elves or what? Now it gets interesting. If he wants to play Wood Elves into High Elves, then... oh boy. that would be... that's another one that should be really good for me. But Maximilianaire... they know what they're doing. Didn't you beat Charix Wood Elves with High Elves last time? Yes, but... Charix generally doesn't Cav Rush. He wants to play High Elves Wood Elves, holy crap. Okay. The guy's crazy. So Maximilianaire is doing the tournament strat where you're just playing matchups that you're really comfortable with. And screwing the matchup counterpicking spread. It is admirable. It's quite admirable. So I guess we see. We see how they do. Oh boy. What are your suggestions for improving campaign presence? Recently played as Betonia played well, but all order factions got steamrolled and died. Like, you can just retake the territory and call it your own, then you don't have to rely on the AI, but usually if you can just support them early on, then they can do really well. Like, just pick like 1 or 2 allies, help them out against their natural enemies, and once that's solved, you don't really have to worry too much. It's just getting that early game tight enough for you to be able to send a free army. Silver Helms, yeah, Silver Helms are amazing here. Silver Helms are sick. You also got, yeah, you got some sick ranged play here. High Elf Archers is just better than Wood Elf Archers. Just because of the price. They're so cheap that you can definitely win that fight. Just a few things that we got to worry about. Max is playing as the Woodies. The Wood Elves. So let's just, let's see here. There are some sick Doombolt shenanigans that can be pulled. Gotta be a little careful about that. Do I have a counter to the Doomboltage? I have, but only an idea. What else do I want? I will say Doombolt is, it's a little scary. It's a little scary. I can manage it though, but Maximilianaire's definitely been studying my builds. I'm sure they know how I want to play this, so it's kind of terrifying. We do have some sick stealth capabilities at least. What if they just go Pit of Shades again though? Sick Pit of Shades Wood Elf shenanigans. Go for the magic maxing. Final Transmutation, not as important if you only have like the one single entity. What lore of magic do I want versus the Wood Elves? That's the real question. Yeah, Silverhelm Plague of Rust combo is sick. Wood Elves don't really have the armor though, so it doesn't matter nearly as much. Unless you're spamming Treekin or something. That would be wild. This map's way too big for Treekin, though. I would be certainly very surprised. Huh. But seriously though, what do I want to take, man? The guy's insane. Still think I should try one artillery with my cav builds. They will spend resources to nullify it. So here's the funny thing. What if they don't? Tell me, what happens if they don't attack my artillery? That's the real problem. It's actually crazy how little DPS artillery does when your opponent's dodging. I do love the idea, but it is actually a little sketchy, sadly. Just a wee bit. Okay, this build's okay. It's alright. Nah, okay, you know what? I'm gonna do this. I think I definitely want to go for this option instead. That way I have good magic, we have great abilities. What's not to love? Yeah, okay, this should be good. I just gotta make sure I don't have no openings, and then I also micro well. Tis the strat. In the meantime, Charx is using Sky Cutters to try and kite Chosen. That's very exciting. I'm here trying to figure out how to beat Wood Elf Cavalry, though. Okay, this feels pretty good. I wonder what Maximilianaire is going to do to try and secure a victory here. Just bring 4 artillery, they'll do too much damage to be ignored. Don't be fancy, spam Buna or Melkoths. Yeah, definitely the Doom bolting on both sides was quite ineffectual. Alright, but while we wait for Chosen vs. Charx to play out, I'm going to grab a quick snack. Make sure I am well sustained. Alright. Here we go. I've acquired a single egg. Please give me victory egg. Yeah, Lore of Shadows passive gives a huge speed boost. They buffed it. They buffed it recently. But it also increases charge bonus. So all your cav charges will impact a decent amount harder. It's pretty nice. You do squats a day? No squats a day. Saving my energy. See how the Charx vs. Chosen fight is panning out? Looks like Charx is down trading. Crazy. Is that real though? Is Charx actually down trading? I think the healing is too good. Seems like Charx is actually doing really well versus Corn. Give me Ulrika. Some Ulrika strats. Unfortunately, too expensive. It's honestly a problem with a lot of these heroes. They have a lot of good utility, but they always are way too expensive. CA has a bad habit of making their horse characters or their foot characters super pricey because they have good stats, which is technically really useful if they can get in a fight, but in domination, oftentimes they just don't see combat. Wish Betonia had access to the Lord of Shadows. Oh, I see. Give it to Betonia. Yeah, I could see that working. Well, everybody's using Shadows, though. Do we really want more Shadows meta? Come on, go Charx. Charx is a beast. Yeah, if I can beat Maximilianer's Wood Elves with High Elves, we're so in the clear. Because Wood Elves are the big scary faction. They're the big scary. But who knows, man? When will Skaven get Flying Rats as a unit? Best edition. But yeah. You know, then that way me and Maximilianer were both down Wood Elves in a best of 3. Which should be favored for me. If it's a best of 3, we're both down Wood Elves. I'm down High Elves. And they're down Dark Elves. I think they don't have too many factions they're super good at. Like, they're just going to whip out Lizardmen, and I have to play a clean game versus Lizardmen. But in theory, I have the favored matchup. Feral Pegasi for Betonia. Dang. Yo, Kislev doesn't even have a bear unit. Not like a solo bear unit anyways. Yo, I think Charx is beating Chosen. Look at this guy. Quite handily, too. What a Chad. Charx is locked in today. Chosen is a very scary player. To take decisive victories against them is no small feat. Bat rats. Man, all right. I just have to play a clean game though. Like honestly, that Wood Elf versus Dark Elf game, it came down to it was fairly even, but I made a misplay where I wasn't focusing on up trading. So I got a bunch of tickets, but I ended up getting army wiped. Had I just focused on the kite, it would have been so fine for me. And I think that's what we just have to keep in mind. Feral peasants, they already have that. Dang, crazy match though. Charx is almost triple capped. And now he is. Oh boy. I think it's gonna be 1-1. We have a series. If I can make a series on the other side of the bracket, we'll keep it exciting. Best case scenario, both series go to the ace match and I win. So that Charx is as tired as humanly possible. That's where the victory will come. But yeah, Charx got corned. Corn's high armor, very annoying for high elf. So the guy does bleed. He doesn't have an infinite capacity to win unfavored matchups. That's good. I imagine there'll be a tap out soon. Oh boy, I'm so excited though. This is a matchup that I know. This is a matchup that I can do. Just gotta play it well. Oh. Oh. At least I know what they're gonna play next. They're gonna go Lizardmen, Batonia, and then some random faction. Maybe Northscore Chaos, I don't know. But I know I'm facing Batonia and Lizardmen. It would be wild to see anything else. I just have to hard counter them. What are my Batonia counters again? I guess, okay, yeah. I have a few ideas. Oh, yeah, okay, no, this... Yeah, okay. Okay, I got my Batonia counters. We're good, guys. No problem. Give all the factions feral units. Dude, Dark Elves would love a couple feral units to supplement their cav. It would be so good for them. I think Kislev feral bears would be really nice. Get that AP cav going. A lot of stuff. Are we gonna see Maximillionaire today? Maybe. They seem pretty locked in. They seem to be doing quite well. Spooky, spooky. They were always a very strong Vampire Counts player. Seeing them running with the Cav now is terrifying. They've unlocked something that we did not think possible. Honestly, I should have let them play Vampire Counts. I'm more comfortable facing the Vampire Counts. Nah, that'd be a terrible idea. Then again, the maps are ginormous here. So maybe they wouldn't even want to, but I haven't played against them enough to know for sure. And there we go, there's the chosen victory. So now we wait for Turin to come in here. And then we begin the game. And hopefully I don't get bloody massacred. If I lose this one, our odds of making it to the grand finals drops dramatically. Though I can still scrap it out. But if Maximillionaire is like, the main thing is if they have trained enough to actually be able to win this matchup against me, oh boy, are we screwed. That would be terribad for us. That would be diabolical. So we're definitely gotta be careful. Someone already said Bretonia Feral Peasants? Yeah. Alright, here we go. And I'm ready. Face me, Maximillionaire. Well, what do you got? I have many tools to make your life difficult. How about a not feral Carnosaur? They technically have that. The Regiment of Renown doesn't rampage. It's great. Alright, so here we go. We're running Alarielle here. So the first thing I need to survive is a Cav Rush. Because I have 4 skirmishers and not the full 6, that's fairly doable. The next thing is if he goes for Mantide, I just have to play a really clean skirmisher game. Make sure they never get caught and just shoot them to death. Throw some food near the peasants to make them feral. Does that make them not feral if you throw too much food? 12 units, so probably not a Cav Rush. Gonna deploy like so. So the idea here is simple. I don't want to get full Vanguard Rush down. But he won't know that my Shadow Warriors are here. And if he does, I should be able to meet them in time with my Cav. I'm going to position here to look like my dudes are here. We have some good old anti-flyer stuff just to make sure that doesn't work. But Alarielle's mostly just going to be heal spamming. Keeping my guys afloat. And the real victory comes from these guys. Now, really depends on what they bring here. If it's actually just a Cav Max, I'm just going to hide the Shadow Warriors. And just not reveal them. We'll just keep them nice and hidden. Forever. What this appears to be, though, is probably a Wood Elf Kite. I think Maximillionaire showed that they were able to kite in one of their previous games with Way Watchers. And then if we do see Weight Watchers, I just have to out micro them with these dudes. So let's see how this goes. Okay, and it's going to be a lot of cavalry. Okay, yeah. So we're gonna have to be a little careful here. We're gonna have to play very safe, right? But as long as I don't let these guys get caught, we're good. We're gonna need to take a pot shot here. And we're just gonna back it up. Oh, that's a glorious hit on the Wild Riders, thank goodness. But yeah, this is a full Vanguard. We got Branch Race with the Melkoths. That's gonna hurt his rush a little bit at least. But I gotta be ultra wary. You gotta be ultra wary. Just gotta take a little bit of a pot shot here. I imagine we're gonna see a dodge, but a little bit of poke damage is still something that I'm happy with. Here come the Branch Wraiths. And then I, of course, just gotta make sure my guys don't get caught. Here he goes. A little bit of hokey poke. Good volley. Good volley. Thank goodness. Okay, and overall the damage is okay. He gets a little bit of a Melkoth, nothing too crazy. On one of the Silver Helms. But if I just kind of play this nice and safe, I think we'll be okay. Like, I can just bring in more cavalry, you know? Just swarm them with the cav. It's going to be more Melkoths. That's actually fine by my measurements. Gonna bring in Alarielle for the group heal. Very nice. And I got a capture point, which means I now have some time on my hands. Okay, we're gonna see some dodging here, maybe. Oh, no dodging. All right. So far the damage is actually not too bad. Branch Wraiths are actually getting cycle charged pretty hard. That's another good volley. Overall, I'd say this is not too bad. It ain't too bad. Let's take a look at these guys. Gonna go for another double Melkoths, but we have the healing, of course. One of them just took 1,000,000 damage. That's great for us. And of course, the healing here is through the roof, right? So now their cav play is going to be a lot weaker. That's going to help us out. Because the moment they can't rush these guys down, we're in a great position. Alarielle has sick healing. These guys are being pushed back. We can shoot at the Dryads a little bit. There you go. They can't dodge into me or risk getting friendly fired. Not bad. So now what do I want to do? Probably spam archers. This is going to be a little risky. Taking this many archers here. Ouch. This Branch Wraiths hurting me pretty bad. But there's a lot of Dryads, so the odds of me being bullied here is pretty low. So using these archers, I should just be able to kite this force back, right? We're just gonna walk them forwards, and then we're just gonna begin the mass kitage. There really should not be a rush play that can be made here. Although maybe they're gonna go for it. One Dryad coming on in hot. We're just gonna post up a couple of these boys. They do get the triple cap resecured, which is pretty scary. And we're gonna have some cavalry on the flank side. Just gotta make sure we keep running back. If I ever get stuck in a fight versus Dryads, life becomes terrible. But with these archers online and operational now, I can start pushing them back. If even just a little bit. You can see the cav charges are really painful. The volleys are doing a lot of damage. Okay, here comes the archer play. And I'm just gonna keep running back. We're here for the value trades. Their army is very battered and bruised. And they run the risk of being army wiped. Very important for me. Alarielle can go over there. Let's see how this goes. Oop, gotta pull back. Hopefully I can get a big surround here. Okay, that's actually a really good catch. Very nice. Okay, and I just gotta defend my archers here. Alarielle can drop it like it's hot, get that heal off. And then if I can just block these guys, then I think we're fine, mostly anyways. I've been able to prevent most of the bad engagements, I feel. That heal is going to get some massive work done. Okay. The Silver Helms are getting a lot of damage in. We've killed off the super duper expensive boys over there. And we caught a bunch of Wild Riders. Overall, no big complaints, but we still have a long way to go. Alright, there you go. So there goes another Dryad. It's going to come down mostly to the Cav play, I suspect. Alarielle's actually taken a long time to deal with that, sadly. Okay, but the cavalry's really getting in there. They're kind of mulching those poor guys. Okay. And then I just have to start securing points at a reasonable pace. If I can get my first point in here, we're great. Alarielle healed up dramatically due to that earlier trade. Love to see it. Okay, and those guys on the far side are really suffering. There's really just the one Wild Rider left, but I think this volley might be able to eat him alive. There you go, and then we can start playing for points. Time is of the essence. But value trading is good. We got a sick raid too, hell yeah. Massive volley on these Wild Riders with the magic hits. Very nice. Okay. Alright, here we go. I just need to buy time then. Right? Given a decent amount of time, we're just set for life. That's all I realistically need here. Just a little bit of time. Those Wild Riders are gonna get beat up pretty bad. Okay. Maximillionaire trying to stall me out. A little bit of a spell cast over there. Alright. Just gonna bring in some skirms over here. Fire at Will is on for them. Alarielle will have another fat heal soon though. Alright. Nice. Okay. I just need to, yeah, just clear out this little last Cav core, and then I think we're good. He's essentially army wiped at this point. Yep, there we go. Okay. Thank goodness for my cavalry being amazing. Okay. Yeah, okay, we're seeing a very big army wipe now. Okay. Alright. The Dryads are severely out of position too, that's really good. I just need to actually secure the points, but I have a lot of time on my hands. So it's just important that I don't get over eager here. An army wiped or something. Yep. Oh. Stalling the points really well. With the current state of his army though, there's really, I don't see a big way for them to come back. It's just how long can they hold this point. They just summoned Cav here though, so that's good. I just need to start spamming Spearmen there and then everything's fine. Time is kind of the essence though. I have 1 point though. That's really good. Okay. And then I'll have the second one very soon. I just gotta walk on it, man. We just gotta get on that point as fast as humanly possible. This one is secured. Nice. Yeah, and it looks like I'm gonna have a couple of minutes. Okay, there we go. That one's secured. Lots of archer damage on the Wild Riders. That's nice. Yeah, I think this little pocket here ain't gonna fall. So it's just the last point I have to deal with. And that means just bringing in all of the cavalry here. I have a couple Shadow Warriors. They're just gonna chill for a bit. But I have about 2 minutes here to hold on to this one. It's not actually a lot of time, admittedly. Hey, routed off the Dryads, though. That's good. I will have a lot of Cav nearby, though. And, of course, we can also desummon if we really have to. But odds are unlikely. It's 2 Dryads, though? Okay. Alright. I'm probably going to have to desummon these guys to get enough cavalry here. It's 100 seconds to get on this point. That has to be reasonable, right? It has to be. He might make a big play for this point too. In fact, I expect it to happen. Okay, gonna get a decent route over there. L'Oreal, gonna get another fat heal. The mad dash, you can see he's saving up money. No, he's spending it. He's spending it, so I should keep walking. Okay, here we go. Some big cav charges. So it's important that we just, yeah, get a little bit of damage before we actually secure the point. This will be a nice charge, though. And we're going to have a lot of guys here, right? So that archer volley is going to be good. Okay. And then it's just holding this last point over here, which I believe he's saving up for. I will have the capture weight, though, as soon as those dryads are out. Very nice. Okay, now for the final stretch. Holding the points forever. So I'm going to need to get some cav here for sure. You can see they've already started summoning. My heart's racing right now. Okay, 20 seconds to spare, not too bad. Okay, what I need to do is I gotta desummon these guys then. Since we've actually secured the point. And I just need to get some cavalry over here. Alright, here we go. Okay, here we go, we got some cav. We just gotta run him over, and then we're good. As long as he doesn't play the points super scary, I'll be fine. L'Oreal's providing that sick magic saving juice. And then how much can he really do here, right? These wild riders, they can only get so much done. And we're gonna be rotating. I just have to make sure I respond to wherever they summon, as opposed to summoning early. As long as I do that, I'll be okay. These guys actually managed to live. How wondrous. Dang, what a tussle, though. Okay, and it's another summon here. So that means I just summon there. And if I keep trading out units, we're good. Unless they manage to get like $1 million out of nowhere, there's really not a lot they can do to just a continuous resummons. This pocket is very well secured now. The cavalry's not actually going to be able to secure the point. That's good. And I think we did it. Got really close. I'm sweating. Sweating a little bit. But yeah, you can see we just have too many good counter summons now. It's a full army wipe. Got my revenge. Beat the Wood Elves with the High Elves. And Maximilian is going to be down one of their main factions. Thank goodness. Very solid. Ugh. Just gotta make sure they don't steal a point. So now I just have to start saving up money for wherever they decide to resummon. I suppose, I'm assuming that we're gonna see some forest summons here. So I'm just gonna preempt some spearmen there. Because this is the closest vanguard point. It's either that or here. And I'm just not gonna summon units until they summon units. I think that's just a smart play. And wherever they go all in, I can desummon. If I really have to. L'Oreal didn't die too, very nice. Her magic attacks really helped me win the fights against the cavalry. Let me tell you that. Alright, just gotta make sure I don't miss anything. Woo! Jeez, we really cut it close though, but I still had 20 seconds. And considering it was an army wipe situation, 20 seconds is actually quite a bit of time. Nail biter though, absolute nail biter. Yeah, Maximilian is going to go for one last big push. I'm guessing it's going to be here because the Wild Riders are there. But we'll see. I got all the boys at the ready to remaneuver if need be. It could be a desummon of these guys and all in over here. Having the cavalry though is good because they can get there much faster. Okay, what are we gonna see? Are we gonna see the summon here? If he summons early, I can just respond to it. Which is why we're taking such an aggressive fight right now. Because I kind of want Maximilianer to summon here. Because then I don't have to worry about them having points or anything. Got lots of infantry at the ready. There you go, big route. Alright, and I just gotta relocate my cav over here. Because very likely it's gonna be a play for this point. Because these guys haven't moved yet. Scary though. Very scary. Oh, maybe I just park these guys here. Just to charge whatever gets summoned. Alarielle can play more centrally. Okay, and it's going to be summoned there. So then we summon. Last play, here we go. Gotta lock in. Wait, I don't want to fight this just yet. I want to retreat. Drag him through the mud, right? As much as possible. There goes one cav unit. And we're going to have lots of boys over here. And we just got to walk onto the point. Then swing these guys around. As long as the point doesn't get stolen or anything, we're good. But with this many archers nearby, I think we're fine. Just got to kill off all that there cavalry. Alarielle's making the mad dash. We have all these boys. We get another ranged unit over here. I think we're okay. No wild riders are on the point. Very important. Disengage before he routed off my cav too. And the power of the Silver Helm. Good stuff. Just gotta make sure this doesn't get stolen, but obviously they just spent all their money here. Nailbiter, Nailbiter. That was the last hoorah, though, of Maximilian there. Honestly, if they had microed a little better in the early game, I would not have traded fast enough. Their early triple cap put me in an awful situation. And the risk of being rushed was... Oh, whoops. The risk of being rushed really made me sweat. Whew. But those early volleys getting in the damage was what won it. I think they actually could have won that without those volleys. Crazy match. Went for the Glade Rider kite. The Dryad's branch rates got a lot of value, but I just healed it back up. Alarielle probably got just insane amounts of healing. And we also got to shoot him. This is thankfully a matchup I'm more used to than Maximilian. They totally could have cooked me though. Holy crap. Yeesh. Oh man, alright. I still got it. GG. Okay, next map. Next map, it begins. Oh. Alright, I want to puke, man. What's the next map? What is it? The next map is Pit of Treasures. We're on the pit. This one's a weird one. The capture points are super close to each other. Now, if it's a Lizardmen and thing... Okay, I think I know what I want to do. It's a fairly big map. Everything's super close together. I think we can manage. Oh man, dude, that was crazy. That was crazy. It was a nail biter. Like, I really pushed the tickets close, but like... Well, honestly, really, if Maximilian held the triple cap for like 6 more seconds, he would have won. That's actually crazy close. Truly a nail biter. Towards the end of the game, we were feeling more comfortable because the early trades are so good, but geez Louise. Elf on elf violence. Let's see here. So what are they likely to play? What do I want to play? I think Lizardmen and Bretonnia is basically a given. No Wood Elves for me. They're down Dark Elves, which is really good. If it's Lizardmen and Bretonnia, I have some really fun options we can go for. I think we have a lot of fun things we can do here. But we'll see. We'll see. What's Maximilian gonna do? Silver Helm Chads and Shadow Warriors for the win. Dude, the Silver Helms carry so hard. If it doesn't have armor, Silver Helms are insane. He took Coast and Nurgle. Oh, Nelly. Alright, yeah, so Maximilian wants to play the Stuff 'em Up style. The map is quite good for that. I gotta figure out what I want to play. Let's see here. Okay. Could do this. It's not the best. Okay. This is not the best. I don't know how I feel about this. He went Coast and Nurgle. He went Coast and Nurgle. He wants to channel his inner vampire counts. Wild. And I went Khorne. I like never play Khorne, but against Coast and Nurgle, I think it may be worth. Warriors of Chaos versus Nurgle on such a tight map could actually be pretty scary. This is one of the closest capture point maps in the game. Probably the most, actually. So, like, if you can just sit on the point and grind, you are in a great position. But I have a secret tool that may work out really well for me. I have one mega secret tool that I think is better than the rest. It's Greenskins. Meated Angler, be ready. So he went Vampire Coast, Nurgle, and Lizardman. So he knew Bretonnia was going to be bad for this map. I have Khorne, Warriors of Chaos, and Greenskins. Oh, what a crazy situation. Now, I would say Nurgle is so bad that even with the triple cap, they still get army wiped. I don't take Maximilianaire for like a supreme Nurgle player either. I think they'll play it really well. But I think I'll be okay. Let's see here. So what do I want to ban first? Let's see here. Your Khorne versus Nurgle on these capture points is actually kind of scary. But let's see. Khorne versus Lizardmen. That's such a weird matchup. But actually maybe not that bad for Khorne. Chaos versus Lizardmen. I think, yeah, I'll ban Chaos Vampire Coast first. Because the map is so tight. And Maximilianaire knows how to play for points. I think what I need to do, though, is to get him to play Nurgle. If he just plays Nurgle, I'm happy, okay? The map could have just no capture points. You just shoot him to death. He did beat me to Vampire Coast, though. Which makes things a little scarier. I kind of would have liked Vampire Coast on this map, but... yeah, we'll see. Shredder of Lustria / Solar Engine got nerfed. Only slightly. Not enough to make the strategy not work against builds that it would work against before. It's just like a very minor nerf. Like, it's just going to be down a couple, like, 100 gold at most. What are you eating? An egg. Singular egg to give me sustenance. He bans Lizardmen, Greenskins. Let's go. And he bans Nurgle and Warriors of Chaos, which makes a lot of sense. Okay. It ain't too bad. So what? I have Chaos versus Lizardmen. Trying to figure out Chaos versus Lizardmen on a map with tight capture points. Who does better? Like, Lizardmen are pretty good when the map gets super tight. Greenskins versus Coast is kind of wild. I still have Khorne versus Nurgle. Khorne versus Coast. Khorne versus Nurgle. Greenskins versus Coast. Greenskins versus Nurgle. Do I want to play Chaos versus Lizardmen? Last time I played it, I lost. Lizardmen are pretty spicy. They can really hunker down on points and use their skinks to just hold forever. They also got the 6 skink kite shenanigans. I can force it to Greenskins or Khorne versus Coast, which is not bad. Is not bad. Alternatively, he plays Nurgle. But yeah, I think Khorne and Greenskins versus Coast is about as comfortable as I would want to play that matchup anyways. The Wog is here. Yeah, can I get a sick greenskin victory? Alternatively, he decides to play Nurgle, which would be insane. Must be trying times. Yeah, the egg. Oh boy. Acid Burpa angle. Acid Burpa's pretty cool. I think it's a solid unit. I'm going to need to I need to win this one to be comfortable. He will also still have his Lizardmen later on, but like, at least Maximilianer doesn't play a lot of Coast and Nurgle. Coast will kind of be familiar to them, but like, I think I might be more familiar playing against Coast. That's kind of a hunch though. We'll see how practiced they are. Honestly, if they just copy the standard Coast build, it's already fairly strong. So we'll see. Greenskins versus Lizards. Nah, that one's banned. It's either Coast or Nurgle for Maxi, or Khorne or Greenskins for me. Those are the only factions remaining. All matchups open, just the 4. He's thinking about it though. He's not super eager to dive into a matchup, which is nice. And then I'm hoping that I can just beat Lizardmen later on in the tournament. But I just have such a bad track record versus Lizardmen. I don't know what makes them tick, so I don't know how to beat them. I do know they are pretty bad at clearing out units, but I think that's a me thing, not a faction thing. Like, I need to win some more tournaments with Lizardmen to feel comfy. Charks versus... It's a Lizardmen mirror? Holy crap, Charks are chosen. What mad lads. Oh my gosh. Lizardmen mirror. What the what? And then what was the one before that? So we had Wood Elves, Betonia, and then we had Khorne and High Elves. High Elves versus Khorne. Interesting. They're all playing the factions that I'm used to seeing from them. That's good. It means they didn't learn anything new. Let's go ahead and get the army blocker up. Yo, I can't believe... Yo, Turin designed the pick and ban system to try and beat mirror matches. To try and prevent them. Clearly, he did not do it correctly. Holy crap, this guy did not ban both Nurgle matchups. Bans Coast Khorne and Nurgle Khorne. I can play Greenskins into Nurgle. I'll play Greenskins into versus Nurgle. It's either that or Coast, which is interesting. But I feel like playing against Nurgle is like too good to pass up, right? Who would not want to fight against Nurgle? I'm just a terrible player if I can't win this. It's Nurgle. It's freaking Nurgle. Alright, don't get overconfident though. But I've secured myself a fairly good matchup. Hey Dasha, what's up? Hello, we're doing pretty good. We're 1-1 in this best of 5. These matchups aren't great for the boys. Really? You don't think Greenskins beat Nurgle? Don't they have like all the tools they need though? To beat the Nurgs? Okay, yeah, like they have the Rotting Riders, so they can do a little bit of work there. But, I don't know, I feel like Greenskins are like pretty solid here, right? Good luck for the tourney. Hey, Giraffe Theor, what's up? Happy to have you here. Yeah, it could be a bait, but like, why would Maximilianer be practicing Nurgle versus Greenskins, right? That's just such a specific matchup. You know, at most, they practice Nurgle a little bit. But I'm pretty sure it just ends with that. I don't think they should be able to do this. Nurgle is chump change, and everybody knows it. Yeah, Nurgle. I just have to be a wee bit careful. But generally speaking, they are rather chumpy. He's gonna send the toads my way, maybe Fury spam, I don't know. Greenskins have a lot of stuff that can hurt Nurgle a lot, though. The map is also kind of big. It'll be a while before he can get to the capture points. That part's very nice for me. There is that little nasty hero squad that you sometimes see from Nurgle, though. So I do have to be wary of, like, you know, the Kaizek shenanigans. There is going to be a little bit of that, right? Maybe he goes for a snipe, who knows? But you just kind of have to be a little wary of it. It's not too hard playing keep away, especially if you have your cavalry supporting. I really wonder though, what's he gonna cook up? I think the odds of Mantide is pretty high, but like, Greenskins have a lot of ways to deal with Mantide. On one hand, they can literally just fight. Just go for the long grind. Greenskins love to just fight. I don't know. What's he planning, man? What's he planning? Also, how's the Lizardman mirror going? Does anyone know if Charx is winning? I feel like Charx should be the significantly better Lizardman player. And right now it seems like Charx is doing fairly good versus Chosen. But yeah, Charx actually plays Lizardman on the reg. I don't think Chosen plays a lot of Lizardmen. Epidemius can cook. Make sure you have magic damage. Good to know. Good to know. Yeah, Epidemius with the crazy Fizzres spam. Gotta be a little careful about that. Dude, I wish Rogue Idols were good. Just send both Rogue Idols in. Clap his cheeks. Dude, Rogue Idols. Not that way. Rogue Idols, though. They have a clap animation. I wish they were better. But they kind of just die, sadly. Nurgle and Skaven, yeah, they're probably the worst factions in the game right now. Not very versatile. They have a lot of issues with them. But yeah, how do I deal with the Epidemius grind, though? Giant is unironically good in this matchup. Oh, I kind of like the idea of a Giant, yeah. Just give the beatdown on Epidemius. It would have to be like an Angels of Decay or something to actually kill the Giant, but it's so good at sniping characters. I could see it doing pretty well. Just give him the character beatdown. It's not like he's gonna spam Horsemen, right? You gotta be careful about Savage Orcs. They do a lot of damage, but their physical resist is negated by a lot of the magic damage. Trolls are okay here, but they can be a little route prone, sadly. How'd you get this matchup? I don't know, he picked Nurgle. He just picked Nurgle. I don't know what happened. Is there a way I can like shoot him with artillery to death? What if I just spam goblin archers? Force him to walk forwards into me? Let's see here. But like, obviously a melee fight versus Nurgle is going to be bad, right? I think going into melee against them is just asking for a murdering. If he goes Epidemius, though, the archer spam should still be really good versus a lot of what they might bring. Buna is good for Rot Knights. Oh, that's good to know. Yeah, Rot Knights are going to be a little bit problematic, aren't they? Watch him just Cav Max me. That would be pretty wild. But yeah, I think Rot Knights, I don't think I have to worry about them too much. Rot Knights are actually surprisingly bad cavalry. At least in my experience. I've never been super pleased with them. I think if I just do this, though, I can give him a hard time. This map is kind of awkward to reinforce, too. I think that gives me a really nice advantage. I always want to go the troll build, where the greens can just spam a bunch of trolls, but at the end of the day, Nurgle's just way better at melee. It would probably be a bad idea. What else do I want? I think I have enough for infantry spam. I have enough for SCs. Right. I think no Nurgle Horseman will get me. Cav Max should not be that scary either. I think I have all the answers I need. What if it's not enough, though? Nurgle's kind of wild. I'm pretty sure, though. This build looks quite solid, I would say. I guess maybe Furies could be a little annoying. Do greenskins just completely suffer to Furies, or are they okay? I personally feel like Furies just speed up how fast we trade against them. So as long as I'm not down trading supremely hard against Furies, we're fine. Is it viable for Nurgle to blob with the Shrine for regen and Kugath for AoE? Not really in Domination. On this map, maybe. I'll give it a hard maybe that Maximilian just goes for like the Mega Blob and just tries not to lose any points. It could work. Could very well work. Sharks beating Chosen? Charix is losing significantly to Chosen. He's like 2,500 ticket or value down. Dang, Charix. He has the tickets, but I think Chosen decided to play for value. But it looks like Charix is about to get army wiped. Crazy. What's the next map, by the way? If I win this, it's Norscan Rise. Bloody massive map. That's good for me. Yo, honestly, with this lineup, maybe I should have played Dark Elves. What was his faction selection? Coast, Nurgle, Lizardmen. Never mind. Dark Elves don't want to fight Coast. That sounds like hell. I swear that if I lose to Nurgle in the grand finals, Maximilian earned it, man. He's earned the victory if I lose. Getting that sweet Nurgle win is quite something. But this is about as favored as it could get. The map is pretty nice. Okay, and the Charix Chosen game is done. So now I just have to beat the Nurgs. Just a little bit of Nurgs. What's the big deal? Gonna have some Rot Knights roaming around. Maybe some normal Chaos Knights. Who knows? This map is obviously, yeah, the capture points are super close, but even so, as long as I have the capture weight advantage, it's still not too bad. So it really depends on how Maximilianer decides to play. Like, who knows? Maybe he just goes a normal infantry build, goes super wide, and just comes at me. We'll see. We'll see. So I got my magic, I got my army. I think we're fairly well covered. If I just play this smartly, I think we're okay. So you can see this map. Those capture points are so close. They're stupid close, man. But I've brought Nurgle's worst enemy. It's gonna be 6 skirmishers. So we also have the armor piercing. We got the armor piercing skirmishers, we got the rugloods, and I can just shoot them to death. At the end of the day, if he doesn't go wide, it's still kind of hard to get on the points. He only has 8 units? Holy crap, alright. Okay, so in theory, the skirmishers alone are already amazing here, okay? That tells me he probably has a Noxbringer, and Noxbringer is countered by Micro. So if we just dodge, it really ain't Ain't the problem. And I'm just gonna race them to the points and cut them off, because he can't run to the points with the skirmishers harassing him. I got Grom the Paunch. I got my damage caster. Like, maybe he's gone Cav Max Nurgle, but Greenskins have a lot of options there too. I can get big guns and the like. We're not facing a lot of infantry, so basically all I have to do is uptrade. That's all we gotta do. He's given the good luck, have fun. And indeed, it's gonna be a Noxbringer, Kai'Zik, and Festus combo. Okay. We got some Chaos Warriors over there. Alright, so I just gotta do some fanning out. And then we got a position like so. So I'm ready to dodge the Noxbringer at a moment's notice. Alright. I'm gonna get that sick dodge. He lands it though. That was actually a pretty good hit. That was actually pretty decent. Alright, let's see how he deals with this though. So I'm just gonna post my army up like so. Overwhelm the flank and use my archers to my advantage. Speaking of archers, we're gonna get more over here. Just gonna keep an eye on this Noxbringer. Make sure it doesn't get too much work done. Those are just simple Chaos Warriors. Not a big deal. Gets another big hit though. Jeez. Alright. Pretty nasty. Pretty nasty. Though, I don't think he has a lot of chariot defense. So I'm just gonna use them. And see what we can do. He landed some really good Noxbringer hits though, which worries me slightly. Orc boys, a little slow. The party. Here we go. We got the flanks on. He got to the point at a fairly good pace. It's another point blank Noxbringer shot. Kind of painful. And he has a point, of course. But now what? So I have Grom over here. He's contesting the points. What's he gonna do versus these chariots, though? So you can see he's braced, right? They're just gonna go at him. These are just Chaos Warriors. They're not even that scary anyways. And it's just gonna be Forsaken spam. Not really the biggest of deals. I think it's not too bad. A giant is actually hilarious here, too. I might just go for that. You can see the pump wagons are absurdly strong. Very nice. Okay. And yeah, that archer fire, that dedicated archer fire is messing him up real bad. Ooh, Grom has to back it up, though. Ooh, scary. Alright, but we already got one route. That's good. I'm just going to save up for the giant because I think it absolutely kills it here. Stream of Corruption, pretty nice. That may get those guys to route. I'm just going to go for that point. At the end of the day, though, not too bad. Because now I can use Here We Go. Punch through that Nurgle melee defense. And we're just going to relocate onto this point. Now I have the giant. My strength is pretty high. Where'd my chariots go? They did. Chariots got murdered, sadly. But I have Grom the Paunch available. And I should be able to outcapture Wayham here. Okay, chariots are back. And it's just going to be more Forsaken. Honestly, though, with the giant, I'm feeling a little bit more confident. The archer fire is popping off really hard, too. And there's a big chariot charge. Very nice. Yeah, we're just going to keep letting those chariots cook. In the meantime, we're going to see some Furies. Not a problem when you have pump wagons. I am securing the point. That part's very nice. Can I actually get it permanently, though? Pump wagons are out, and sadly. Festus is also being a little bit of a menace. And the value trading is not perfect for me by any means. Well, you can see the Savage Orcs are doing well. Ooh, that Fury Surround, though. Okay, that's pretty menacing. Don't like that. If I can get the point, though, I'm still happy. Grom should be able to live. And here comes the giant now. Big old giant has arrived. And I'm hoping he just absolutely kills it. We got the pump wagons. We got the giant in here. He's just going to punch Festus in the face. I got the Here We Go. All the buffs. Just a little bit of infantry, right? Nothing too bad. Yeah, look at that giant. He's popping off. Very nice. And a massive pump wagon charge. And the value trading suddenly swings in my favor. That's very nice to see. See, we also got our archers back. Just gotta be a little wary of the Furies is all. Dude, this giant is bullying the guy. He's getting bullied. Grom the Paunch might be able to survive that too. Holy crap though, Festus is getting dumpstered. Jeez. Festus does not like that at all. Holy crap, the giant's a Chad. Meaty Dangler, you saved my life. This is why we stream. This win is on you, Meaty Dangler. I can't believe it. The giant's such a Chad. Holy crap. Isaac's just straight dead. Oh my god. Alright. Take the breath. Deep breath. Isaac's dead. Isaac's dead though. That basically spells doom for my dear opponent. I'm just gonna use the giant to fight the Noxbringer now. And then I think life is good. A couple more Furies get summoned in the Stratosphere. Alright. Rugloods can start moving over here for capture weight. Holy crap, this giant's insane. It's actually getting so much damage. Okay, how's Festus doing though? He's just trying to pop some heals, nothing too crazy. I will be able to secure another point soon. Oh my god. I can't believe it. Furies are crumbling. Up trading is up trading. It's just dumpstering everything. The giant's actually OP. Oh man, yeah, this is what happens when you don't go full melee as Nurgle, right? Other factions can actually outclass your melee capabilities because you're often worried about anti-skirmish, and that's kind of what's doing him in here. Yo, giant's out for blood. He's coming back in. Still have to play very carefully though. But I will be able to capture the point. Noxbringer's getting distracted. Love to see that. And the giant, big club coming in hot. There's the capture points. Very nice. Dude, just straight Nurgle suffering. Honestly, tactically, his build was good. Like, it's supposed to beat what I'm doing here. Right? Just a very nice, strong blob. But Nurgle's just so bad that it doesn't work. Giant's just still dumpstering. Poor Festus. I gotta be a little careful with Grom, though. Can't let him die. He needs to heal up just a smidge. Oh, crap. Grom. Grom got punched. Oh, crap. That's not good. Holy crap, that damage came out of nowhere. Well, that's not good. Do I have a Wog? Well, I have a Giant, at least. I do have a triple cap, too, mind you. I think we're still ahead enough where I'm okay. But unnecessarily risky, for sure. For sure. At least Festus can't participate in the fight. I love that. And the greenskins, yeah, they're still piling in. Classic Lord Throw. I need that to power up, though. It's how I win my next match. That's a good stream of corruption, by the way. Oh, thank goodness Nurgle sucks. Ah, thank the chaos gods that Nurgle sucks. I swear, if Nurgle was a good faction, this would be so over. Let's see here. Oh, the giant on the Rotting Riders. Let's go. That's huge. Okay, value trading's still great for me, and I will have Grom the Paunch back soon. Lord Loss penalty will only go for so long. There's the big buff. Alright, yeah. And then we got the pump wagon cleanup. Pump wagons are really good. I swore off the Flappas a long time ago. But you guys are right. It has really, really good deeps. Dude, this giant. What the value? Holy crap. I can't believe Meaty Dangler. Meaty Dangler, man, with the sick calls. I did not have a giant in my original build. Oh, that's so good. I can't believe it. Insane tech. There's our leadership back. 2k value giant, man. Absolute Chad mode. That guy. Alright, deep breaths. Let's kill off them Nurglings. And then with Grom the Paunch back, pretty comfortable. A couple Marauder Horsemen won't be able to do too well. Giant clobbers Festus yet again. I almost want to buff his melee attack, but he's honestly so strong anyways, it's probably not needed. Don't want to get mass routed, though. Got to be a little careful about that. Oh, Festus is running. He's making a run for it. Oh, with the melee attack boost. Oh, right in the face. Yeah, Festus ain't surviving that. I would zoom in to watch, but we have stuff to micro. He's definitely a goner, though. And there he goes. For the last time, Festus is gone. Let's go ahead and get the Here We Go going. Now I just have to actually finish the job, which can be a little awkward. When lords are routing, they can sometimes be harder to hit. It's weird. Come on. Come on, Grom. He has 200 HP. I don't know if he's killing him. Yes! Lord lost penalty. Let's go. Festus down. The counter Lord snipe. Doing very well for us. And it's just going to be Furies from here on out. So he's going to lose the ticket race. This giant has 2,600 value. Meaty Dangler, you absolute mad lad. I hope I made you proud, man. This is the best giant I've ever seen in my entire life. I can't believe it. Can I give you... Do you have the Prime sub? How do I award you? How do I give you ad-free viewing on Twitch, man? You earned it. Kill the Noxbringer now. It's the only thing with terror. It's okay. We managed even without it. Brings a tear to your eye. Oh, you're already a moderator. There's nothing I can do. Or at least there's not much more I can do. Woo. Alright, do I have enough for another Here We Go? I do! Lined up perfectly. Hell yeah. Ah, glorious. Deep breath, deep breath. Gotta make sure we don't throw. Whoop. Let's get that buff. But yeah, I basically just took a bunch of killy. Just a bunch of killy dudes. And it worked. Huzzah. So I'm 1 win away from victory against Maximilian. That's very good. The giant at the end of the day got 2,900 value. One small step for a giant. One giant leap for Orkind. Holy smokes. 3K? That's like the mask levels of value. Jeez. Noxbringer only paid for itself in a little bit. Kai'Sa got dumpstered by the giant. Still over half HP left. I know! That's crazy. That's so crazy, man. Just win the tournament for the boys. That'll do. Bring them to the grand finals. I think they're unironically really good versus a lot of the factions that I struggle against. Oh my gosh. Big Guns did great. Flappas were amazing. This is like everything you've been telling me to take for the last 50 years. We're finally doing it. Oh, Meaty Dangler. Someone gifted them a tier 1 sub. Holy crap. Enjoy, enjoy. Anonymous gifter. Well earned, though. Grom the Paunch did well until I accidentally let him die to the Noxbringer. That was kind of jokes. It would be very sad if I lost the game because of that. Oh, man. Yo, what's Turin's chat saying? I see some wogs. Some giant carrying messages. Grom 2 the Paunch here. Oh, hell yeah. You, dude, Turin's chat with the memes. Oh man, I'm obviously opening it up between matches. I close it when I'm actually in. Dude, those Chaos Warriors did nothing. Very good stuff. Okay, so that's greenskins out. So no more greenskins for me. But yeah, no more Nurgle for Maximilianaire, I guess. That doesn't really hurt them. Not at all, actually. Not even the slightest. What are we on? Norskin Rise. I just gotta survive one more round. One more round. Because Celestial Lake is bad for Bretonnia. It's pretty bad for Bretonnia, so that kind of, yeah, that kind of just works out the last problem. Now, Norscan Rise is a massive map, but there are some nice flanks and forests to stop Betonia from causing issues. This is game 4, so I am first pick. Right, yeah, it's first pick for the first one, then them, then me. Oh no, they're first pick now. Okay. So I just need to be able to counter pick them. Okay. Alright, we're probably gonna see Lizardman Betonia, guys. Max's build is dog water. I don't think he knows the matchup. Yeah, he's not a Nurgle player. Okay, let's see this though. Let's see this. Oh man, stressful. This map is big enough where I can pretty comfortably beat like a Vampire Coast. I don't have to worry about that as much. This map is enormous, actually. So there is that. We both don't have Wood Elves. I don't have Greenskins or High Elves. He goes Lizardmen first. Who would have guessed? So I think my first pick is pretty obvious. I could go Dark Elves, but the Betonia pick into Dark Elves is just too scary. So what's he gonna do? More Memory? I just have to hard counter Lizardmen, realistically. No High Elves for me, though. I think he's probably gonna try out Coast. I still have Chaos and Norska, by the way, which is insane. But I have to be a little careful. Like, he can just hard counter them. He could be very practiced with his Lizardmen into them. You have to be a little bit wary. No more Greenskins for me. Greenskins was honestly one of my picks versus Betonia. Alright, yeah. I think I just do the two most stable factions, Chaos and Norska. They're just really good in general. So if he's going to play a faction that he's not used to, I just have a sturdy faction that won't get countered, right? That's realistically all I need. Giant value. Hey, Colonel Frogs, hello. Hype indeed. Okay, so what's his second pick? Vampire Coast. As expected, I don't have an elf faction to help me out here. And Coast is strong. They, essentially all the typical counters to them are gone. So they're really eating happy right now. But I have a few options that are at least decent. And could actually very well be good into Vampire Coast, especially on a map like this. So I think I'd do it. Empire. We're doing it. Now, if he wants to fight Coast into Empire, he's going to go Ethereal Spam. That's how he beats Vampire counts into Empire. But because I know he's going to do that, then I will have the counterplay. Theoretically, anyways. Who knows? But generally speaking, Empire has a lot of teeth against Coast. Because they can't spam Graveguard here. So that part's certainly very nice. He also went Empire. What a mad lad. Interesting. Very interesting. What? What? Are you gonna make Turin suffer? With the million mirror matches? Maybe. I probably don't want to play the mirror match because mirror matches tend to be a little bit more volatile. No Betonia though. No Betonia. If the final match is against Betonia, we're good. He bans Chaos and Empire. Who would have guessed? What do I want to ban though? I got Chaos versus Coast and Lizardmen. Norska versus Empire, Coast, and Lizardmen. We have Empire versus Empire. Okay, alright. I think I know how I want to do my bans. Yeah. Is this how I want to do it? Yeah, this is pretty good. I banned Norska versus Empire and Lizard and Vampire Coast. Norska's can be okay versus Empire, but the Wagon Kite is just a little scary here. The map is quite favorable for Wagon Kite, which is one of the answers to Norska. And honestly, if I can just face his Lizardmen, I'm in a great position. So I think it's not too bad. Redeem to Hydrate, thank you. Empire Mirror is just historical Total War match. It'd be like Total War Napoleon. Gunpowder and some cavalry. Honestly, it would be really hype. It's just too volatile. Yeah, Norsk is always an easy pick indeed. I kind of have my lineup of factions, right? Greenskins, High Elves, Wood Elves, and both Chaos factions. Chaos and Norska. That's honestly a really strong lineup. Greenskins is literally just there to bully Bretonia and like the usual infantry-based factions. That's what I have Greenskins for. And apparently Nurgle, best giant the world has ever seen. We play a lot of campaign or just multiplayer battles. Recently, lots of multiplayer. I have a series that's on the back burner right now, which is the 1 HP campaign, where I'm playing as the Empire and all Empire units have 1 HP, including your lords and heroes. That one we actually are doing fairly well currently. The strat is I managed to survive just long enough to get some long rifles going, and we're using that to just kind of shoot armies to death before they make contact with me. But it's a fun one. Very stressful campaign. I think right now we're trying to beat a greenskin army, and that's kind of what the suffering is. Just shoot everyone. Yes, but also like avoid damage. Like you can't take war wagons because they only have 4 entities. Like a normal unit of handgunners is better, because at least he'll take 60 hits to clear the unit. He banned Chaos Coast, hell yeah. Lizardmen and Chaos, hell yeah. Okay, he really fears my Chaos, that's good. So I can force them to play Lizardmen into either Norsk or Empire. That is honestly a very good time, generally speaking. Or, nah. Like, Empire versus Lizardmen is pretty good for Empire, right? Unless I'm gravely mistaken. Empire is just... they're just solid there, right? On a big old map like this. What's the other thing? Norska versus Lizardmen. That one just... it's just a slightly favored matchup. It should be good for me. The alternative is to not play versus Lizardmen and to play versus Coast instead with Empire. Which is not the worst. I can steal Coast as my first pick though next round, and I think that's actually perfect. Yeah. So next round, the first faction I go for is Vampire Coast. I gotta write that down. If we go to an ace match. If I win this, which is good. But we're gonna face his Lizardman. First faction for ace match is going to be I go Vampire Coast. And then in theory, I'll just have so many dudes. He can't win it. Wants to play Lizardman Norska. Trying to get rid of my Norska. Smart. When you're getting 1 HPs each. Could be fun. Certainly could be very fun. But yeah, Lizardmen. Lizards. Let's start with the Dreadmaw. Get the army blocker up. The thing about Lizardmen, they can spam a hell of a lot of infantry. And I'm gonna have to figure out how to clear them all out. Would 1 HP Nurgle be playable? Maybe with Horseman spam? Or maybe if everyone has 1 HP, then 1 HP Nurgle is not the worst. But you're probably going to get shot to death. You're going to need a better green skin build if you face a more experienced Nurgle player. Thankfully, there's none left except for maybe Chosen. By the way, if Chosen wins this next match, I'm facing them in the grand finals. How terrifying. They are a very strong player, let me tell you. But yeah, what's Maximilian gonna do with the Lizards? The Spear Cavalry is quite scary. I do need to be wary of that. There's some fun things you can do though. As the Norscan force. There's some very fun things. Wagon run. If you're doing 1 HP Empire. Would you rather play in the finals? Who would you rather play in the finals if you do win? Probably Charax. Just because I know how they play. And they don't really have crazy like mix-ups. I'm just less experienced facing Chosen. I also know how they play. Like they like melee factions. They go heavy on the melee and with some really good cav micro, they pull out victories. It depends on the maps, honestly. If the maps are big enough, maybe I can kite them effectively. But yeah, I'm not super keen on that. It's a little sus. What do I want here? This is a very good spell. Let's see. Gotta figure out some stuff. 6, okay. Yeah, alright. So I have a little bit of a weird build. I have an idea of what I want to do. I have an idea. Lizardmen can be really strong though in just those long melee grinds. They're also very good at kiting, which is super annoying. What's the POV you're looking for? What's up, Trizik? With 2 and 1. With 2 and 1, I just gotta carry out the victory. Yeah, Chosen is a very melee heavy player. They're a lot like Berserk, actually. Very much so like Berserk. Kurgan Horsemen are weird versus Lizardmen, by the way. You can take the Kurgan Horsemen. But if they run into any skirmishers, your life is gonna suck. So we're gonna have Coldwind Spear Riders. Do Skin Wolves do well into Lizardmen? I'm kind of wondering. I get the feeling that Lizardmen don't have the ability to chase off Skin Wolves super well, so that's like okay. But I really don't know if they're like... I don't know if they actually cook. It's a little bit of a problem. Barrowmen, I'm sure, are decent. As they always are. Is a Bloodshriek Chimera banned? Chimeras are unbanned. Which is pretty nifty. Lizardmen can just struggle versus the Barrowman spam too, but honestly, if they go the right build, they can kind of just fight it. Interesting, Charax and Chosen still haven't started their match yet. I know Charax sometimes takes a little while to do picks and bans. Chosen maybe too. So it means I have a lot of time. You don't quite understand the hate of mirrors, besides maybe Nurgle and Counts. Okay, that's just because people don't like Nurgle and Counts though, right? I think there's a huge overlap between people who hate that mirror and the people who hate Nurgle Counts. Maybe less so Nurgle. But I personally don't have a big problem with it. It's just obviously if you're playing Warhammer, you're here for the variety. So it makes sense that when there's less variety, people are going to be less excited. That's kind of how I rationalize it. Really having a hard time figuring out how I want to set up my army. Chark's calculating the entire fight in his head while building the army. 10 minutes per unit update so he can rerun the simulations. Oh, I know, well, okay, Fimir are weird versus Lizardmen. They're really good at tanking shots, but eventually they do die. Just the sheer amount of shooting into them will take them down, sadly. Okay, this build feels are we winning? Currently, yes, barely. If I win this next match, I make it to the grand finals. So at least we secure second place, which is pretty nice. I'm just having a super hard time trying to figure out how to get this army working in the way I want it to. All right, I got a perfect spend. That's good. Charks and Chosen still haven't started yet. Wild. Very wild. I should check the maps for the grand finals at some point. Let's take a look. Grand finals, best of 5 maps. Whirling Maelstrom, Rift at World's Edge, Borderlow Landing, Chateau Roquefort, and Vanishing Step. I've never heard of Vanishing Step. Also, Cultists of Khorne. Thank you very much for the raid. I think there was a raid earlier, but I totally missed it. I'm so sorry. I think I was mid-match. Mercy the Mad raided. I'm so sorry, Mercy. I'm so sorry. Anyone who hasn't checked out Mercy the Mad's channel, lots of Warhammer content. It's great. Yo, me and Maximilian, we might be ready to fight before the other guys are ready to fight. Kind of wild. How do I want to bully the lizards? Okay, well, me and Maximilian are ready, so we can actually hit up Turin. I think I have a decent build. This feels okay. There's a lot going for it. Okay, nice. The match is starting. Okay. Human Boy, yes, yes. Yeah, they also do Warhammer stuff. It's great. I feel like my build is like 80% finished cooking. It feels like I'm missing a key aspect that is going to ruin me later in this match. I must say I am slightly worried. What types of content do these people do? Is it just Total War Warhammer? Usually it's just Total War Warhammer. I think Mercy the Mad branched out onto a couple things a little while ago. But yeah. Nurgle was the secret sauce. Oh boy. You poor Nurgle. Poor nerds, man. Don't underestimate the lizardmen. Good call. Good call. Let's make sure our build is actually nice and tight against them. I don't want to accidentally myself into a loss. That would be very embarrassing. But yeah, grand finals. Let me take a look at the map again. Vanishing Step. What does this look like? Oh, it's the map Charix and Chosen are playing on right now. I see. Yeah, they're playing on Vanishing Step right now, so I can just look at their stream. Nice. Okay, interesting map. It's basically a wide open field. Oh, it's this map. Yeah, I know this map. Generally, it's just a wide open field with a few hills. Quite nice for the kite. Is that bronze? Is what bronze? What, your little symbol beside you, Noble Naldor? I don't know what that is. Does anyone know if Norska does well versus Lizardmen? Like, they should, right? They should. In theory, they do great here, but... There's a gimmick with the map / capture points. Is there? Not on Vanishing Step. I think there was another one that had a few gimmicks. But I played on this map before. I'm pretty sure there's nothing. Are the capture points circular? Is that the gimmick? It could be. Some maps have the super cursed circular cap points. Yo, is Chosen's going Rotting Rider spam versus Petonia? That's wild. I think Rotting Rider spam sucks personally. What faction are you playing? I'm gonna be playing Norska versus Lizardmen. So what I'm thinking is, like, we're on a really big map. Lizardmen aren't super duper strong. Generally, the way they win is by using their salamanders. Like the 900 gold guys, the cheap salamanders. Because they only really have the one shooting unit, but they're really good at protecting them. And they just kind of mag dump into your army. And then you are sad. Pretty sure if I can deal with them, I'm in a good position. Yeah, Norska should be quite favored into lizards. They have other playstyles like big single entity strats, but usually Norska's good at killing big monsters. That is kind of their faction identity. So I don't think that's a big deal. Let's actually open up the Lizardmen roster real quick. Here, I'll get rid of the screen blocker while I'm on Lizardmen. Yeah, they got some kite play. So they have some kite play. They have some Coldwind Spear Rider play. There's nothing too crazy about that. Coldwind Spear Riders have 90 armor, a decent amount, but actually not super duper high. But they do have armor piercing anti-large. So they're definitely quite strong, but there's only 4 of them, right? Once you get into the Cold One Rider play, it's not nearly as devastating. And they're also slow. Look at that speed. 66 speed is actual snail's pace cavalry. They are actually the slowest cavalry in the game. I think the only things slower are like plague toads. Yeah, the only thing slower is plague toads. That is not a good time for the lizards. You don't want to be moving at plague toad speed. So I think that's going to set them back. And it'll let me kind of outmaneuver them. Salamander play is definitely a must. We'll see a lot of that. And then there's like weird shenanigans like Troglodon play. In general, though, they just don't kill fast enough. Yeah, Shredder Solar Engine. So the Shredder is really good at just dealing a million damage. And the Solar Engine keeps its vigor up so it doesn't get tired. It's a very strong wombo combo. It's kind of more expensive than it used to be, though. And the vigor gain is less. It actually is so low, the rounding error gets to it. But Lizardmen in general, they're nifty. They're nifty, they're tricksy. They got like all these skinks. They all have 5 capture weight, 46 speed. some of the best capture weight in the game, actually, for your gold spent. Also, Charx is dumpstering Chosen's Chaos with Betonia. Who would have guessed? Who would have guessed? Honestly, I just don't want to face Charx, Betonia. If I'm facing Charx, I'll just ban his Betonia. It's fine. Let him play Wood Elves. It's okay. I did beat his Wood Elves. No, I beat his High Elves facing my Wood Elves. But generally, when it comes to Kite Mirrors, I'm pretty good there. Charx level even. So I actually kind of want to fight that. His Betonia though is just terrifying. The Cav play is too clean, and I just can't defend my stuff. You know, honestly, I think people should just Cav Max me. Cav Max seems to do well. That's how Maximillionaire got their first win. Maybe they'll do it as Lizards. At 66 speed. Definitely not. Dude, Charx just dumpster Chosen. So they are going to the ace match, which means I will get to relax if I win this one. Norska had a 70% win rate versus Lizardmen last patch, probably because of the Fimir Noble. The Fimir Noble? It's kind of a wild pick. You can use them to decrease the armor on Lizardmen, guys. That works out pretty well in general. Is there anything else I really have to worry about? Like, okay, yeah, there's going to be maybe some Pterodon riders. Maybe we see some Pterodon rider play. I don't think so. What else is there, really? Feral Bastiladons. Lizardmen have a lot of feral stuff. Oh yeah, feral Stegodon, Bastiladon. Do they have feral Croxigors? No, they have a feral Carnosaur. Geltblooms Terror. Geltblooms, my bad. I think that's an ooh sound. But yeah, they're not really a feral Carnosaur. They should just be called a Carnosaur, but you know what? It's better for clarity. But yeah, they don't rampage. Maybe we'll see some Coatl play. If he does run Coatls, you just have to make sure you don't get hit by their spells. This one has Barona's Time Warp for the Cav speed boost. There's no way though, right? Like, Lizardmen, really, the whole faction is right here. I think between the Skinks to the Saurus and the Missile Infantry Skinks, that is all of Norska. I mean, all of Lizardmen. Ain't nothing else. Also, is Chosen actually coming back against Betonia? The answer is probably no. Double Carno is pretty painful. Yeah, if you don't have the javelins to kill them, they are a little scary. If you're only worried about Salamanders and Spear Riders, just bring Buna. That is pretty good. Buna doesn't have that much range, but like you get one cast of it and then yeah. You get one cast of it and life is good, man. Life is so good. Salamanders especially. Buna does like what? 3,200 damage or something? It almost one-shot Salamanders. It's so rough. At the very least, it'll injure them enough where any amount of damage is just gonna rout them off. So, yeah. People are saying the map is scuffed. What's wrong with the map? Wait, what's the capture points? They uncapture themselves? The objective decaps over time, Turin just said. What? Wait, that's crazy. So like if you're just not on the point for a bit, it just uncaptures? That's so scuffed. That's insanely scuffed. When I last played on the map, I swear I did not see that. Okay, so it's a Moby Max map then. You just have to spam mobility. Dude, that's crazy. How fast does it decapture? Like immediately or what? It's wild. At the very least, I'll only have to worry about it if I get it into the ace match of the grand finals, which is not impossible. Unfortunately for me, Charx and Chosen will have fought on the map, so they know how to manage the decapturing a bit more. Wild map though. What a crazy map. What was the last map we were on? Pit of Treasures. Yes. I wonder if I have that on my map pool for the bot. Pit of... I don't have it in my ladder bot. So let's actually just add that real quick. Pit of Treasures. There we go. New map to the map pool. Love to see it. That one's not bad. The map where points can decapture is kind of wild, though. I don't know how I feel about that. The more you learn about... What's this? Aliens? The more you think the creators of Warhammer were being influenced by the universe to tell a similar story. Say what? Where is this going? They did remove... Yes, they did remove Barrowmen from Warriors of Chaos. I don't think they need them, though. Barrowmen are certainly really good versus select few factions. But... honestly, Barrowmen kind of suck versus the Cav Max. Like, if you just spam a lot of cavalry, they're so slow. They don't have a lot of armor. It can be pretty painful, I must say. Also, holy crap, another point just decaptured. That's crazy. It's crazy. What is this game? I can't believe this is in the map pool. Dude, just random points just getting uncaptured. Oh man, I do not want to play the ace match on this map. That's just so jank. So incredibly janky. Maybe that's why the players were taking so long. Like, figuring out the map mechanics. Charx is still winning, kind of, though. But I think if the points weren't decapturing, he probably would have more tickets, right? And this game would not be so close. God, that's so wild. I wonder if he's going to swap out the map. Maybe he does that. Gimmick maps in the grand finals. You know, I guess it's fair. Both players have to deal with the gimmick maps. So, I guess it checks out. Oh, boy. Yo, Charx has to hold on to multiple points. In fact, this is just going... Because the capture points is so bad at staying held, it means that if the game gets close to army wiping for players, which it is severely favored for the person who wins the trading war, because like you're just gonna be so down on tickets. You'll be extremely down on tickets. The map, literally the only thing that matters is trading, which is the other map where you start in melee range of each other. Oh, I think it's like what's it called? Is it? I think there's a "the" in the name. The Arena, was it? No. The Crucible? No. Haven't played on Crucible in a while. It's not a terrible map. Just kind of old. Valley of Lies. Where is it at? Pit of the Everchosen. There we go. Pit of the Everchosen. Yeah, you start in melee range of each other, and the capture points are behind you. Also a wild map. Also one that Turin uses. But hey, he's testing out our versatility. And as a versatile player, I would love to use that to my advantage. Although I think all the players here are versatile. Everyone in the top four. Yo, Char's gonna lose though because the points decaptured. That's rough. Although I don't know, maybe he barely pulls out a win. Like Chaos is literally incapable of holding points because they're too busy fighting. This map, it's a 13-minute game. Sounds like a fun map. It basically, you might as well just make it where the tickets are way higher. The only thing that matters is trading. I would love to play versus Khorne on this map with Empire. They're like rushing you down, you're shooting them with your wagons, and the points just decapture. Straight suffering, man. That would be so bad. Oh my gosh, is Charx barely gonna win? It's so hard to tell. I don't know if Bretonia's late game is better than Chaos, though. What do you guys think? I would personally say that Bretonia... I would rather be the Bretonia side in a super close match. Hellstriders with their buffs sticking around is very rough. But it's not a big deal. Because Knights Errant just uptrade into Hellstriders so well. You just don't have to worry about it. So yeah, I feel like that's what's gonna go on. Oh my gosh, this map. It's taking so long for the game to end. They're 14 minutes in. Games typically do not last 14 minutes. So just think about it, right? If you have 3,000 tickets that both players can get, there's 3 points, so we divide it by 3. That's 1,000 seconds worth of 3 points being held. Divided by 60. Yeah, 16.6 minutes is the absolute maximum a game can last. Plus, you know, maybe 2 minutes to walk onto the points. It's typically 1, but like, if you were trying to stretch out a game for as long as humanly possible, and the players capture the points at a very slow 2 minutes, the game will last 18 minutes and 40 seconds. This game has gone on for 15 minutes. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. Except it could go longer because Chosen doesn't even have enough tickets. Like if Charx loses the points, it's just done for. There's still gonna be another 100 seconds of this game. That's crazy. It's not even Vampire Counts versus Nurgle, yeah. Usually those ones, the game comes down to the wire for tickets. But at the end of the day, Charx is going to win because of the ticket race. Got surprisingly close, I must say. Maximillionaire and I just getting itchy. Ready for the fight. As we wait. But yeah, Charx barely scrapes to a victory. I'm hoping this drains his endurance. It's getting late, Charx. You want to sleep. Just close your eyes. Go to sleep, Charx. If that works out well enough, then it should be pretty chill finals, right? Should be pretty chill. Is each map that chooses the units you choose? That's what someone said on Turin's channel. Dude, I kind of don't like the super gimmicky maps. I think it would be nice. You know, honestly, if we want a gimmicky map, I draw the line at aquatics, okay? Give them some basic aquatics, and I'm happy. I don't think we need more. These maps that like increase like the ticket gain, it's so gimmicky that like it just completely flips the table on how the game is played. Which I think is fine if the maps were used more often, but like nobody uses these maps, so there's no practice for them. Sun's getting real low for Charx. Yeah. Honestly, it's 5:30. Charx is European. It's 5:30 p.m. for me in Ontario. So Charx has to be getting pretty sus, right? I think it's nearing 12. For Chosen, it's even later, which is good. Because I think Chosen's a little further east, maybe. Destructible gates. Oh my god. A siege battle map with the gates that you have to kick down. Get the battering rams. Yo, they could do it. Honestly, I would love to see more mechanics. But like, we need a standard. You can't just have 1 or 2 maps just sprinkling in weird stuff. There's one map that's literally just defender sided. So the capture points are closer to you, but your opponent gets more tickets. And like, I don't know how you're supposed to choose whether you're the attacker or defender for that map. Wild. No one uses that though, not even Turin. It's like 1:30 where you live, dang. My turn should be in here soon. Oh. Let's see how this goes. If I can win this one, we're good. It's just Lizardmen. It's just Lizardmen. Oh, crap. Nobody tell Maximilian. Nobody tell him. It's fine. Maximilian is actually really chill. I don't think he would stream snipe. Worst case, someone DMs him. Alright, but they're honestly they're chill. I don't have to worry too much. Whoops, the daisies though. They might replay the match possibly. Can they do it after I Seems like a very micro-intensive army, if that's the one I'm bringing. The mind games. Think about the mind games. It's okay, Maximilian. I'm gonna make some changes to the army, right? Some changes. What? You hear that? It's changing so much right now. Things are being adjusted. Ah, yes. You never see it coming. Never. And always brings micro-intensive. It's how you make sure that you don't lose just based on your build alone. As someone who doesn't main a lot of factions, I rely more on my ability as a player. Because if I just brought an army that doesn't have a high skill ceiling into a matchup where people are used to, I actually just have no recourse. They just win. On build alone too, and I really don't want that to happen. Oh boy. Yeah, it looks like they're replaying because the map was so wild. Honestly, I think the capture points being decapped was in Charix's favor. I don't know why they're replaying it, but hey, I guess the later we can get it for both players, the better. Do I actually change my army now? Now I have to figure it out. Maybe I do. If even just to bluff, I should just recreate an entirely new army. And then maybe I'll flip a coin. Make a whole new army, flip a coin, and then that way at least Maximilian is kind of sussed out, right? You know, if someone sends him a DM, it's just a screenshot of my build, you know, we're good. If anything, he might even just completely flub it and be like, I need to counter that build. At the end of the day, my builds are kind of designed to be uncounterable unless you go super ultra hardcore to counter it. There is a little bit of that too, which certainly helps. Do you have any proper mains besides Slaanesh and maybe Chaos? Honestly, I haven't played Slaanesh in so long, they're not even a main anymore. And also every tournament, people ban my Slaanesh. So I just can't play him. Oh, hell yeah, we got turn. Nice. Okay, I'll be back in a second. Don't you dare change your build, Maximilian. Alright. It's go time. It's go time. Crap, I gotta close turn stream before I accidentally see what his build is. Okay. Okay, we're good. Alright. Alright, here we go. I got Dreadmaw. Would guessed. I'm gonna park. Subdue his ear. I got Skin Wolves with Strider, so they love the trees. And then Marauder Horsemen. The least expected thing. This is indeed the same build, by the way. I am not a creative person. Okay. Ready? Good luck, have fun. Facing Maximillionaire, let's do it. Do horsemen cook versus skink skirmishers? They don't want to fight them too much. It's usually the Dreadmaw that wants to take him out. Maximillionaire's gone for only 10 units though. He might have expected a Barrowman maxing. Or he brought a counter build to the mobility. He should know that I like mobility. So we'll see how this goes. Oh yeah, Dreadmaw on 5, why not? The idea here is simple, by the way. There you go, he's giving the good luck, have fun. Got a blink. We got a solar engine, interesting. 5, he has 3 stealth units. My guys scream into the winds. Alright, not too bad, honestly. So do I want to capture this at risk of taking a pot shot from the solar engine? I think I do. As unpleasant as it is to get solar engined, it ain't the end of the world. His army's very slow. Yeah, so I take 1 pot shot from the solar engine. But that's about it. And then what we can do with the Dreadmaw, you can actually just unburrow it and just use it as a turret at the beginning of the game. You don't have to dive in immediately. And that's just kind of a nice, fun little thing you can do there. Ho! Crap. Skink skirms. So there they are. They're gonna try and bully me off this. The dogs should be pretty good against them, though. And in fact, this is kind of awkward for the skink skirmishers. They're revealed now, but can they seal the point? And can they push me off? That's the real question. Okay, interesting. So there they go. They're kiting me. I managed to stop them from getting the point, but he just summoned over here, which is going to put him in a really bad position. Soul Engine hitting a little hard, though. But we're going to get a nice little hit over there. I have my Skin Wolves. Let's just see how this damages, though. It's not the worst trade in the world. Just because the skirmishers have such a high ceiling, being able to trade them out is not the worst. But I don't think this was a great trade at the end of the day. Yeah, you can see my guys are just not really getting that oomph that they want. What I can do, though, is maybe get a few free picks here. This army is incredibly slow. Ah, crap, he routed off the dogs. How dare he. Honestly, this is a very messy fight. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. He caught my chariots. I'm gonna get a Buna, though. That'll be pretty nice. Okay. We're still catching most of these skinks, too. I think they will finally go down. And the dogs came back. So, honestly, not the worst. Very nice. Okay, we're gonna get a solid charge over there. We're gonna route off some skinks. We're gonna get a sick Dreadmaw on Burrow. I think we're doing fine now. Yeah, most of the summons have been spent, so even if Cold Wind Spear Rider shows up here, I'm not peeved in the slightest. And the Dreadmaw is just going to be a menace now. Plus, he just lost all of his skirms. They're basically his win condition here, so to have them dead is extraordinarily bad. And I can just keep playing in this backfield. There's no reason to bail out, and that's because I have my whole army. The most he can summon is like a Spear Rider, and that's obviously not going to be enough. There it is. Yeah, Cold Wind Spear Rider. Not a problem then. Not a problem in the slightest. I think I just kind of want to uptrade now. So it's probably going to be a sick Chimera play that we go for here. Chimeras are really good at breaking boxes. So I look forward to that. I got to be careful about the next net though. You see the Dreadmaw is just such a menace. Look at that guy. Dreadmaw's having a grand time. Gotta be careful with the Saurus Warriors, though. Come But overall, I'm pretty happy. Chimera Breath Attack will kill about 3 Saurus Warriors if I do it just right. So I'm definitely looking forward to that. I just kind of need this Buna to kick in. If we get a sick Buna off, we're set. I'm just going to fake a charge here. I don't actually want to stick around because then they'll be able to get a lot of work in on me. What I really need is just a little bit of terror. Get the Dreadmaw right on top of them. There we go. Bring in the boys. And then use this good old Chimera to bully them Saurus Warriors. I don't think the Saurus Warriors are going to be able to survive this. These dogs won't disengage. What guys? There's the Breath Attack. And not as much damage as I would have hoped for. But still fairly nice. And this kind of slow picking strategy is just going to wreck them. I think Maximilianer was ill-prepared for this. Oh, interesting. Skirmisher came back. But yeah, this is just going to be a little bit too much, right? I just have to be a little bit careful that I don't throw, but like, the Chimera is not going to die to Spear Riders. It's just a little too chonky for that. Yeah, and I'm going to have another Buna soon. There we go. So I just want that Buna to tick down. And then we're going to Dreadmaw. Just going to get the sick Dreadmaw play. At this point, if I just play for value, we're good. So I'm actually going to give up this high ground point. And just play for value. I think we've hit that tipping point now. So getting a little bit of an infantry to support is good. It's going to get a pretty solid banishment. And I'm just going to do a light cycle charge. But like I said, it's all about value, right? It's all about the value. Because I have lots of tickets. There really is no reason at all to go in for a bad fight. You know, just get another Breath Attack, all that kind of stuff. I can perfectly micro my little chariot over here. I'll have another Breath Attack soon. That's actually huge. Yeah, let's just knock them in. And then pull them out. Get the Breath Attack. Fairly good cycle charging. Do I want to charge in? I gotta be a little careful. Let's not commit with the skirmishers. This guy took a while to show up. Jeez. Okay, but now this is the hammer, right? This big charge with the Chimera and the Dreadmaw. Oh, wow. He just goes full nuclear. Okay. Friendly fires himself. Very, very hard there. And I think that's just going to end him. I had like all cavalry and single entities. So I think that just, yeah, completely kills everything. Fortunately, my Lord is actually taking a bit of damage. Got to be a little careful about that. But I think that basically ends the game. Deep breath, though. Deep breath. Got to kill Mazdamundi first and foremost. Super slow cavalry is never going to make it. I think my Ice Wolves will get there before much can happen. I just got to make sure I don't, like, overblob or something. And that we can actually kill the Mazda. Chimera is netted too. Gotta be real careful. Like, this ain't completely done just yet. It's a great position, but I really need to just pull my skirmishers back and then use the Chimera here to kill off Mazdamundi. His cavalry's getting murdered though. I had a hunch that Skin Wolves would be really good there, and it appears the hunch was correct. Skin Wolves are absolutely murdering. Plus we have a Dreadmaw in. Very nice. We caught some more cav over here. I have another Breath Attack. Oh, if this one lands well, it's actually just over. This Breath Attack could be huge. Pretty good. Lots of deeps. And I will have another Buna too in about a second. So I'll just use that on the next unit of cavalry he has. My Lord is still at half HP. That's very good. He's going to get a fairly nice banishment, but Skin Wolves are quite resistant to that. And yes, I will have another banishment soon. Very nice. Very nice. Skin Wolves get massive regeneration too, by the way. Oh. Alright, and there's a route over there. Yeah, I think just the big skink flank over there. It's not gonna work, sadly. Actually, I might be able to save the Buna. These guys are taking massive damage. I think I could save it. Wow, look at... Jeez, the Spear Riders suck. I don't know what it is, but the Spear Riders seem to just do nothing. Are you kidding me? 1,000. He should get silver helms. Someone give Lizardmen silver helms. Clearly that is far superior. There's a big terror out there. Very nice. And I think, yeah, just Norska things, right? There goes Mazda Mundi. We got no points being stolen over here. I can just sit back and relax. GG. Very, very nice. That brings us to the grand finals, doesn't it? Woo. Maximilian are stressed me out with the first match with some really good Cav play. But I think they're really good at vampire counts. And me banning that at the beginning just really limits our options. So they end up running into situations that they're not used to. Like the skinks being able to get caught, right? That kind of stuff. They were, they were just a little too slow to escape and they couldn't run back to the main army. The Dreadmaw was an absolute terror. 1365 value. We got the Ice Wolf Chariots, which I mismicroed. Though they still had entities. But, yeah, I really gotta work on that. They're kind of meant for, like, a wider Lizardmen build, though. So I don't fault them too much for that. Yeah, the initial trade was a little scary. Where, like, my doggos just weren't getting leverage on the skinks. That happens when a unit is very close to the same speed as another one. You just don't get attack animations off. And chameleon skinks are really fast and they poison you. So, like, you just don't get your animations. When you finally do catch them, though, they die quick. Horsemen were okay. I think I took that fight a little too aggressively. I could have waited a bit longer. Let's take a look at the Saurus value. I think they did not do well at all. Yeah, all the Saurus did really badly. Solar Engine was okay. But the late game Chimera cleanup, oh, 1,500, wow. Brutality. All right. Okay, so I just have to beat Charg's Chosen in a best of 5. I beat Chosen in a best of 3 before, but it went 2-1. I think they're very scary. Chargs I would be more comfortable facing. Chargs is giving Chosen a run for their money though, which is good. And the later it gets, right? I got the home field advantage every single time. The power of being in the Americas. Norscan home advantage. Lizards can't fight in snow. The cold-bloodedness. You got him. Max was doing so well Cav maxing, then switched to infantry death blob for some reason. I have a feeling that they were really confident Cav maxing with Dark Elves into Wood Elves. Because they played Wood Elves, so they kind of know how that works. But it's so risky to Cav max with a faction you haven't done it with before. Like, I don't think you should be doing it with Lizardmen, you know? It's a little awkward. And we even saw in my High Elves versus the Wood Elves, they mismicroed some of their cavalry. So maybe when it comes to, like, all the paths of execution, like, they're really good at playing it on the Dark Elf side. But when they're against Kite, they're just taking a few more hits than they should. Definitely, though, given a little bit more time, Maximilian would be terrifying. If they just really grind a faction that is not vampire counts, like, just stop playing. This is what I did, right? The moment people started banning my Slaanesh, I literally just stopped playing them. Turns tournaments almost always have a ban. They almost always have a ban, global ban. So there's really not a lot that you gain from playing the faction that you love, which sucks. But if you really want to do super well, you kind of have to just play other factions. You think losing the first game was a good thing? It humbled me. Honestly, that does happen. I like lock in because I do feel like there is almost a slight, not like disrespect of my opponents, but just feeling like, oh yeah, I have a good matchup, I'm fine. And I'm not like fully locked in. The first game was lost because I did not listen to my core tenets. And I did not skirmish with the skirmishers. I just kind of took a fight because I thought I was ahead. And then we lost. So, just like subconsciously keeping that there is super important. And hopefully it sticks with me until I face Charx and Chosen. Fingers crossed. Oh man, Maximilian is a beast though. Made me sweat. Hello Anticity, could you just maybe show a bit longer the money value of the units at the end of the battle? Oh yes. Yes. No, I can I can definitely do that. The issue is I get way too anxious while playing tournaments, so I just forget to look at the value. But I don't think there's anything super extraordinary. I kind of just looked at what I wanted to look at though. Here, I'll make it up to you. I can just 4x through the replay while we wait. And then we can check all the values we want to. Whew. Yo, I actually don't know if there's like a micro trick you can do to catch units that are running. I don't know if I have to give a move command, because one attack command, you actually just can't catch the skinks. Take a look.
Once the day is done, you will bask in glory.
I beat him to it. Barely. But yeah, so like take a look at this. So my dogs have 81 speed. He has 48. So they're gonna get a little bit of nibbling, right? Just a smidge, and that's pretty good. I accidentally made them long formation. But then like this weird thing happens. Okay, no, they did attack there. Oh, never mind. Okay, so they were attacking. Okay, so the dogs did good. It's just the horsemen are too slow. And then they got routed off. Okay, that's actually not the worst then. This is kind of awkward though. You can see the dogs are now starting to just walk. They get a pretty solid charge. How can Warhounds do? Not bad. Honestly, like this was a slight down. This was a bit of a down trade. Although these were chameleon skinks, so maybe not. But chameleon skinks, because of the win condition, you're kind of okay throwing a bit more value for them. Whoa! First place is $450. Second place is $250. Dang! We already got $250, guys. Holy crap! And then there's gonna be a match for third and fourth. Dang! But yeah, as soon as I got on top of them, though, it was over. Also, the Slaaneshi Riders of the Mighty Serpent, so good. My calculations were correct, by the way. The supplies on Maximilian, they didn't have enough to overwhelm my army because of that early summon over there. So I didn't have to worry about, like, more than one Cold One Rider, which would have died, obviously, to my Skin Wolves and Horsemen and all that. Not bad. Not bad. Also, the Dreadmaw. A completely uncontested Dreadmaw is so annoying to deal with. Look at this thing. He's just spitting on Masamundi. Getting free unburrows. Let's examine this Chariot micro. Dude, my Chariot micro leaves a lot to be desired. There's a little gap here they could charge into, but I'm basically using them like cavalry. I use them to fight other cavalry. It's not the best. Got an Ice Wolf caught up. Despite having way more speed, these Cold Wind Spear Riders managed to actually get them. Oh, they leashed back into melee. That's what happened. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. They should be a lot faster, but that's kind of how the game works. This was the one risky fight, though. I shouldn't have taken this. I should have just full disengage and just use all my breath attacks. Because, like, what's the Solar Engine gonna do, right? It has 6 more shots. It's not even enough to kill a horseman. Maybe it gets my Lord low. Also, unlucky on that Ruination of Cities. That just deleted the Saurus Warriors. But yeah, I didn't need to take this fight. And when games get close, I should not just dive in like this to end it. Because this is where misplays happen. If I even slightly misjudge, it's over. Oh, good net, by the way. So this was solid. Skin wolves are amazing. I really should check the skin wolf value after this. Yeah, the Chimera breath attacks were crazy. He charges in here. Where's the Chimera at? It's fighting Mazdamundi. Oh, I think it's already over. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, Chimera breath attacks. So they're really good at getting value. They just take a little bit of time. So they're better for those kind of builds. Where it's like very elite boxes. Then you want the Chimeras. But yeah, we already saw. A Solar Engine did okay, but technically did not pay for itself. The Cavalry was garbage though. Oh my goodness. How did my Skin Wolves do? 883, 626. Beasts of Tashnar are okay. They did get resummoned, I think. How'd these guys do? Oh yeah, okay. So Skin Wolves are good versus Lizardmen. I was kind of skeptical, because they're not the best in all matchups. Berserkers are really nice in the late game for cleanup. Like, once your opponent's really battered and bruised, they tend to box up. And your cavalry can't really trade into them. But with the Berserkers, it ain't too bad. That's true, that's true. The Buna cooked, right? This guy got only 1,160. He was ready for, even with another Buna, that's actually not super worth. I had 2 more Bunas though, so technically he could have gone over 2,000 over the course of a long game. I should double check that actually. So, fun fact about Buna. If you take a Buna caster, I think you need the Power Stone and Life Leeching. Without them, I'm pretty sure you don't get an extra Buna. Like, I think you actually just, I think you just run out of magic. But with the Power Stone, I think that gets you your 4th one. Oh yeah, regen value on the Skin Wolves, yeah. Lizardmen, they kind of slow poke you down. But obviously if you're regenerating, no problem. But yeah, so Power Stone gets you 3 Winds of Magic. You start with 80 Winds of Magic. Buna costs 22. So you're going to need 88 Winds of Magic. You cast 3 Bunas, which has the Life Leeching. Oh wait, Life Leeching is 2.5. I still think you need the Power Stone though. Let's just double check for sanity. Also, Chosen is currently uptrading Charix in a Norse Gakorn game. Interesting. Both sides have hella horsemen. I do like playing with horsemen, but it is a little sus. What's the damage? 3,300. Yeah, so Buna. I was only 100 damage off. Ooh, this guy takes a while, though. Yo, Charix really loves Doom Knights, by the way. I'm personally not a big fan, but Charix also makes use of Pegasus Knights and such. Makes some very, very scary player. And they've also learned Norska and Chaos, which I think puts them in a really nice position. Okay, so I still have 40 Winds of Magic. Wait, do I not have enough? Oh no, I will after. So yeah, after the next Buna, I will just barely have enough Winds of Magic. So you cut in it really close, but if you're taking just a Buna caster, always run the Power Stone. Assuming I did my math correct on this. Let's take a look. So right now, if I cast 1... Quick math here. 15 plus 30, so that's like 45. Yeah, that's enough. That's enough. Did I need the Power Stone then? Because I get 7.5. I wonder if you can make do without the Power Stone. It's cutting it super close. This is important. I could save 100 gold on the Power Stone if I don't run it. It will give me a little bit of a magic boost at the beginning too, which is nice. because Buna's so freakishly expensive. Look at this. In a 10-minute game, I haven't even used all the Buna cast yet. Because this guy does not have a lot of magic regen. So realistically, I'm only going to get 3 Bunas anyways. So maybe I don't even use Power Stone. Maybe not. Because, like, to get the last Buna, I guess it's only 100 gold. You might as well. Like, a free Buna in the late game could be super impactful. Leech gives 2 reserves. Leech gives 2.5. So I don't know if we can rounding error into another Buna. So if I cast this here. Okay, yeah. Oh, wait. Yeah. Or, oh wait, no, because I got that from casting it. Yeah, can you do this without the Power Stone? Because the Power Stone gives you 3. And then I had 2 Winds of Magic left. Oh my goodness. So much testing. How's Charix versus Chosen going? It's a big old tussle. Charix is really good in the grind, though. When I play versus Charix, like, I feel like he doesn't let up. Okay, let's try this again. So what if I don't use the Power Stone, then what? I'll also take longer to cast the Bunas, which I think is really important. Man, I remember doing this testing back in the day in Warhammer 2, back when spell kiting was a lot more common. And it was a smaller unit size. So artillery pieces would only have 3 entities. And what you would see back in the day is that it would only take 3 fireballs to kill like 3 cannons. And when someone only has, you know, 1 or 2 pieces of artillery, it's really easy to snipe them out. But the important thing is figuring out if you need to overcast the fireball or normal cast it. Because all artillery pieces have different amounts of HP. It's pretty wild. Also, Charix is behind in value. I may very well be facing Chosen here, guys. Chosen is quite terrifying. They're pretty scary. This is my 2nd time getting to 2nd place, by the way. So Danican knocked me out last time. Will Chosen show me up this time? We shall see. And yet another Buna. So what? I have 30... Oh, it's fluctuating. Oh, because of the life leeching. I have 40 Winds of Magic. Oh, so you don't need the Power Stone? Dang. Wait, yeah, because I have 40 Winds of Magic. And then I cast 1 more time and then we're good. Okay, yeah, so you don't need it. It's just to get a little bit of extra at the beginning. Huh. Okay, that's useful to know. Whew. Oh, boy. I think Charix is winning. I mean, Chosen. I think Chosen is winning because the Dread Maw is just farming so much value. Charix doesn't have too many ways to pull back value, right? Okay, let's check this real quick. Does the rounding error screw me? I have 4. Oh, wait, I might not have enough. I might not have enough, guys. This is also 10 minutes in. You'd need a really long game to use the last Buna, but this is important. Your Charix might win because of late game Hellstriders. Keep an eye on that game. Dude, I think I'm actually 0.5 off. Even though life leeching gives 0.25, right? I think, because the math is it adds up to 7.5. So in theory, unless the game is generous and it lets me round, we don't get the last Buna. Let's see it. Holy crap. It actually, yeah, you need the Power Stone, guys. The math. Zeturn, you were wrong. I think you were factoring in the 4th cast, but obviously you don't get the 4th cast if you don't have the magic. Dang. Learn something new. We use that, then we get our last Buna. Terrifying. So if you don't have something like a Power Stone and you're running a Buna caster, you probably want some other spell, right? Though it kind of feels like a waste. Like, are you really gonna make use of Spirit Leech? I don't know, maybe Buna Spirit Leech is not the worst. Spirit Leech is relatively cheap. And you'd get like what? 4 casts of it? Plus 3 Bunas? Over the course of a very long match? That's not bad. Min-maxing. Is Charx gonna pull it back? I want Charx to win. Come on, Charx. What maps am I gonna be playing on? Okay, I gotta start getting ready. So, Oasis, no. Whirling Maelstrom, Rift at World's Edge, Borderlow Landing, Chateau, and Vanishing Step. They're all pretty tight maps. Man, I wish I could tell who I'm facing so I can figure out my picks and bans. What did these guys play? They had the Lizardman Mirror. What did they have before the Lizardman Mirror? Oh yes, they were playing Betonia. Yes, Betonia versus Chaos, okay. Okay. So Charx's lineup is Wood Elves, High Elves, Lizardmen, Chaos, Betonia. Chosen's lineup is Betonia, Khorne, Lizardmen, Norska, Chaos. I feel like Chosen, them playing Lizardmen is actually really surprising. So is Charx gonna come back? It looks like Charx is almost going to come back. This is a crazy game. You should check out Turin's channel if you guys haven't. I'm just here getting ready. Figuring out what I want to do. For Chosen, I honestly don't know which faction I want to ban. Probably the Betonia. You know what? No matter... they both played Betonia. No matter what they do, I'm just going to ban it. Also, Purple Sun meta. Purple Sun's actually really hype. It's just not as good as of a Cav killer, but it's 18 wins. It's cheaper. Can you get 5 Purple Suns? 18 times 4 plus 2.5 times 4 is 82 wins of magic. You can get 5 casts of Purple Sun if you bring the Power Stone, guys. Huge. Absolutely massive plays. That's actually kind of hype. The problem is if they're not in combat, like you're kiting, you won't be able to get off the best casts ever. Buna is just way more consistent. And with these players just dodging everything you chuck at them, I kind of want that consistency. Dual watching the streams for the win? Hell yeah. It's good. Whew. Yo, this Charx game versus Chosen, though, is so crazy. It's so crazy. Dude, Chosen brought Plague of Rust. He brought Plague of Rust to kill the Chaos Knights. Chosen's Lord is still alive. Interesting. Huh, Chosen went for the Lord in the Trees strat. That's kind of crazy. Oh my gosh. Alright, well, anyways, I'm banning Betonia because I don't plan on playing Betonia and it tends to counter most of my factions. Charx would get Wood Elves if I do that, but the plus side for me is I can also play Wood Elves, and my Wood Elves ain't too bad. So that's definitely a benefit. If it's Chosen and the down Betonia, what's it going to be? Khorne, Norska, Chaos, Lizardmen. They like to rush. But if you can kite well enough, they do lose. And Berserk generally plays more mobile builds. Chosen tends to go for more of a stall you out kind of style. It looks like Chosen's winning though, which is wild. Oh boy, who am I gonna face? Who am I gonna face? Just let me know, please. Stress. I think I'm facing Chosen. I think Charx is getting knocked out. Wild. Wild, man. This is going to be my first best of 5 versus Chosen, I believe. Now, I almost... well, I tussled pretty decently with my High Elf Cav Max into their Slaanesh. I don't think they're going to ban Slaanesh, though. I think they want to play Slaanesh, which means I will get to play Slaanesh. Now, if I am the better Slaanesh player, we are in a good position, but I don't know. Like, I've played versus Chosen only a handful of times. I think only like 4 games tops. And yeah, it's gonna be Chosen. Holy crap. Okay, honestly, it's not too bad. I just have to take into account that the micro is really good. Really good at the Cav micro. But the builds tend to be very straightforward. They don't change too much about them. And yeah, that's basically all I need, right? That's basically all I need. Norska build is filthy. Yeah, with this Dreadmaw, you got lots of mobility on a giant map. Okay, so it's Chosen. First map is going to be Whirling Maelstrom, which is pretty good for these melee builds. It's not a great kite map, which worries me. Interesting. Interesting. What are they gonna play then? What are they gonna do? Khorne, Lizardmen, Norska Chaos. Khorne, Lizardmen, Norska Chaos. What are my answers here to that? Vampire Coast is, generally speaking, not super great versus a lot of these guys, though they can be okay versus Norska Chaos on the right maps. I think I'm going to have my own Norska Warriors of Chaos, right? Wood Elves is going to be a little awkward. But definitely playable. Especially without Petunia. I can always just slap Wood Elves in. And get some work done. But definitely need the right map for that. Interesting. Oh boy. Ah, here we go. The grandest finals are beginning. Okay. Let's see here. I have some... I don't know, let's see here. Coast, Norska Chaos, Wood Elves. I could play Dark Elves, Beastmen, Empire, High Elves, Greenskins. Greenskins generally, though, they don't do that well versus other melee factions. They do much better at overwhelming range factions, I find. Though that giant was pretty hilarious. The double... Maybe I'll go double giant. Double giant! Alright, here we go. Grand finals time. It's time. Alright, Chosen. Let's see if I can get the win. Yo. So, very interesting. Oh boy. I know their Cav play is really good. So first things first, we're going to need to get the faction bans. It's probably safe just getting rid of Petunia from the get-go, but they're going to have a lot of factions they're comfortable with. The thing is, they're going to have that regardless. At the very least, I guess it's kind of late for them. But they're clearly still playing really well. Best of luck in the champs. Thank you. At this point, though, second place is already really nice for me. I think I'm just, I just want to get the title, though, you know? World champion, grand finalist, victor. It's just a nice place to be. Yeah, Chosen won. They won. I banned Petunia, they banned Wood Elves. Crazy. What? I guess that makes sense, because they don't want to play Wood Elves, right? Yeah, Wood Elves global. Okay. Interesting. So if there's no Wood Elves, then how do I want to do this? Wait, let's see. What's the map? Why is it set to Battered Bluff? Should be Whirling Maelstrom, right? Should be. I just gotta double check the maps. There's one time I used the wrong maps and it was terrible. Alright. Just gotta lock it in. Just gotta lock it in. So we're going to be playing on Whirling Maelstrom. Removed Vanishing Step. Replaced with a Ragnarok Lair. Okay. Very nice. So we don't... we don't have to worry about Vanishing Step, guys. That's good. So we are on Whirling Maelstrom. Could you set map, by the way? Just want to double check the map, and then I need to figure out what in the world I'm going to play here. So, Chaos, Norska, Lizardman, Khorne, Bretonnia. Chaos, Norska, Lizardman, Khorne, Bretonnia. Well, Bretonnia's out. And I don't have Wood Elves either. No more Wood Elves for the rest of the day. Chaos, Norska, Khorne. Okay, well, I can play Slaanesh to start. I think that's just good. I want to farm Slaanesh as much as possible. Okay, ready for picks and bans. And they're ready too. So, I think playing Slaanesh is a given. As my first pick. And then we can kind of scout out what factions they might be going for. But we're mostly trying to counterpick. Let's see here. Beastmen are okay, but I don't know how I feel about them in a lot of these matchups. There's no Bretonnia or Wood Elves. I assume they're going to play a lot of Khorne. There's going to be a lot of Khorne action, that's for sure. But I kind of want to farm Slaanesh so that we can squeeze bans out. Ogre Kingdoms and Norska. Wow. Okay. I'm going to lose to Greasus again. I hate getting greased. I hate getting greased. Ogre Kingdoms and Norska is not terrible for me though. I can manage that. I could play my Chaos. They're not bad. I think I'll do this first though. So I have Slaanesh and Beastmen. I could do the High Elf build, but this map is not ideal. Like, this is definitely a very fighty map. I could play the Green Boys. Some greenskin action. Probably not versus Norska, though. That doesn't seem like the most comfortable of situations. Could do Chaos. Just straight Chaos mirror it. Ogre Kingdoms and Norska. How do I feel about that? I could play Vampire Counts. They are actually quite good here. I could also play Coast. Very good here. Okay. He goes Counts. Crap. Counts counters Coast. This guy plays Undead. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. That's actually an outplay already. Though Slaanesh and Beastmen are good versus Counts. So I don't know how well that actually works with them. Ogres, Norska, Vampire Counts. Interesting. I'll get my pick in a second. Very interesting. So, okay, I'm actually really surprised with the Vampire Counts pick. Though, they can kind of tussle versus Slaanesh. Interesting. Beastmen versus Norska. I think Norska's just a better Beastman nowadays. They have ample ways to bully the poor Beastie Boys. Coast versus... Okay, yeah. I think I would be insane to play Vampire Coast versus Counts. Let's just get that off the table at the start. And then I have to consider if I can win Beastmen versus Vampire Counts. Now, the no Maximilian there. But you can still pull off a really mean Vampire Counts, even as a fairly new player to the faction. Slace, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Mirror match as much as possible. Yeah, I'll just DM him. Be like, hey, you wanna make Turin suffer? Screw the victory. Mirror match for days. Oh boy. Playing versus Vampire Counts is really awkward. On this map too, I would say they are slightly favored. It's not the best map for them, but it's certainly a fairly good one. Ogre Kingdoms is a weird one. I don't know how I feel about their ogres. I'm surprised we don't see a Chaos. We do have the Norska on them. Norska will be hard. It's hard to get a big advantage against them, but I do have Slaanesh, and they're probably gonna use a lot of their bans against Slaanesh, unless they just want me to get Slaanesh out of the way early, so that they don't have to keep banning them 24/7. What's the next map, actually? The next map is Rift at World's Edge, which is also pretty good for Slaanesh, but I think some factions might be... No, that one's just good with the Slaanesh. So you have to like Moby max them. You gotta just go mobility because your infantry can't get to the points in time. Ogres might be your least favorite faction to play. Can't mechanics is such a snore to you. Ogres can definitely scale super hard, super fast. But yeah, I'd be surprised if they don't ban the Slaanesh matchups. I think my Beastmen can at least tussle in the worst case scenario. I can get some good Beastmen play. We'll see if they want to play Norska into Coast. That one's always very interesting. I already won Vampire Coast into Norska earlier today, but we'll see. We'll see. They will have a good idea of what my build looks like. No Skaven, what a blunder. Yo, Chargs didn't whip out Skaven. If Skaven were good, Chargs would crush it. Coast Ogres banned. Slaanesh Norska banned. Okay, so what? I have Beastmen versus Ogres, Beastmen versus Norska, Beastmen versus Counts. I know Ogres for Beastmen is a weird matchup right now. I actually don't know who wins anymore. It's real awkward. We're gonna have some crazy lead belcher shenanigans. I don't like that. But it's gonna be Slaanesh versus Ogres or Slaanesh versus Counts if they don't yeah, so they kind of have to ban those, which means I can kind of force the matchup between Beastmen, Ogres, Norska, Counts, and Vampire Coast Norska. Okay, that's pretty good for me then, right? That's not bad. Okay. Oh my gosh, it's super late for Chosen. Super late. It's like mega late for Chosen. I kind of feel bad, but I'm still going to go all out because they're obviously a very scary player. Alright, so I'm probably, if I had to guess, I'm going to get Vampire Coast versus Norska again. That's probably the most reasonable thing. If they want to play versus Slaanesh, though, very commendable. I got the wizard robe back. Yeah, super locked in. I need to be warm, man. It's too cold. Good luck, good luck. Thank you. I'm terrified. Oh, Slace had a message too. You got this? Thank you. Holy crap, he wants to play versus Slanesh. I can play versus their vampire accounts and take them out. Or I can play versus the ogres and take them out. Generally speaking, I think vampire accounts are scarier. Let's play Slanesh versus vampire accounts. Okay. It's time. Slanesh versus the counts. Oh boy. Like I said, I don't practice Slanesh a lot anymore because they're usually banned. So this will be interesting. Devotee crossbows though got an ammunition buff. That's hype. That's pretty nice. Pretty nice. What if he has the mega tech? He could have some mega tech, but given that Maximilianaire, like one of the top players for vampire accounts, given that they kind of shy away from this matchup, I think the odds of mega tech is rather low. I think we likely do not have to be too worried about mega tech. I still have to be smart. But yeah, really fun game so far. Very stressful games. I guess I've only lost one game today though, so that's pretty good pace. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe they do have mega tech. Maybe they do. But they're gonna have to fight for it. This is a matchup that I am at least familiar with. If I was completely unfamiliar, I probably would have avoided it. But yeah, I do wonder, what will they bring? How will they... Are they going to do like some White King shenanigans? Mass Ethereal. Mass Ethereal would be wild. Slanesh is just so devastating though. Slanesh has some wild stuff they can pull off. Gorst. Some Gorst maxing maybe. Yeah, this is just good. This is just good. I think anyways. Ooh, okay, yeah. Yeah, this is a solid build. This is a solid Slanesh build. No complaints. No complaints. But obviously we don't get overconfident. I know I did do a Graveguard box into Slanesh the other day. Just have an absurd amount of Graveguard. So if you don't have something that can actually win that frontline fight, you kind of get screwed. Very important that you don't goof that up. They certainly can make your life hell. If you aren't careful. Yeah, build's alright. I feel like it's missing that little pizzazz, though. I feel like it's missing just a smidge of something. Unleashing the Slanesh beast. I think just because of my slight out of practiceness. Who knows, man? Who knows? I just have to be really careful and not get over eager to a fight. If I can do that, it's at least manageable. It is at least manageable. How do I want to do this? Honestly, Devotee crossbows are really bad. I don't know how I feel about Devotee crossbows. They're pretty decent in melee, I'll give them that. As just a melee unit, they can kind of get some work done. They can also poke crypt horrors. But even in the right circumstances, I don't feel super confident about throwing them into the grinder. The wariness is there. But yeah, I think I'm basically ready. I just need to find a way to spend just a tiny bit more gold. Yeah, let's try this. Just a wee bit more gold. This map is pretty good for Slanesh. Lots of trees. Lots of good Vanguard points, too. Mass Keeper of Secrets. I think we can take 2. 2 Keepers of Secrets. They're pretty nice, though. Are we going to see some White King shenanigans? Yeah, I really want to see how Chosen approaches this. Because it's not the best map in the world for Vampire counts. Watch him like Cav Max. It's Black Knight. Black Knights times a million. Slaanesh is a menace, though. Actually, I think I do want to cut this real quick and sub in maybe these guys. Just a tiny change. Or I can cut those 2, but that's getting a little excessive. Yeah, this should be good. Because, yeah, your usual Vampire count's mass chaff doesn't work. Because Slaanesh is so good at picking apart chaff. If you go SE blob, SE blobs can be okay. But if they ever get caught by the cavalry, they're just dead. You can't really afford to have that happen. Really makes you wonder, what in the world are we going to see then? Maybe some Winds of Death shenanigans? Like the way I play it, I just box. Vampire Air Force, the no capture weight strat. Maybe. Just Vargeist into the horizon. But yeah, for me, I really like to just hard box it. Slaanesh has a hard time actually getting into boxes. You capture 1 point and then you slowly weasel your way onto the next point. Now, Slaanesh can counterplay that if they're really good at playing capture points. So, yeah. Yes, once we play the faction, we can no longer play them again for the whole series, but our opponent can. So, I won't be able to play Slaanesh no more. Let me just write that down. No more Slaanesh for me. No more Vampire counts for them. Them not having Vampire counts is generally good, though, because Vampire Coast frees up for me. And Vampire Coast is pretty good versus a lot of the factions they play. Actually, like a lot of factions that they play. So, I'm definitely looking forward to that. He's got to have something super unusual planned or he wouldn't have given you the matchup. Well, what did they ban for this matchup? Let's take a look. They banned Beastmen Norska and Coast Norska. I think Coast Norska makes sense. Beastmen Norska is... it feels a little more even. But it doesn't feel extremely out of the ordinary. They also left Ogres and Slaanesh open. Something tells me, just because they play Slaanesh a lot, they probably have some big thoughts on that. But yeah. That Wood Elf High Elf game was a supreme nail biter. Never seen Ed sweat that hard. Dude, it was close. I had 100 seconds left to capture the last point. And I captured it in 80 seconds. Now, I thought I would be able to capture it, but I thought I would get it in 60 seconds. My judgment was about 20 seconds off, which is a little scary. Honestly, Maximilian easily could have won that. He just needed to take like one less volley from my archers. And you can do that with Wood Elf Cavalry. They're so fast. Truly terrifying. Truly terrifying. You know what? Do I want these guys? Or do I want to sub some stuff out? We're obviously going to have to deal with the Mortis engine, by the by. Mortis engines are painful. Does this make my build better, though? Does this really do anything? I feel like it doesn't. I feel like this is just way better. Yeah, okay. Ready it up again! You threw the Wood Elf High Elf game hard, but it was a fun one anyways, yeah. You honestly... He gave me a run for my money, man. After that first win. Yo, the Dark Elf play beating High Elves. In a typically seen as a super unfavored matchup. I guess I did kind of whiff my Doom Bolts. I should have sniped your caster, but still. Some very nice Dark Elf play. Alright, Chosen's thinking though. It is super late for them right now. So, if they need some time to get their builds together, absolutely no problem. If I could win this though, that'd be sick. Starting off with the win is always a really good feeling. The next match though, I'm pretty sure they're gonna whip out Slaanesh. So I should just think about my Slaanesh counters right now, right? Like what are we looking at? What counters Slaanesh? I have 2 that do pretty well, and then after that I got nothing. But I think 2 Slaanesh counters is already solid. The thing is though, they don't have to pick Slaanesh right away. And that sucks. That sucks real bad. Because then what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do then? Well, I guess if they don't pick Slaanesh, that's fine. But they're probably going to have Slaanesh in as their last pick. Then again, they might want to do Slaanesh first. Because if they're a given, then they don't want to show what other factions they're going to pick. And they can counterpick me more. Kind of weird. Love Marathi. Marathi's pretty hype. Dark Elves are, they're the underdog elf faction. Then again, High Elves are also underdog. They're both kind of underdogs, Dark Elves and High Elves, so. It's always nice to see them do well. It's time. So, we are playing against Vampire Counts as Slaanesh. This is a matchup that I've played many times, but not many times recently. So, I'm just gonna go stock standard and play it very well. Just play it smart. Don't get any free losses. And we are fine. Chosen, we're kind of expecting them to do something crazy. Deep breath. Deep breath. And no, it's actually just typical Mantide. Okay. I'll take that. Now, it's 16 units, which tells me it's likely going to be at least a couple White Kings. But that's not really a problem. I don't have the best targets for White Kings. You can use Scabscrath on my Slongors, but that's not a big deal. And we're obviously going to be going for an early capture point play. Gonna go for an early capture point play because this is a very points-centric matchup. I got Nakari, very decked out. You can see we have the Harvester of Souls. Kill a couple units and you get a massive heal. Got the Witchstealer Sword, the Willing Prey. Nakari does have to be a little wary about getting sniped, but that's what this forest is for. Lots of trees, and Spirit Leech is a little too slow. At least that's the hope. Because Nakari has like, what, 8,000 HP? He's not going to Spirit Leech me 10 times to kill Nakari. The only way to effectively get that done is with Gaze of Nagash. But lots of terrain. It's going to help us out. They've given me the good luck, have fun. And so we go. So we are going to see a Gorse play. We're going to see some Crypt Horrors. And it's just Gaze and Healing. And some Zombie Summons. We got some... okay. We got to play for this point, actually. Which is pretty cool. So if I just overwhelm this location, though, it's a little awkward for my opponent. So I'm just going to cut some corners to get there nice and fast. I'm going to give up these 2 points to potentially just snipe all these guys at the very beginning of the game. There's not a whole lot going on here. And the ways to snipe them, how do I want to do that? I think we get the Seekers of Slaanesh. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. I'm just going to slow down the capture weight with some Slongor action. And then how are you going to play this? The trees won't really help. Nakari's a beast. And we're line of sighting the Gaze of Nagash, which is really the entire point of the build. So if I can just pull all my forces here, it's going to be a little scary. Just a smidge. Gonna be bringing in a couple boys to try and salvage this, but you can see it's not exactly the best of situations. The car is gonna get in there very soon. And there's no corpse cart here either. Very important to note. The question is, how do I keep up the pressure here? I think more Hellstriders? It's a little awkward, but I think it still works. We're just gonna give them the rundown. There's no real risk of getting summoned on top of here that'll beat me, because this is basically my entire army versus a portion of theirs. That's gonna work out real well for us. Here we go, and then we're just gonna, yeah, stick in Pound Town, get some sick flanks with the Forsaken, get the sick flanks with my cavalry, and then just kind of grind them out, right? So I think we actually just debuff the skeletons, because they're the only thing keeping these guys alive right now. And you can see the rotation is happening. But if I can kill this beforehand, we're good. That's just some cavalry. That's just some Black Knight lances. Ah, some Crypt Ghouls though. So we are seeing a few summons. Karen rates are in, but lots of crumbling, which is not the best for my dear old opponent here. Nakari's obviously going to heal massively from this. We're going to get a pretty solid charge. Pretty solid charge over here. And then some Fellbats get summoned. I don't think that'll be super great, though. So far, so good, I would say, personally. Nakari can just keep up the deeps, and this should just annihilate everything in the local area. Very nice. I think we can actually disengage with the Slongors to maybe get a charge. But yeah, there we go. Lots of death. Lots of pain and suffering. Now, I gotta lock in here. Those Crypt Horrors are actually bullying Nakari pretty hard. And we are losing a few Seekers, but with Vampire counts, it's more of a DPS race. I guess they're kind of trying to play for value, which makes sense. Necromancer's here, interesting. I think I'm just gonna Fascination the Karen Wraiths, literally just to get them killed. I just want them out of the picture right now. Nakari will be okay, because Gorse is miles away, right? And I can start rotating those guys. Overall, this is going really good, though. As long as Nakari doesn't die, I'm happy. And these horrors are just getting absolutely kited into oblivion. They do not like the current state of affairs at the slightest. And what we can do is some of this. That's going to be brutal. So I have Devastating Flanker, right? And as you can see, Crypt Horrors hate high DPS. They absolutely hate it. So that's going to be very painful. They're completely dead. So far, so good, I'd say. If Nakari can kill off the Necromancer, even better. Holy crap, they died fast. Wow. Okay. Deep breaths, deep breaths. Skeleton Warriors are going down pretty well. I'm actually just going to Rampage Gorse to try and secure the kill. Because I want to Rampage. More cavalry gets summoned, but my Hellstriders are very well adapted for killing that. There's the Rampage on the Gorsty. And oh, geez, Nakari can actually get in there. This is actually really bad for my opponent then. If he can't get this cavalry in, he's pretty screwed. Gorse is getting murdered. Oh, jeez. Oh, that's not good. It's not good for my opponent. Karen rates aren't doing too great either. They're not really punching through the Forsaken. And yeah, Gorse is just dead. Holy crap. Well, there you go. It's nice that I got to play Slaanesh this tournament. Brings in the dogs. Gets the dogs in. I'm just going to speed buff. At this point, we're really ahead because I get all my army abilities. You can see it's getting farmed up the wazoo right now. My Hellstriders are moving at 1,000,000 miles per hour. So those dogs can't really do well. Nakari is heal capped. And my Slongors are winning on that front. I think just going in for that really decisive backfield play, it just put my opponent in a terrible position. The terrain, too, was just awful for him. I'm just going to secure the victory by doing some of this. I just want to hammer the Black Knight Lances so that there's literally nothing left for my opponent. Just remove all the things so that there is absolutely no way they could possibly come back. And there we go. Very nice. They are dead now. Massive mega debuff where you have a 5k lead versus the undead. Very nice. Mayhaps they've been saving money. Very likely not, though. And a comfortable victory. A comfortable victory. Oop. I guess I'll just wait to see what they summon instead of bringing in more guys just yet. But, yeah, I'd say it went well. Yeah, Ruthless. I'm not holding back, man. We ain't holding back at all. Alright, here you go. The current time. I'm gonna turn off Fire at Will. Full try hard, man. Turn off Fire at Will just in case he brings in like a corpse card or something. Yes, I'm worried about a corpse card, okay? Alright, he has literally no more units. Wow. Great success. Great success. So that's game number 1. Slaanesh is strong. Now, Slaanesh is basically a gimme. But I think that was much more of a gimme than I think a lot of us expected. I've played Slaanesh and Vampire accounts, and I've played this matchup on both sides. This is actually just a matchup that I am super comfortable with. On both ends. So, like, I know he's trying to gaze him to gash me. I know that Crypt Horrors hate getting surrounded because they can't use their regen. And then, like, the Slongors are amazing. Cavalry's just really good versus Dire Pack. His Dire Pack was summoned twice, got 260. Savage. Absolutely savage. And I thought he might have taken the Knights, which is why I decided to go for Seekers. And I also had Fiends. So we were pretty well set. No crazy shenanigans. I just need to get 2 more wins. Next map is going to be a big open flat map, and I'm going to have to get ready to fight Slaanesh. 0-26. Army losses hit. Oh boy. So proud and finally respecting corpse guards. Yeah, man, they're terrifying. All right. Okay, next match is getting started. And it's going to be at Rifts at World's Edge. All right. Okay, we must consult the books. So the next thing I gotta worry about. They're gonna play Slaanesh. That's a given. Slaanesh is pretty good versus Vampire Coast 2. Though they're not perfect. Goes for Norska first. Interesting. Okay. I have a plan. There's no Wood Elves? I think I know exactly what I want to do here. Vampire Coast High Elves versus Norska. That's a great lineup. That's an amazing lineup. Can I do it? Does Chosen watch my streams? Born too late to see OP Slaanesh. Born too early to see OP Slaanesh. Born just obese chicken. What a comment. Dude, Slaanesh has actually been OP for the past 2 years, though. It's wild. It's so wild. Bro is throwing the first game for the overconfidence debuff. True. So he stole Chaos Norska from me. None of that business. So what's my best Chaos Norska counter pick? I have some options. This is okay. I can bring out an old school strat. Because his last pick is going to be Slaanesh, which this should also be pretty scary against. Let's see it. I gotta stay locked in, man. We've already made him bleed. I just have to carry it out. Now, will they go for Slaanesh against Vampire Coast High Elves? That's the real question. Nurgle! What are people doing? Every time they just keep going Nurgle. I swear I'm gonna have Nurgle PTSD after this tournament. I don't know why. I don't know why. Now the Nurgle is still pretty good, but oh man. Oh boy. What a mad lad. He went Nurgle. Now, does Nurgle cook Coast? Nurgle is actually not bad versus Coast. He might want a rematch versus the High Elves too, playing as Nurgle. I think that's pretty interesting. Wild though. What faction does Slaanesh struggle with the most? They struggle versus Vampire Coast and Bretonnia, depending on if they can bring the mask or not. The mask blob. So assuming they can do that, I think Vampire Coast is one of the worst matchups. Oh, and weirdly enough, Grand Cathay, one of the lesser brought factions, but Grand Cathay is the biggest pain in the butt for Slaanesh ever, man. Look at these guys. They're peasant spears. They got 55 leadership plus 8 with harmony. You're not routing them. And the 350, it's just a prickly box of spears, nothing routes. Slaanesh is definitely one of those factions that needs to like steamroll. He bans Kislev Chaos. That's interesting. Also, by the way, I'm playing Kislev. Coast, High Elves, and Kislev versus Norska, Chaos, and freaking Nurgle. Wild. Let's see here. Well, like, obviously I want to play versus Nurgle if I can. Though, if I can get them to use a better faction, that's better. But first and foremost, as I've learned, you got to focus on winning first. High Elves versus Norska, High Elves versus Chaos, High Elves versus Nurgle. I could ban High Elves, Chaos, and Nurgle. That's not the worst thing ever. But, like, I think I can beat Nurgle with most anything. Obviously, let's not get overconfident. Like, I wouldn't want to play Empire versus Nurgle, most likely. That is quite Nurgle favored. Coast versus Chaos is weird. They have Forsaken, but they're not the best. Chaos has a lot of Hellstriders, which don't do much. Yeah, honestly, Coast is quite strong. I'll ban Coast versus Nurgle. Yeah. Okay. Alright. Alrighty. High Elves versus Chaos, Coast versus Nurgle is off the table. I banned a Nurgle matchup, guys. I can't believe it. There was one tournament where I banned all 3 Nurgle matchups. That was wild. Or was it all 3 Skaven matchups? I think it was all 3 Skaven. I was playing against Charix. He was pretty happy about that, seeing that his Skaven was to be feared so much. Take Skaven into Nurgle. That's how we finish it. In the ace match, right? Nurgle's popularized by state-sponsored propaganda. Turin stream. I can't believe this is the second time I'm seeing Nurgle today. Nurgle is seeing more play than Grand Cathay. That's sad. Tomb Kings is a classic counter for Slaanesh. Yeah, I think recently, though, it's a little iffy. I don't know. I think on a big map, I still like Slaanesh, but they can be a little tricksy. It's undead plus shooting. If they can shoot at you and they don't route, they're pretty scary. And they banned the High Elf matchups. Wow, High Elves got 2 bans off of Chosen? Hell yeah. This guy respects my High Elves, or he's traumatized by Charix. So either Kislev Norska, Coast Norska, Coast Chaos, or Kislev Nurgle. Oh boy. Interesting. Oh boy. Do I want to play Kislev into Norska? Do I? Kislev into Norska? They have their Dreadmarge. They got the Dreadmarge. Kislev can be quite fearsome though. The map is kind of big, which is not perfect for Vampire Coast either. I think I can save Coast for a better map. Kislev versus Norska or Kislev versus Nurgle. We'll do the Kislev mains proud. Been a while since I played Kislev, but I got the strats, bro. We'll be fine. And now what's he gonna play? Nurgle! He's playing Nurgle versus Kislev? What am I lad? Alright. Just don't throw, right? Just don't throw. I think it's as simple as that. Kislev can be awfully good into the Nurgs. But you gotta be careful. You gotta be a little bit careful. Nurgle is no joke. They have many a way to make your life difficult. Kislev versus the best faction or Kislev versus the worst faction? Tough choice. He chose to fight with the worst faction. What a guy. I can't believe it. Turin's gonna be happy about this one. If Nurgle gets a victory, he's gonna be celebrating the whole day. Just infinite celebratory. Turin would be so happy to see a Nurgle victory here. I will say it would be quite wild. Quite wild to see. Gotta be a little careful about Rot Knights and the like. Oh boy. Yeah, if Nurgle gets a victory, it'll be like when I lost Beastmen into Ogre Kingdoms, Greasus. I think people would be celebrating just to see the Nurg victory. If only to see that. Alright, I got lots of tools here though. Many a tool at my disposal. Nurgle can be a little bit terrifying at times. But honestly, I have some plays. Like Nurgle, it's Nurgle. It's Nurgle. Now, is he gonna go Mantide? That's what I really wonder. Will they go for Mantide? Mantide Nurgle. Ooh. Basically a perfect spend. That's nice. Okay, let's see it. Let's see it. Let's double check that I have all the right mounts and spells and such. I do. Uncle for Uncle is coming for you. You think he's gonna have a wild build, or is this just another super bad matchup that Chosen is walking into? It is extremely late for them now. It is extraordinarily late, so maybe they're just tired and they're just letting the bad matchups roll. Gotta not get overconfident though. What's a Kislev equivalent of a giant incarnate elemental? It's not bad. Kislev is no greenskins though. I don't think they'll be taking Festus. Festus would actually be a wild pick here. Dude, Kislev into Nurgle. I thought I was going to play versus Slaanesh here. I'm honestly really surprised they did not run Slaanesh. But I guess maybe they're trying to save them? I don't know, but they didn't use them to bait out bans either. What's the next map? Are they saving them for a better map, maybe? Road to Val's Anvil. What was that, man? What was Road to Val's Anvil again? I'm pretty sure that's an open map. Pretty sure that's an open map. Give me a second. I'm opening up Total Tavern. Too many maps. Too many maps. Map pictures. Control F. Road. Come on. Where's my search function? I can't search. Oh, there it is. Road to Val's. It's not Road to Talabheim, it's Road to Val's Anvil. Oh, it's this map! Holy crap, is this a CA map? Dude, it's so old. I remember playing this map in like 2024, 23 maybe. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's just a giant map. Giant map, super flat. Nothing too crazy. It's actually very just standard. You just got 3 capture points. Okay, I can live with that. All right, here we go. We're playing versus the Nergs with Kislev. Yeah, all of top 4 is best of 5. Thank you very much for answering. I can't keep up with chat too much because we're obviously focusing on the matches. But yeah, we got Nergs. We got the Nergs. We got the Nergs. Now, I haven't played this build in forever, so Chosen might not be familiar with how I play Kislev. And if they're not ready for it, it's basically a done deal. Basically a done deal. For those of you that have not seen it in a while, this is the SE Max Kislev. And he has 10 units. So the guy is not in a great position. Let me explain to you how this works, right? I got Blizzard, we got Hailstorm to clear off infantry. We got the Mega Leadership Bomb with the Howl of the Great Beast. And we got the biggest, baddest single entity squad you've ever seen. This is 4,000. This is like almost 5,500 gold worth of just oomph. Good luck, have fun. It is very tough to deal with. And Nurgle typically doesn't go hard on the SEs. If it's just a Kaizek, we should be able to win that. Eyes are dry. He has a Noxbringer and some Plague Toads. Lots of infantry. Hailstorm for the potential cavalry that we might see. But all in all, this is very good for me. I just gotta be able to dodge a Noxbringer a bit. It won't damage the sleds, but it drains ammunition. It can be a little hard to dodge too. You can kind of bully it though. Are you gonna take a shot? Dodge it. Didn't get the ammo drain, thank goodness. All right, nice. And because it's a fairly low unit count, all I have to do is just get the ammo spent. And we already have a great advantage against my opponent. There's the double cap secured. Okay. And then I just got split up a bit. And then just try not to waste too many shots on frivolous things. But with the 2 points captured, now what's gonna go down is the death squad. So these guys literally do not die to anything. So they can actually just rush in straight into the marauders. And life is good. Noxbringer missed again. That's actually really good for us. And it is one of the bigger threats here. It's Buna. So if I don't summon in cavalry, I'm pretty happy. And I think what we do is we just go for the capture point. Because the more time I can buy, the better, realistically speaking. Gonna be a few Forsaken here, not a big deal. I just want to get the point captured. These guys have 24 entities. They do. They are cheap though, so he probably doesn't want to deal with that. And then now that I have some skirms underway, we're sitting pretty comfy. Very nice point capture. So you can see he's playing very careful, and he's brought out Kaizek, which is actually good for me. Because I want to army wipe him here. As much as this may feel like a, you know, kind of a, like a drawn out kite, maybe try to get some value, or we're definitely here to just completely wipe the floor with them. So the first things first is that we're going to go for the Plague Toads. You know what? I'm going to go for the Marauders instead. They're very exposed. And I'm just going to give up this point for a free Marauder and a Plague Toad. That's 1,000 gold worth of value. Absolutely enormous. Marauders are not going to like that. Probably just going to get routed off immediately. And there's no mobility, which certainly works out in our favor. A couple skirmishers show up. They're here mostly to potentially value trade. But if I keep near my sleds, I should be okay. Now, we can't get overconfident, of course. We still have to play this one very well. But you can see, with this kind of barrage here, they're really not going to have a good time. Just got to back it up, kite a bit. And it's all about keeping the SCs moving. Kaizek's going to go in for a play, potentially. But I have a little bit of action here. A little bit of a summon right on top of his face. If he can rout him off, that'd be great. He does have some skirmishers. I suspect these guys will take a lot of damage. Oh my gosh, dude. Dude. We got the Mega Blob. We got the Mega Blob. I don't know if he saw it because the map is so white. But yeah, Kaizek is not gonna get it exactly. Not at all. So that's very good for me, obviously. Deleting an entire everything from existence. The toads are running. I just got to evac with the SCs a little bit. Here, let's just finish the job. Get that roar going. Hurt him a bit more. Then as long as I keep these guys alive and just never put them into melee, we're good. Although this is kind of a free charge from the chariots. They might as well get in there. Yeah, a little bit of free damage on the Forsaken. Patriarch's going to come on in now for some heals. Oh, Incarnate's kind of taking some deeps, though. He's got to be a little bit more careful. Oop, alley-oop. As long as he's running, though, he'll be okay. There you go. There's a heal. And then we're going to have all of our guns shooting at the Noxbringer. If this thing can just live, I'm very happy. Oh, dang. He routes off my Frostworm, though. That's kind of terrifying. And of course, he has a Buna in pocket. Gonna need more mobility. Frostworm, unfortunately, bites the dust. Noxbringer is quite a good combatant. But I still have this guy. Now, he is slowed because of the Pestigores. Little scary, little scary. I need him to live, though. He actually really has to live. Come on, you darn guys. Gotta disengage. It was a good start. But we have a ways to go. Gonna summon the cheap cav first. Because obviously they're gonna get Buna'd, right? Woo! You darn Incarnate, don't die. Okay, there we go. A little charge helps it out. I'm gonna need to probably sack the horseman here. Yeesh. Oh my gosh, dude, routing off the Frostworm is rough. Is there any way I can save it? I don't think there's a way I can save it. Nice play from my opponent. Holy crap. He's killing the Incarnate. I'm slowed into oblivion. Gets the sick Buna on me. Jeez. Oh my gosh, bro, the Pestigores. The Pestigores. They're kind of bullying me. I will be able to get another nice Blizzard here. But this is certainly not panning out how I wanted it to. Bro, dude, he actually just thumped me with the SE squad. And the Frostworm ain't coming back. Maybe I should have tried saving it. I think the Marauder Horseman axes actually did really well. Woo! Little scary, little scary. Value trading is not in my favor. We lost the Incarnate. And suddenly, Nurgle's kind of pulling it back. That is not very good. I don't know how he got those crazy hits, by the way. With the Noxbringer, but it absolutely annihilated me. He wanted revenge for the last match, yeah. Let's see if we can catch him out here. So he's obviously hunting the Lord. Yo, he's really good at that hunt. Okay, your leadership's gonna stabilize, thank goodness. Okay, maybe we can kill Kaizek. Noxbringer is obviously still here. Yep. Dude, I'm like so out of stuff though. He actually took a really good fight out of nowhere. I'm not used to that fight going so badly for me. Usually if it's just Kaizek, it's just Kaizek. Terrifying though. Still though, Lord is gonna live. I will have yet another heal very soon. And I got my Cav here. Now, he will be casting a Buna. I cannot move though. Gonna cast a spell there. Should be able to rout off the doggos. Alright, I gotta get this Lord alive though. Alright, so there's the Buna. Oh crap, she routs. Bro, he's so good at hunting. He's so good at hunting. Gotta stop Kaizek. Oh crap, he's gonna chase her off. I can't believe it. Guy's got teeth, man. Guy's got teeth. He nerged me. He nerged me. He got the sick Buna plays. Alright, here we go. Come on, you darn Lord. Dude, that's slow. The Pestigore is slow. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. My sleds are out of ammunition too now. Dang, I really thought I was gonna kill Kaiser. Let's see. I'm gonna have to just desummon these guys. Now, you can only have so many Bunas left. That's good. And I will be able to get the heal, but losing the Incarnate to that fight really puts me in a tough spot. We got slowed to hell and back. But okay, he's desummoning now. I think if I get this back, I might still be able to get some trades going. So I got back the Frost Elemental. Dude, he routed it off so quickly. I can't believe it. Okay, here we go. Yeah, do the Pestigores. Alright, so we're gonna get a free pick over there. I'm hoping that I can still win out on the SC play. Like, we just have so many SCs that he can't kill them all. Patriarch is out of the ammunition, though. I mean, not the ammunition, but you know what I mean. Okay, maybe we can kill off the Noxbringer. I'm gonna go for it. Hope for the best. If the Lord dies, though, it's over. Like, I can't survive another big SE loss. But damage is looking good. So he's obviously focus firing her. We gotta zoom in here. Get a good look at the micro, right? He's gonna summon a lot of mobility. Oh my gosh, you darn Lord. He gets another Buna. Dude, these Bunas are hurting so bad. He's crumping my poor Cav. Dude, he's so good at the SE micro. Look at that. The Lord hunt down. She gets routed off again. And I think that's game. Dang. Good SE play. Good SE play. Whew. GG, well played. Terrifying. Yeah, I thought my SEs would win it. I think most people, when they micro their SEs, they don't get nearly as much damage. So I wasn't ready for that. But the Noxbringer and this Chaos Lord, they were landing hits, man. My poor Frostworm just got mega routed. Good stuff. Yeah, Chosen played really well. The rapid route on the Frostworm is what won it for him. I think that was mostly from the Horsemen. He probably withheld ammunition until he knew they would hit, and then went for the big play. I think I just got a little over eager, right? I went into a fight that I shouldn't have. I could have worn him down with the sleds a lot longer. That much I do know. But the Buna was smart. I think Buna, I didn't really have many answers to. My cavalry were just gonna die regardless. Plague Toads were not very good. It was all the SE play. Look at these guys. Dang. Well, very well played. Next map, though. Must be a Picarino. So, yeah, so now we're playing on that really wide open map. Interesting. I'm down Kislev, he's down Nurgle. Let's go ahead and get her done. Oh boy. All right, so this is game number 3 now. Nurgle with the win. So they still have Slaanesh, right? I won with Slaanesh, but they also lost their vampire counts, which is good for me. This is a fairly wide map. It's pretty big, so undead factions are just going to be a little less happy here. But I think I still have some good options. Is there a prime faction I want to start off with? Not really. Although, this one is not bad. The question is, like, am I just going to get hard countered? I still have Chaos and Norska, which is very good for me. Yeah. I'm going to go Chaos. So I have Chaos. They might go for the Norska pick here. That is fine. Show the Kaiser Valley. Oh, crap. Did I miss him? I think he was in reserve. We got to make sure that the stream doesn't go too long for Turin, though. I think he wants the next round to get started. quickly. What factions are left for you? I got a ton. We're mostly just trying to counterpick. Beastmen and Norska. Easy counterpick is High Elves. So I got Chaos and High Elves versus Beastmen Norska. Last faction though. No Wood Elves Betonia. I can still play Vampire Counts, but the map's a little big. Beastmen Norska. How do I feel about that? I just need something that can tussle them. Okay. My last was Vampire Coast. Their last was Slaanesh. That makes a lot of sense. Vampire Coast, High Elves, and Warriors of Chaos versus Beastmen, Norska, and Slaanesh. Okay. Sure. Alright. So, the map's a little on the bigger end. That's fine, though. Map is, oh, wait, no. Oh, no, it's Border Low Landing. Oh, okay, that's still fine for me. I actually had the wrong map in mind. Almost goofed. But I think this still applies. Vampire Coast is actually better on Border Low Landing, so thank goodness for that. Let's see here. So, Coast versus Beastmen, Norska, Slaanesh. High Elves versus Beastmen, Norska, Slaanesh. I don't want to play that. Actually, wait. Do I want to play High Elves versus Slaanesh? No, I don't want to play that. Not on this map. Okay. Slaanesh will be a little bit of a problem. Being able to play Coast against them is good, though. Yeah. I got the ego of a Nepo baby today. Yo, I saw Nurgle, man. I saw Nurgle. I thought I could get him. Oh, it was such a good start, too, with the capture points. I think I could have waited on my sleds to get more value. I'm still really surprised how good the Noxbringer was at clearing the SCs, though. Frostworm routing at half HP, too, was really bad. And then the Pestigore is triggered. Honestly, he played really well. It's all about having those single entities available at the right time. That gets it to win. 1-1. Same as Maximilian, just kind of inverted. We got Border Low Landing, which has a lot of trees. Helpful for the Beastmen, but Chaos can kind of work with that. Pretty mad for typically high leadership faction. Oh yeah, having your units route as Kislev. Cathay Skychunk time. The ye old tech versus Slaanesh. Not needed that much anymore though. Honestly, I think Vampire Coast will be the most difficult for Chosen to deal with here. Coast is just so strong. I think Coast should be at least decent versus most of what they have. High Elves are alright, but the map is not optimal for me. The question is, though, will they play Slaanesh? Bloaty time. Kraken King is so back. If I get my second Coast win, that'd be sick. Win with Slaanesh and Coast? Hell yeah. The old and the new. First Greasus, now this. Oh yeah, it happened again. Every time. Honestly though, I might need to reevaluate. Because I really thought the SCs would just crump them. You know, after that massive blizzard. I really thought the SCs would crump them. Those couple horsemen though. And I walked into the Buna so hard. I actually had no summons to deal with Buna. So it was just a free like 3,000 gold. Could not have gone worse. That went pretty bad. So what's it gonna be though? They still haven't picked bands yet. I'll just send Turin our factions at least. Chosen really taking the time with the picks. Which I think is to my advantage because it's hella late for them, but who knows. Yeah, I think that was a build victory. Like, Chosen had a good build. I do wonder what would have happened if I just let the sleds kite a bit longer. Just stick with the kite. Sit comfy. I will say that Incarnate Elemental kind of got worked on. Honestly, if my SCs just lived past the early game, mega goof. But yeah, if I spam Dervishes though, that would help with the Buna. They banned Coast Beastmen and Coast Norska. That's a good sign. I want to play Coast Slaanesh, as that is generally quite favored. Let's get rid of Chaos and Beastmen, because they're comfortable with that clearly, and Chaos versus Slaanesh. So it's either High Elves versus Beastmen, Chaos versus Beastmen, High Elves versus Norska, Coast versus Slaanesh. It's all great for me. It's a nice spot to be in. It's all fairly comfortable matchups. I just need to execute it correctly. Does Buna wreck Bear Riders too? I'm not entirely sure, but Bear Riders are so bad that I don't think they're worth bringing. Technically though, Buna doesn't wreck them. I'm pretty sure everything else wrecks them though. I'm not a huge fan of Bear Riders. You global ban Bretonia? I did. No Bretonia. Makes my life so much easier. Technically, I can play Bretonia, but only at a decent level. Yeah, the heal missed the Incarnate Elemental while I was retreating. And I think it hit the Frostworm, which ended up routing. Worst case scenario, man. But, you know, you gotta factor in that sometimes that can go very south for you. What did he go for? He banned my Wood Elves. High Elves versus Norska or Chaos versus Norska? I'm versus Beastmen. Do I want to play Chaos versus Beastmen? Warriors of Chaos have a lot that they can do versus Beastmen. There's a lot of trees here, though. And of course, I don't have Bearmen no more. Let's play High Elves versus Norska. It's time. The map is not super optimal, but I think I can make do. Yeah, Wood Elves are pretty gnarly. Chosen does not play Wood Elves. But okay. So, Norska. Good old Norska. They got the Bearmen. They got the Worms. All very annoying. But I say, I have options. I have options and I just hope that they work. So let's take a look. How do I want to do this? Like so. I'm playing the High Elves again. They can be quite strong. They have a lot of oomph to them. But is this a situation I can pull through on? I kind of wonder what magic he's going to bring too. Are we going to see more Buna action? Maybe. Maybe. At the very least, I can be quite confident that the Norscan playbook, it tends to be fairly standard. Not a lot of stuff that goes down. I will say, it's pretty likely we're gonna see Buna again. So let's actually have a little bit of an answer to that. Like if the guy just, you know, just Bunas me, and it turns out that he realizes I only cav max, that's non-optimal, I would say. Subpar even. So I just have to be a wee bit careful about that. Cav max in time? Maybe. Maybe. You got to deal with the Fimir first and foremost, but I think once they're down, it ain't too bad. Money expenditure kind of awkward. I also have to factor in that my opponent may very well just play to the trees for the entire match. I think that would actually be very annoying. Though, I do have a couple options. How does this pan out? I wonder what lord they're gonna bring on such a big old forested map like this. You gotta go now, it's late? Yeah. Yeah. It's gonna start getting late, guys. It is an unfortunate circumstance, but I guess it's late for them too. For good old Chosen. Maybe they're gonna peter out, who knows? The tournament's just been going very long though. The exhaustion hits very hard. But we go on. Now, if we're facing Norskins, these guys are not the worst. Maybe not the best either. You're gonna need a little bit of infantry clear, that's for sure. And then what? Like the build's alright. I think the big thing I'm wondering is if they're gonna go for that Fimir max. Is it gonna be Fimir max or Mantide? I think that's kind of the main. It's kind of the main thing that Norsca goes for here. Oceanids, they're really good against everything but Fimir. I must say Fimir are truly the terrors of the night. And then at least I know they're only gonna get 4 Bunas max, and it's gonna take like 10 minutes to get there. They'll need like an extra caster or something to get enough winds of magic. Okay, what in the way of infantry do I want? Infantry, I have a couple options. It's weird. Bearmen are so tanky. It's like, even if the archers shoot at them for a while, it can be a little sketch. Honestly, this is not terrible, though. Yeah, it's not terrible. Okay. Is there any way you can make this build even better? Probably not. Alright, let's do it. I'm ready. Ready and raring to go. Prime time entertainment for the Americans, though. Yeah, you done your work? Or no, it's Saturday. Just late night tournament viewing. Need to be careful running from horse characters. Yeah, they can chain rear charge attacks. It is true. If microed correctly, it can be super brutal. And they're hitting from behind the whole time. I was kind of hoping that the slows would get him pinned down, but unfortunately not. Do your Cav Rust combo. It's pretty good. Norsca doesn't have a lot of armor. It's literally only the Fimir that we have to worry about killing. Just the one unit. Oh, this one's gonna be a doozy though. I'm not entirely sure how this one plays out. Not entirely sure. I have a lot of good stuff going on though. Looks like Chosen's ready. Here we go. This one I think is anyone's game. Potentially they could absolutely crush here. It really depends on what they've decided to bring. In general though, Silver Helms are good. The good versus Norsca. And that's what I'm banking on. So I went for one Rust caster in reserve, and my main caster is actually a Death caster. Because if the game goes long, I basically just want to Spirit Leech him to death. Kill the Lord, and then everything is chill. That's the hope. I think Throg is quite unlikely to see against High Elves. Most people don't go for Throg. And it's going to be a Cav Max. Wild, just fat Cav Max. We're going to see 12 units. And if I see Fimir, the idea is we're just gonna Plague of Rust them. Ready, good luck, have fun. Yeah, I can Plague of Rust them using this mage, good old mage. I got my Fireborn in case there isn't a Buna caster or he uses it all on these guys. No healing for me, but good late game, kind of emergency armor piercing. And if he doesn't go for Fimir, I'm just going to spam Oceanids. That's kind of the game plan. Because without Fimir and my cavalry probably killing all his ranged, Oceanids will just absolutely annihilate. But yeah, we got the Wombo combo. If I see even one Fimir, it's worth getting the Mage of Metal. Spirit Leech and Doom and Darkness is really good. There's a lot here that should do well for me. Okay, and we're just going to see a Malkoth's Pit of Shades caster. He has lots of dogs and one Fimir. This is basically what I want to see. 3, 3, 3. He has maybe a couple of units, a few units in the trees here. I just got to keep an eye on that. But this little squad can definitely secure the points. And then it's just chunking down them Fimir. Dreadmaw doesn't really have too many targets. I just need to not park directly underneath it and we're good. First capture point is secured. This one is secured. And we're going to get our Metal Caster now. Now, the Dreadmaw I'm probably just going to ignore for most of the match. There's not really a whole lot to do there. How much HP does this guy have? 5,000? Eh. I think I'd rather just snipe the Lord. He's somewhere in the trees. Okay, and there's another Fimir. So, I do have a big, wide, old open area here. I don't think it's worth going for that Fimir guy. I'm going to have to cast 5 of these to kill him. I guess it's not the worst. And he is a hero character. There's not a whole lot else to use my magic on, so sure. And I am going to get a little bit of a free picking here, so that's nice. Not bad. Not bad. My cavalry's fast, furious. They're going to bully these Norscan Ice Wolves. Very nice. Just keep ignoring the Dreadmaw, and then maybe start some cycle charging and the like. Whoop. Gotta be a little careful about these Riders of the Mighty Serpent. And I just want these Fimir to get overextended ever so slightly. If I can do that, I'm very happy. It's going to be a lot of Cav Micro, though. And I think we start getting the Oceanids. Keep the Fimir kind of in one place, you know. Okay, maybe I can actually dive these guys right now. I'm going to go for it. Okay, there's the debuff. And there's the surround. Will it be enough, though? It's a little bit of a nasty fight, and the Fimir are holding up decently well. That charge is going to be a little bit more painful, though. I'm going to bail out, though, because, yeah, that Pit of Shades just dropped. Yeesh. Not a good start. Not a good start at all. I have a lot of reserve cav here, but I just lost 2 of them from maybe a Fimir pick. The Plague of Rust worked okay, but not the best thing in the world. Let's just pull back real quick. He's got that Cav Micro in him, right? Yeesh, I feel like I'm out of Cav already. That's not good. Yep. Keep the leadership up. Okay. So he captures the point. Time-wise, my opponent certainly has a lot. But I have a point here. I'll have another Oceanid. Oh, crap. I really don't want to get army wiped now, though. This is bad. Just gotta try and stabilize this leadership situation. Okay, this is good. Gonna get a big rout on the doggos. Okay, that's a little better. I'll take that. Okay, and now he's just slowly rolling onto this point. That's not too bad. Got a decent little bit of a route. Nothing too crazy, though. I will say this map is very, very uncomfortable for me. That's a good leadership bomb, though. Okay, and I do have my Oceanids. We have some Rangers. If I can stall the points a little bit, it's not too bad. We're going to have to bail out of this situation, though. Value trading is absolutely atrocious for us. Do not like that in the slightest. We're just going to have to bail. And then hope that I have enough capture weight here to kind of stall for a bit. That first charge, though, really put me in a bad situation. I should not have fought those Fimir. That was a mistake and a half. Thankfully, he only has a few here. We did route off a couple doggos, and I do have the ticket weight advantage, but it's not the best. Gonna get a little bit of a volley here, not a big deal. As soon as he gets all his infantry on the point, though, life is going to become a lot more difficult. Now, the Fimir are slow, right? They can't really get a lot of places. So this should be at least a decent play, where I kind of just pull in the boys onto the Berserkers right away. Get those elementals in there. Yeah, I just got to pull away. Maybe get back on the point. Dude, his army's so much bigger than mine, though. Okay, run Oceanids. I'm going to be able to slow him down a little bit. And then I will be able to get a few more guys. Some more silver helms. But yeah, essentially I just don't really want to take a fight right now. Ice Wolves, I should be able to beat up, though. Just a swift charge to the face. That'll go quite well. Good micro, though. Yeesh. Gonna get a little bit of a Melkots, and he does get the double cap. Now, he does win on a continued double cap. But if there's one thing I have a lot of, it is certainly time. So we can definitely take that time here to get some better trades. Oceanids in the backfield, doing the best. I'm going to see if I can squeeze out maybe a little misplay here from him. Looks like I do catch a little bit of cav, okay. Not the worst. Okay, yeah. Got a little bit of a Kurgan Horseman catch. That's good. All right. And the Oceanids are just going to be romping around. Okay, all right. Not a terrible position now that I've routed off a little bit more. The Oceanids are certainly very hard to deal with. Gonna get a little bit of a charge over there, a little bit of a charge here. Oceanids will just back up. And I can start making a loop around to this point. So what I need to do is to try and get a big fat route here with my boys. If they can't pull it off, though, we're just doomed. I really need a big route. So I kind of just need these guys to hold for a second. Ugh, we got one unit routed, though. That's really bad. Because it's going to boost the leadership of his guys. I do get the Oceanids in, though. That's good. And I will be able to get a Plague of Rust and a pretty nice charge. It's okay. A little bit of a route. That's solid. I'll take it. There we go. Another route. Okay. It's not too bad. He is going to get a little bit of a catch here on my boys. I can peel with my cav. Oceanids are actually doing pretty well, though. The Plague of Rust, obviously, is very good. Okay, and I think that might actually help us out a little bit. We got a little bit of a playback on our opponent. We killed a unit of Fimir, perhaps. And if I can secure a point for even a wee second, we are in a decent-ish position. Okay, there you go. Yeah, lots of routes, lots of routes. You'll love to see it. He's playing keep away, though. Very good keep away. Alright, here we go. Oceanids are in. He doesn't have a lot of Fimir here to stop me, so I'm gonna try bringing in some cav. Dreadmaw is kind of useless right now. It's not doing too much. He's gonna hold the point though, so he's actually just full playing keep away. Very smart play. Ooh. Gotta micro both fronts at the same time. Okay, and we'll see what we can do. He has a lot of capture weight here. I do have this unit of Oceanids, and if I can just shove him off hard enough, it ain't too bad. Maybe an Ice Wolf gets caught here. Okay, a little bit of a doggy catch. I like it, I like it. Okay, not too bad. And then I should be able to finish off that Fimir unit. Okay. Ooh, look at that pull away though, wow. Okay, so the Fimir are dead. And we get a cav charge on the far side. Okay. Alright. Hopefully it's enough. Didn't get the full cast though. Oh my gosh, dude, look at that. The micro, he's too good. He might kill off my caster here too. Dang, dude, the Silver Helms are really failing me this day. They really ain't doing as well as I'm used to. These fights, these engagements, he's doing well. And now the Fimir have arrived. I think this game was botched. I think we done botched, people. Oh, brutal. Lord is dead. Oh, man, dude. Yeah, using the dogs to countercharge any plays I try making on his infantry is going to be rough for the whole time. Very nice mobility micro over there. And yeah, just having that thick line of dudes that I was not able to punch through. Very well played. Oh my goodness. Dang, dude, that went really badly. That went really badly. Alright, yeah, GG well played. GG well played. Woo! Chosen! Close to victory. Whoops. Oh my gosh. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh. Let's take a look. I did think the map was going to be bigger. Which, I think if the map was bigger, life would have been a lot more chill. Bordalo landing's not perfect for that. Cavalry did okay, but like the early trades just really did me in. Very much so, very much so. They just kind of took some good fights. I did manage to negate the Dreadmaw. But yeah, using the dogs to protect all his stuff worked out really well. And he was just playing close to his infantry. Very well played. Woo. Oh boy, he has me on the ropes. I'm going to need to play Chaos and Norska. And they're going to get to play Slaanesh, which is really bad. Interesting that we had a sail in the trees, by the way. I don't know why. Probably just to dodge the spirit leeching. But, yeah, you got a little bit of work done. Well played. What's the next map? Gotta make sure I have the right map this time. Next is Chateau Roquefort. Okay, that's not too bad. And they're down Norska now. I'm down my High Elves. Yeesh. I'm down High Elves. They still have a lot of big rush factions, but I still have the Chaos shenanigans, right? We're gonna use that to our advantage. I'm gonna need to win 2 in a row here to pull through. So, who was first pick there? So that was game 3. We're in game 4, so now they are first pick. They're probably gonna go Chaos, aren't they? He did that versus Charx as well. Seems to love the sail tree strat. Interesting. Alright, well, we got a big map. I still have my Norska Chaos. I'll have to really lean into that and hope that I can beat Slaanesh. But yeah, they got some really nice cav micro. Some very, very spicy cav micro. They did not let their Ice Wolves get caught at all. Get the Fireborn in. Fireborn didn't really have too much they could have done there. I think there was just too much infantry clogging up too much space. I needed more space. And even then it would be kind of close. Though I did have the capture points really early. It was almost at the point where I went on a 1 cap. So I could see that working on a much bigger map, but not there. Brutal. Sail spell passive. When enemy cast does passive damage to casters. So anytime you cast a spell, your lord and hero were taking damage. That's interesting. I don't think it actually did too much in the end. Obviously my lord died, but the loss was in the misplay for sure. But I guess that's how Sail was getting the value. That's interesting. Counter to spell build. The scary thing though is that Chosen is not going to hold back now. They will have some crazy shenanigans to pull out because they still have all their rush factions realistically. Obviously Chaos and Norska are still really good for me, but they could pull out whatever they want. They still got their Khorne. They still got the Lizard Men for some reason. I don't know if they're actually going to play them. They still have Ogres. A lot of big scaries that we got to manage. Bigger map than Darkwood. Darkwood would be great, I think, for that Cav Max. A Darkwood map would be perfect. But unfortunately not. This is the bigger map now, though. This one is pretty decent. Capture points are still kind of close. I just got to lock in, though. That was just well played. I don't think there was a way we could have won that with how they were playing. Just clean all round. All right. So they're ready. I'm ready. Let's do it. Let's do it. So what is the first pick? It's gonna be Beastmen. Interesting. Okay. So I can play Chaos and Norska and just get them out of the way, because boy do I need to bring out the hammer. And then typically Vampire Coast counters what they really like to go for too, but we'll see. Slaanesh, yeah, makes a lot of sense. Okay, let's do it. If I lose and get second place, it's fine. Still get a pretty nice prize, but I want to at least take 2 games off of Chosen. I want to win this one. The micro, though, I think they're holding up better than me. After my very long day of games, I feel like we're starting to make some misplays, but they're still holding strong. They did lose a couple units of cavalry, though. There were a few dog catches, but yeah, we'll see. They went Beastmen, Slaanesh, and Khorne. Interesting. Very, very interesting. I would say Khorne is expected. They've played Khorne against me before. Now, I did win it, but by a very close margin, so we'll see how that goes. Beastmen is a pretty fun one. I want to see how they do this. This is best of 5. Yeah, all rush. All rush. We kind of know that they're going to rush, though. Khorne is pretty good versus Coast, I imagine. Coast should still be good versus Slaanesh. Still pretty decent versus Beastmen. And then Chaos and Norska are just generally pretty good versus everything else. So what we're going to end up with are just a bunch of close matchups. Is going to be a whole whack load of super close matchups. I don't think, yeah. And then it's just going to come down to the micro. Will Chosen be able to tease out that slow victory while I accidentally throw away some units and fall behind? We shall see. In general, though, we're feeling not the worst here. Yeah, like I know which matchups I want to ban to get kind of a roughly even spread. And it's rough losing that High Elf game, though. I was counting on that High Elf build to beat Norska. But the map. The map. There was no real space to maneuver. Though I will say, their use of the Ice Wolves to slow my cavalry It made my retreat super hard. Similar to the Nurgle game. Is Nurgle OP? Is Nurgle OP? He certainly did quite well. Okay, what's it gonna be though? At least I have a big map. I like the big maps because I can focus on the point play. Still no bans from my opponent. I guess I might as well send this to Turin. Still has not picked a faction to ban. I think they really want to make sure that they can get a clean victory. I did knock them out of another tournament before in the top 16 round, so they probably just want to make sure that they get a clean win here and that they can go to sleep. Bans Beastmen Vampire Coast. Pretty standard. Okay. Sure. Yeah, so they banned Beastmen Coast. Coast is just a really strong faction in general. Honestly, if I can get Coast on a Ragnarok Lair in the finals, that would be nice. What are the maps? So on Rockfort, and then after that, it's a Ragnarok Lair. So, yeah, definitely I want Coast in the finals. If I can get there. What's it gonna be? What you gonna do? He won't have a Dreadmaw. That's pretty good. Because no Chaos was selected. Alright. So they banned the Khorne matchups. Doesn't want to play Khorne to my stuff. Okay. It's Beastmen versus Chaos and Norsca. This is pretty standard fare. This is a matchup that I'm super used to. If I lose this, Chosen is just better. But this is seriously like, this is my jam, right? This is what I grew up doing. Warriors of Chaos and Norsca versus the Beastmen shenanigans. Yeah, build is pretty good. Bad engagements map was kind of rough. Yeah. There were, like, losing 2 units of cavalry at the start is just devastating. You don't really want that to happen. But yeah, we'll see. Does he want to play Beastmen versus my Chaos or my Norsca? I think both are very spooky. I presume he wants to play versus my Chaos, though. Because he's hovering it. Let's see it, though. Give me your worst. Does he want to play versus my Norsca? I have both. They can lead me to the finals. Maybe my Norsca. Beastmen Chaos. Interesting. So I can take Norsca for free, then. That's good. That's pretty decent. Okay. Alright. And I just need to win the game, then. So he's playing Beastmen versus my Chaos. Oh, boy. It's been a long day. The fatigue is hitting, guys. Fatigue is hitting real hard. Alright. It's Beastmen. There's nothing too crazy going on. Chosen win incoming. This is what you call confident? Maybe. Alrighty. Alrighty. Okay, this build, a good start. Nothing too crazy. You just kind of keep it normal. Keep it normal. Don't get too crazy. I wonder what lord he's gonna take. Are we gonna see a Malagor? Maybe a bowl, big bowl action? We shall see. spending wise? How do I fit my units in? I can do this. And it doesn't really work. Yeah, I'll have to figure out my money spending. Oh boy. At least this is a good matchup for me. Like, at least it's a comfortable one. There's nothing to experiment here. It just comes down to raw play and micro, which is very good. Let's see. If he's playing Beastmen, are we going to see, like, some crazy Chimera action? There's certainly some very fun double Chimera builds, which are mildly terrifying. Double Chimera can get some hella work done if you are not ultra careful. And they can also take the new upgraded Chimeras. The Regiment of Renown Chimera. So, potentially we see some of that action. Let's see, it's Beastmen. Oh man, I don't know. Are Beastmen good in domination? They're quite popular. Yeah, they are, they're generally regarded as a better greenskins because they have they have much better mobility. So they can just use that to fly around and get lots and lots of value. Whereas greenskins, their mobility kind of holds them back. They are a little rough for handling terror routes and all that, whereas beastmen can hold a bit better because they have stronger SEs, at least faster SEs. So generally speaking, I would say if your micro is really good, beastmen can favor you a bit, but they're definitely not completely immune to weaknesses. I think beastmen have a lot of flaws. Okay, this is a pretty good build though. I feel like I have I feel like I got the works. Nothing too crazy to complain about. It's just a good build. It's just a good build. I think I just need to micro well. It'll take out the beastmen, which is very good for me. Let's see here. And then I just need to not get caught by Centaurs. But, like, he has Centaurs, I have Hellstriders. We're just going to be throwing cav at each other. It's going to come down to whoever micros better. So it is imperative that I do not blunder my poor boys here. One blunder and it's done. Let's try this out. I think Chosen has me on the ropes, though. Chosen's micro has been very good. I can tell his micro is better than mine right now. But we'll see. You got this? Thank you. I'm still going to be tryharding. Like I said, this is one of my most well-practiced matchups. Top 3 is probably Vampire Count, Slaanesh, and Wood Elves, with Norska probably being in there somewhere. I think Norska is pretty chunky. Yeah. Chaos, Beastmen, and Norska are all kind of chunky. I think now that Norska gets to keep Bearmen, though, I think Norska's sitting pretty comfortable. Chosen's thinking. You got this? Sweat to the end? Yeah. One last push. And then if we win, one more last push. Ace match, grand finals. I will be able to play Norska, plus any faction that I want to play. Because Chosen already played Norska. Yeah, they already played Norska, so that's good. Oh boy, I think they... Nope. Alright. Come on. Yeah, I just need to like just do a slow trade, honestly. Don't get over eager, don't take an early fight. That's how we lost the last 2 games. Just remember that, lock in. And then I'll probably end up with a lot of really close games. It's kind of terrifying, but we can make do. They beat Berserk, though. Berserk's a really good rush player. So Chosen is definitely on a roll today. Like, yeah. But anyways, they don't have Norska. They don't have Beastmen. So, like, yeah, like maybe they play Chaos as the last faction. But like, yeah, I think if I make it to the last match, we're pretty fine. Because I don't think they have a counter to what I have planned. I just need to execute correctly. They're taking the time with the build, because obviously it's late for them. You think Beastmen and Norska are probably better than Vampire Counts overall? Vampire Count, it's weird. It's hard to say what's better. Because Vampire Counts are, they have more skewed matchups. Beastmen and Norska and Chaos, they all have fairly, they have much more even matchups overall. But alright, let's see what he does. So I brought the 6 Horsemen of Indicity. Deep breaths, yeah. I brought the 6 Horsemen. I didn't bring a Dreadmaw because I think double Chimera would give it too much of a hard time. It can play keep away, but I feel much more comfortable just playing with my Horsemen. So that is what we will be doing. That is what we shall do. Norska, Beastmen, and Chaos are all better than Wood Elves and Vampire Counts overall. I think it's, I don't know, it's kind of close. It depends on what you're looking for. They're definitely much more popular though. Like those are the factions people are learning, which is usually the sign that like, yeah, you gotta keep an eye out for them. But anyways, here's the match. So I got a Forsaken, we got some Hellstriders, and we got Archaon. Archaon has a whole host of spells. Because even though I don't have as much army, that's not really what I'm going for, right? Most of my value trading comes from these guys. The rest is just kind of cleanup tools, you know? Hell Cannon for cleanup. Chimera for cleanup. We got some Hellstriders. More Forsaken, Aspiring Champions if he goes full chaff. No full chaff though, so probably not summoning these guys. And probably it's just going to be just a normal Beastmen build. If he does go Cav Max though, I can just keep spamming Hellstriders and play around the Forsaken. That's not a big deal. And of course Archaon causes terror with his Crown of Domination. So overall not too bad. Like this is classic Chaos. There's really nothing too insane here. I'm just gonna shift these guys over. Play over here. I imagine the trees are slightly more comfortable for the Beastmen. We got lots of Vanguarding for the Hellstriders. I've just gone for the 5 Hellstrider combo. But there we go. He's given the good luck. And so we begin. He also has Skirmishers. Makes a lot of sense. Or Skirmishers stack in the first point to just overwhelm whatever he might bring here though. Archaon's pretty good. Alright, we're just going to try and get a little bit of a free volley here. This is quite painful. And as you can see, as long as we keep pace and barely out of their range, we're just going to keep getting some sick volleys on them. The bullying continues. And we're going to see a few units here or there, nothing too crazy. Now, we're not going to get overextended here. You can see he has his archers at the ready. But already, we've already gotten a pretty decent initial pick, right? Now, he has a bunch of skirms. That means that a Hell Cannon is perfect for this. You definitely want that. He has a Shadowcaster, and he wants to go Speed Demon build. This guy does not have a lot of HP, though. And of course, these guys are skirmishers. They're not super great at... not super great at getting the work done. Hell Cannon has arrived. But yeah, so he shouldn't be able to rush me. And Archaon can just start the Spirit Leeching. If he goes for a big push, I'm still okay. And he does dodge the Hell Cannon. First Hell Cannon shot. Very well played. We're here just to dance, though. I'm here to tango. I don't want to make some crazy trades that end up ultra disadvantageous for me. I kind of misplaced that. A little unfortunate. It's still going to hit rather hard, though. And it's going to maybe rout him off. Dang. All right. Good route. All right. So, got a lot of damage so far. Horseman is my comfort zone. But this game is far from over. Got another shot off. That's good. And we're just kind of trying to trade primarily and use the tickets for later. Just don't get overextended. Get the horseman value, right? Just kind of farm them up. Hellstriders might be able to get a pick here. I'm seeing these guys are overextending. That's actually quite good for me. As they get clipped by the Hell Cannon. Woo! Okay, a little bit of a pick. Come on. These guys slow them down. That definitely helps out a lot. And Archaon can get a Searing Doom over there. He's gonna dodge it. Value trading could be slightly better. But I did catch a Harpy for my troubles. And we did kill off some skirmishers, which I believe puts him in a worse position overall. Those are Pestigors. Oh, that Hell Cannon shot, though, was sick. Okay, so I'm just going to keep playing for value. Keep on playing for value forever. Forever and ever and ever. Some Hellstriders will rout off. Not a problem. We just bring in more Hellstriders. Let's just keep pummeling these guys. And as long as I don't take a big fight right now, we are generally speaking in a pretty good spot. Because the Hell Cannon will just keep generating more and more value as time goes on, right? You can see, Pestigors get lit up. Right? My horsemen, my 6 horsemen stack is doing great. He's gonna have a couple archers over there, but not a big deal. Let's actually de-summon these guys. I want them back in the pool because Hellstriders is just so important. Yeah. And then we're just gonna do some of this. So he's gonna try and maybe make a play there. Oh, crap. He actually got the Harpies back. It's not the end of the world, though. I do have Hellstriders at the ready. But it does mean the artillery piece will be shut down temporarily. Oh, crap. Ah, crap. Ah, crap. No! Oh, crap. The double misplay. Oh, I accidentally double-clicked. Oh, crap. And I tried to salvage it by canceling it with the Spirit Leech. Oh, massive loss in magic value there. That's not good. It's not the end of the world, but it's not pretty at all. Okay, we're gonna get a little bit of a charge here. Pestigors actually got their thing to trigger. That's really rough. I'm still doing pretty good though on the value trades overall. And maybe we can make a play here with a bit of a charge. Though I don't need to, I should play around the Forsaken. If I just keep playing Keep Away, I'll be okay. That's kind of what's in my head right now. Keep playing Keep Away. That's going to be a good Searing Doom. He pulls away though. He certainly has a lot of capture points. Hellcan is doing good though. I still have the value lead, which is super important. Okay, and I will be able to stabilize. Just gotta breathe. And just defend my infantry with the boys. With the Cav. Kind of do what he was doing, right? If he decides to stick with this, yeah, he can. Because I have all this stuff here. Okay. Gonna get a pretty decent fight over yonder. Gonna need to pull back, though. Oh. Gonna need to pull back. And just play around the Forsaken, really. Hellcannon lives. Okay. And okay, this is not too bad. I have tons of Forsaken here. This should, in theory, be a terrible fight for him. So we're gonna stick with it. Let's get in more Forsaken. Yeah, that's pretty brutal over there. Let's just pull back. Maybe get a free charge. The hope is that I can just kind of brutalize all these Centaurs. With Archaon supporting, it's pretty fine, right? I do have the capture point, and we have the Forsaken. Life, generally speaking, is good. I will have another Searing Doom soon, too. Though, a couple routes. I think I'm going to have to pull back with some of the cav. And probably use my horsemen to support them. But you gotta remember, Archaon still has those sick routes, right? Let's do some of this. More Forsaken. I just really want the Forsaken to cook. Dude, if I got that Burning Head, though. Okay, let's not dwell. If I can just keep the Forsaken here, I'm happy. Let's bring in a Hellstrider to deal with that. You can see, yeah, the Forsaken are cooking so hard. They do get surrounded, though, but with one Centaur routing, that will stabilize their leadership. Okay, and now we're going to be super careful about this Burning Head. Just down the pipe, catch all the fools here, and then hopefully we get a mass rout. I have more Forsaken to spare. That part's super important. Harpies have to disengage. It's nice. Hell Cannon lives. Very good. Okay, and we did get a bit of a rout. We're a bit behind on the ticket situation, but overall, still very good, right? I think the Forsaken are just crushing it here. I do have to be very careful, though. That one high HP Centaur is going to be a problem. I'm just going to play keep away from it. And try and pull it into a worse situation if I can. That's a good route, though. Yeah, Forsaken are doing okay. I did manage to pull him into a bad situation. That's great. Okay, and the Hell Cannon, I think it's finally time we get the D-Summon. Might even be able to kill off the Lord if I'm lucky here. And if I do that, I think it's basically over. Plus, these guys are already on the verge of routing. Okay. Pretty good. Should be able to get the sick route. And the Forsaken can just start their long march. Aspiring champions too. But you can see the Lord is certainly suffering. And the Master of Chaos continues to do well. Oh my gosh, okay. This is a great position now. It's really just a handful of beat up Centaurs left at this point. But that one fight on top of all the Forsaken just put him in a bad spot. Of course, we're going to have to actually kill off the Lord. That'll be very important. But you can see we're just really routing off basically everything here. Lord is shattered too. If I get that Lord loss penalty, we're set. So let's get some more Hellstriders in. Very nice. And the Lord is now dead. Perfect. That's amazing terror out range for just about everything here. And I just need to play for value, right? Just go for the easy pickings. Oh. Alright. Let's get the Forsaken in there. Let's pull these guys over here. This point is being captured. I do have to capture a point. We're gonna have to capture, yeah, at least one more here to feel truly comfortable. Breathing. Yeah, let's just capture the flank point and let the aspiring champions deal with this. Just like, don't let them, don't let them come back, right? I'm gonna have a lot of Hellstriders here. They can just keep swarming them. That's not a problem. Terror out on those boys in the distance. Very nice. And this is a fight with Forsaken, which is perfect. Very nice. A little bit of lag, but I think we're holding. Yeah, Lord's dead. Lord's super dead. Okay, it's just the capture points now, which really just comes down to a couple Hellstriders. And yeah, Chaos, still very good. This is no Bearman, no Dreadmaw. This is Chaos as they were in times past. Worked out very well for us. I think my horseman play prevails. Chosen's probably sweating a little bit now. That was actually a really nice game for us. And it was just a situation that we're very used to, right? Let's take a look at the value. Archaon. Even with the whiff, even though I wasted like 20 winds of magic for nothing. Gotta remember, I wasted insane magic. The mega misclicks. But the horsemen were just too good. They got amazing value trades. JJ. His lord did not get too much. It's just clinical. It's very clinical. He was relying on the Ungor Raiders to try and beat my horsemen. But they kind of just out-compete on that front. Slongors didn't do too well. He did have a really nice charge with the Sons of Goros, but that's about it. JJ. And the last map is a Ragnarok Lair. Oh boy. Okay. Alright. Gotta figure out what I want to go for. Oh boy. There's a lot of ways this can go. There's a lot of ways. Your playstyle gives me anxiety while watching. What, letting them acquire tickets, or? Gotta clean up those mistakes. Don't throw your cav to Pit of Shades nuke. Don't misclick magic. You got this. I misplayed that game but still won it. Oh boy. But yeah, if I play a clean game, we're good. It's just getting that consistency there. I think that was kind of a build victory. Like, my army was just better than his. Beastmen just don't have the HP to survive a horseman kite. The 6 horsemen. It's a sad burning head. I got a few really good ones though. Made up for it. Okay. Alright, here we go. The crazy thing though, Chosen has yet to play Slaanesh. So, if they just get a Slaanesh victory, we're doomed. I can obviously ban out Slaanesh, but then I have to counterpick everything else. Which I do not like. Oh boy, here we go. This kid having a great time outside. I think I know what they're gonna pick. Alright, here we go. I think this is just too good to pass up. I'm going coast first. I got the vampires. Vampire. What will they pick though? Coast is, this is the map. We're on a Ragnarok Lair. This is the map for Vampire Coast. It is one of the best for them. My opponent also cannot pick Norska. Norska's gone. Nurgle's gone. Vampire counts are gone. There's very few counters left to Vampire Coast, which should put me in a good spot. Unless they decide to play Elves, which would be wild if Chosen just decides to play an off faction that they're not used to. I think that would be wild and high potential for misplays. Slaanesh and Kislev make a lot of sense. Let's see here. Slaanesh and Kislev though, huh? Okay, there's a few really good things here. Slaanesh and Kislev. It's kind of wild, but this might actually be amazing. Okay. Okay, Slaanesh and Kislev. I went Coast and Grand Cathay. That would make it very difficult for them to try and figure out a counter pick, I would say. The question is, what do I go last? Like, am I going to go Norska into Kislev? Am I going to face the Kislev? It's kind of wild, right? You gotta be real careful. Based on what I think they will pick, I think this is the best counter. Corn. Crap. Crap. Alright, that's not good. Alright. So I got Coast and Counts, and they got Slaanesh and Khorne. So they have two factions that counter my two factions. Maybe not Coast versus Slaanesh. Khorne is a weird one too. That one can actually go a couple of ways. Especially on a map as tight as this. And then I have Grand Cathay. Oh boy, this is wild. This is wild. Norsca would be kind of sketchy because Kislev and Slaanesh it's a little awkward there. So as much as I want to play Norsca, we're gonna pass. Because really, I think I played against his Khorne before with 6 Horsemen. It actually is kind of close. And on this map, it's not perfect. But we're gonna channel our inner Maximilianaire. We're gonna channel our inner Maximilianaire. And we're going to whip out the undead. I think Khorne is not completely unplayable. Though it will be quite interesting to see how it goes. Kraken King returns. I can try and force a Vampire Coast situation. Coast, Kislev, and Khorne. Or Slaanesh, Kislev, Khorne. Grand Cathay versus Slaanesh, Kislev, and Khorne. We got Vampire Counts versus Slaanesh, Kislev, and Khorne. I imagine Vampire Counts versus Slaanesh. Honestly, it's a matchup I kind of am familiar with, though. I almost want to do it. I'm gonna get rid of Vampire Counts Khorne first, just as a starter. There's actually a lot of weird stuff here where, like, I've played these bad matchups before, and that might actually put me in a nice place. It's time, baby. Yo, am I gonna get to play Coast? Imagine ending it with Vampire Coast and winning. Kraken King returns or Kraken King cooked. Calamari King by the Khorne. There's a few situations here that I think work out pretty well for me. Not having Norsca's wild, but he kind of just tried to hard counter Norsca, I feel, with matchups or with factions that they're comfortable with. Like, if I had a big map, I'd love to play Norsca versus their Khorne, but Ragnarok Lair is a melee map through and through. They just go Coast, Tomb King's Vampire Counts. The trifecta of undead. The Junk King time. Sky Junks. Grand Cathay versus Khorne is a weird one. I haven't played that one in ages, but I think I got some shenanigans. Oh, look at them checking out Grand Cathay. Chosen's like, what the what? What's Grand Cathay gonna run against me? What's gonna happen there? They banned Kislev Coast and Kislev Vampire Counts. So they know that Kislev cannot beat undead. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. Honestly, I think, oh wait. Ooh, how do I want to do this? How do I want to do this? Oh, so many matchups to ban. Okay, so I want to get rid of that one and probably that one. I can ban 3 more matchups. So, like, I'm thinking this one, and this one. Honestly, not a terrible spread. Okay. Oh my gosh, I think I'm playing Grand Cathay, guys. The odds of me playing Grand Cathay have increased dramatically. We gotta make Karavdir proud. Oh my gosh, it's just like all factions that my viewers play. Oh boy. It's extremely likely we play Grand Cathay here. The remaining factions is Grand Cathay versus Slaanesh, Kislev and Khorne. And Vampire Coast versus Slaanesh. This is the final game. This is the last game. Now, Grand Cathay is a weird one. They're a weird one, let me tell you. But this map is so close quarters with the points, Grand Cathay can actually get some decent work here. 11-hour tournament. When did I start? I didn't start 11 hours ago. Not 11 hours. Still quite a bit, though. I imagine Chosen does not want to play Kislev. Although, who knows? What if they're just a crazy Kislev main? Cathay in the finals was not on your bingo card? Yeah, man. It would be crazy for them not to play Slaanesh, though, right? Wow. It's Grand Cathay versus Kislev. What a wild way to end it. Oh my gosh. Grand Cathay versus Kislev? How does this even do? Alright, let's figure it out. Oh, dang. Yin and Yang harmony is actually super important in PvP. I'll have you know. Okay, so it's Grand Cathay versus Kislev. Holy moly. What a way to end it. This guy's no Kislev main though. Definitely a rush enjoyer. So let's just take a quick look at what Kislev has. Honestly, like, I'm really interested to see how this goes. Very interested indeed. Yeah, Kislev has like a few things that they can bring that are interesting. He could bring the mass SE style too that I usually do. That can be rather scary. And then other than that, it's like an infantry style. There's no, maybe a cav rush, maybe a full cav rush. It's kind of wild though. Kind of wild that they're deciding to go for this. But okay. Now, I will have to be pretty careful, right? Like, the Kislev SC squad is very dangerous. Very dangerous. You do have to be ultra careful about them. Because they can kill like an infinite amount of infantry. It's bad. Someone wake up our Cathay main. Oh, they'd be so excited. Interesting. What are they gonna do? I really wonder. Shotgun units are technically buffed, but not enough for it to really be too impactful, I think. I will have to figure out what kind of crazy magic I want to use now. Oh boy. Oh, Jesus, this is so wild. Kislev even. This is a very tight map, by the by. Very tight map. Oof, lots of close quarters action. I think I almost just want this guy. Yeah. Yeah, this guy's good. And then that way I can run one of these people. Very nice. Very nice. Okay, and how do my expenditures look? Price spending could be slightly better. It's been so long since I played Cathay. And okay. a decent start. Terracotta time. Just like the giant, right? Get them terracottas. Crush the face. Victory. Let's see here. Kislev, they certainly have a lot of scary things. Like, obviously this little Grom that can get a lot of hokey poke done. And then they have a bunch of SEs. Then there's like some sledge shenanigans that you gotta keep in mind. All that kind of stuff. Let's see here. Generally speaking though, this should be pretty decent. Could take a lot of Streltsy. Streltsy are pretty wild, but actually also not terrible here. You have no idea if cannons beat Little Grom. Little Grom is mean. There are spells you can use to help Little Grom win against cannons. That's the big worry. Oh boy. But yeah, Streltsy are a little annoying. So like, Little Groms, they generally outtrade Crane Gunners too. That definitely makes them very annoying. My Crowmen are also oddly bad here. They just don't really have a lot they can do. Let's see here. Obviously, there's a lot of Kislev cavalry, right? A lot of Cav maxing. Hella lot of Cav maxing that my opponent can go for. And obviously the cavalry is going to be quite strong. But we are Cathay. We are Cathay. We have a lot of ways to get much work done in this situation. Mass cannons. Let's go for an absurd number of cannons. You can't shoot them all. Oh man, it's so tempting, but probably not. This map has too many trees, actually. It has a lot of trees, which will block our way. It's sad, but that's how it be. Those darn trees. Okay, very interesting situation, though. I think I have an interesting build. A very interesting build. I do wonder how my opponent wants to tackle this. It is very easy to misplay when fighting Kislev. For they certainly have many, many ways to get work done on you. So, we'll see. Build looks pretty decent. I think it has good counters to most anything my opponent can go for here. Yeah, it has pretty good counters all around. Let's do it then. Let's do it. Give me worse. Terracotta time. Green Giant. Green Giant and Mass Halberds. Honestly, not a terrible idea. You can kind of just play it like dwarves. Just rush them down. This is wild, though. I think both of us are looking at this matchup like, how did it come to this? Where did I go wrong in life for this to happen? Have I played many battles with Grand Cathay versus Kislev? No, usually it's Rush factions that I play Cathay against. Like, I can play Cathay Slaanesh. I can play Cathay... You know, like, I'm used to playing them against, like... Yeah, like Slaanesh, Norsca, maybe Greenskins. Playing against Kislev is really weird, but... I think I know what I want to do here. There's a few builds that they can bring that are just auto losses. Like, I brought a second Celestial Lion and a Lion Lord. Specifically so that they can farm value on single entities. I think if he goes for the SE max, I think he's just dead. As long as I micro my SEs properly. If he goes for a bunch of Streltsy, I have cannons to kind of bully them. And I also have a bunch of good range units that can get some work on them. So for Streltsy, I think we are okay, though it's real questionable. But if he just goes for like a bunch of infantry, I think we're fine. If he goes for a little Grom, there's not going to be a whole lot to shoot at. I don't have any crane gunners in my main army. It's going to be 11 units v 11 units, okay. But yeah, this is kind of my big centerpiece unit. This guy right here. So, the idea is, first things first, we got to see if there's Lil Grom. If there's no Lil Grom, life is a little bit more chill. This guy's insane. He has some crazy buffs and debuffs and lots of good cav clear. But these guys, they're here to kill the Streltsy. I got my caster rearing and ready to go. And the idea is, I'm just going to play it, you know, just a very tight box. Just keep the range units alive, and I think we are doing all right. I got to figure out, though, what are they bringing? Lil Grom and Drazuina. All right. Nothing too crazy. It's going to be a bunch of armored Kossars, and that's it. So, generally speaking, this does not have a lot to deal with Jade Warriors. I can use them. A couple dervishes are here. Okay. And yeah, Lil Grom, I just want to give it no targets, capture the points, and then we're good. This guy has restock. Okay. So I think he was expecting crane gunners, which is good for me. If I just man-tied it, just hard man-tied it, I think it ain't too bad. Gonna get a little bit of a poke on those Celestial Dragon crossbows. They're gonna want to flee to the trees for sure. And then they just want to stay super safe. Hopefully my lord here can get a little bit of deeps in. And it's just going to be some ambushers. Okay, so this is an ambusher build. Pretty wild. Gonna return fire a little bit. Pretty good damage though. Opponent doing well. Okay. A little terrifying. Okay, and he's trying to kite me then. Alright, let's spread out. Let's fan out just a smidge. We're just gonna let our crossbows here get the work done. And get a little bit of a volley, but nothing too crazy. I think I'm just gonna save up for my little bit of artillery here. Get a little bit of artillery and then we're good. There we go. So those are just dervishes, nothing too crazy there. Lil Grom is now in firing range though. It did just shoot down the pipe on my halberds, but they'll be okay. And if I can get Lil Grom here, I'm happy. Lil Grom definitely not too excited about this situation. The ambushes is such an interesting strat. I wonder if I'll be able to outtrade with my crossbows. The kiting is obviously very strong. Let's see how the cannons do though. He already took out one piece though. That's bad. He's gonna dodge with the Lil Grom. Oh dang, he's dodging. Alright, I gotta push up then. Alright, so I got one capture point. What we're gonna do is we're gonna overcast Final Transmutation over. Gonna get a little bit of a spear unit. Ouch! Okay, that's not good. And we're gonna see if we can shoot this thing. Stop it from being such a menace. Oh, that's good though. Okay, maybe my lord can actually get in here too. Does he have the ambushers that net? I didn't do any unit counting. Okay, we're gonna get a decent push in though. This is gonna buy some time for my artillery to get some work done. And of course, I do have more artillery that I will be bringing in. Those are just dervishes. I'll push them back with my cav. Okay, and I just gotta start pushing, right? Just get a little bit of pressure in. Just brace it up. His lord's booked it. His lord does not want that fight. And okay, we're starting to get a little bit of a push in here. This is decent. My lord is at okay health. He has Tempest, something to keep in mind. But overall, nothing too terrible. I might even be able to kill Lol Grom. That would be really nice. Okay, here we go. And we're gonna get a bit of a fight here. Now, unfortunately for me, I only have the one cannon left. Ouch. Ouch. Gets a massive blizzard on me. Ugh. Oof. That hurts. That hurts real bad. I will be able to kill Lol Grom, though. But he's trying to go for the Lord Snipe. Oh, jeez, the Lord. Okay, he's gonna live. Oh, that's not good, though. Gonna need another cannon. Lord's just gonna, he's just gonna live. He'll be fine. I might still be able to kill Lol Grom. He's really turned all his guns on him, though, so if he keeps dodging, he'll be okay. Okay. Yeesh. Just keep dodging. Just keep dodging. All right, there you go. Lol Grom's dead. That's all that really matters to me. You, good sir, just have to live. Ugh. Okay, all right. Lots of damage. This guy's on retirement duty now. You're done. You're done. You don't... No more combat for you, good sir. Focus fire is still going on hard. Gonna get a little bit of a hailstorm over there. Not a big deal. Okay, all right. But I do still have a lot of Jade Warrior spam to spare. All right. All right. Jade Warriors will do good. They're very hard to dislodge. And I do have the capture point. The Lord will live. And he will terror out these fools. Plus we got a little bit of pick on the side over there. Really just depends on how these guys do. These guys are real beat up. I think a little bit of Cav cleanup crew is warranted. Okay. Lol Grom is still alive. But we can manage. Oh crap, is the Cav gonna get in there? Is the Cav gonna get in there? Yeah, we'll see. Infantry's grinding though. Big Roar. Big Roar just dropped. Oh crap, he got the middle though. Oh crap. Oh crap, I think he's doing it. I'm gonna need hella Jade Warrior spam to win this. Maybe he whiffs this hailstorm though. A little bit of self-friendly fire. I'll take that. I'll take that. Jade Warriors are really hard to dislodge too in general, but it's just not going well. I think the Lol Grom dodging my artillery is what did it. It just dodged artillery too good. I should have just had some crane gunners, honestly. Just take the crane gunners. Oh my god, dude. He killed all the artillery with the Lol Grom. Alright, let's still play this out though. But I think he's done it. Very well played by my opponent. Good Cav micro. The skirmishers were actually insane. What I really needed here though was like, just take the crane gunners and Lol Grom. It can't kill them because the cannons are shooting at it, right? And just the overwhelming range pressure will get it. Ah, oh, dang it. All right, let's do some of these guys. Get a little bit of value there. Dude, Lol Grom's gonna live. Let's get some guns in. All right. He has a lot of infantry left, which is the problem. He has so much infantry left. Dude, those ambushers threw me in for a loop. Lord got Saccharino'd. Not my best play. Yeah, there he goes. Oof. Brutal. Yeah, let's not beat a dead horse. GG, well played. Congrats on the win. Very well played. Ooh. Oh man, GG. Yeah, I just didn't have the build. This was the last game indeed. Dude, that Lol Grom. The Lol Grom micro. It was so sick. The cannon dodges. It took out 2 cannons. He got a really good blizzard too, but honestly, if I just had the crane gunners, if I had the wherewithal to bring them in, it would have been fine. But such is life. GG's. Well played. Ooh. Yeah, the little Grom micro was very, very good. He didn't even need the extra spell casting. His Frost Maiden obviously got lots of value. I think honestly though, if you play ultra defensively, summon the 2 little Groms and then summon 2 Crane Gunners, then you can't really get kited. Because the Crane Gunners will just be too painful, and little Grom can't dodge the Crane Gunners either, it's already kind of close. But yeah, the Blizzard was crazy, obviously. He just nuked my poor Celestials. That's a very common strat. But yeah, GG's, 2nd place. That's my 2nd time getting 2nd place. Oh man. Some very close matches. I'm honestly happy it's done though. I can relax now. I think I got $250. Chosen got $450. Honestly, not a huge difference at the end of the day. Oh god, it's so hot. Chosen is a beast though. Beat Charix. Oh man, risking it all on Cathay. I feel like Cathay is supposed to be pretty good there though. I feel like Cathay should be pretty nice. He was just kind of ready for it. I thought it was going to be a lot of Streltsy play, which these guys would have done better against. But the ambushers, I really was not expecting. It kind of makes sense, though. But, yeah. Cathay did manage to tease out a lot more bans, for sure, but... Whew. Anyways, I do think if I played that again, though, with the Crane Gunners, I don't think he can juke more with the Grom. Oh, I forgot to check Valleys. I'm so sorry. You guys will have to check out Turin's stream for that. But yeah, super entertaining. Super duper entertaining. Yeah, I kind of had to pick something like Cathay because Slaanesh was there too. So it's kind of a tricksy situation regardless. A lot of really close games, a couple throws on my end, but hey, it's the endurance, man. When you want to win these tournaments, you need the endurance, and Chosen staying up till like basically the next day. They absolutely crushed it, man. Kept the micro super strong despite it being ultra late. Very impressive indeed. I would keep an eye out for them. But to all of you, today I take a break. I will see you guys maybe Monday. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff I gotta get done. I think I'll stream on Monday, but maybe I'll take like Tuesday off. Next week might just be a 3-stream kind of day. So peace out. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Have a great weekend. And I will see you later. Bye bye. Peace.